Bolmek, written and narrated by Keith Schaefer. Dedication to Don and all who seek the God of More. 2 Samuel 12:8b. Acknowledgments. Thanks, Rhonda and Drake. Ron and Linda. Chapter 0. Prologue. 7 months ago, King Otec commissioned a public account of the Great Divide. As first recorder, this charge fell upon me. Before I begin my telling, I would like to emphasize that the king has never, and will never, seek meaningless acclaim. While many have misconstrued his desire to remain in the background, presuming Otec is aloof, disinterested, and judgmental, nothing could be further from the truth. The kingdom is his, and he is quite active in assuring its health. To help demonstrate his true nature, I have sought, and received, the Hidden King's approval to include more of his actions herein than I was permitted to reveal in my chronicles of the Hidden Council. As commanded, I have employed familiar terms to write this narrative. While this causes my transcription to occasionally fall short of reality, I still hope it increases your understanding of the Onu and their adventures. Odogo has reviewed my account, and has assured me that it is accurate to the truth, as the work of any recorder must be. Recurrus, first recorder. Chapter 1. Crash Landing. 88 days before the Great Divide. Kroga the Brave slept peacefully in his den, undaunted by the adventure awaiting him. High above the raging Black Seas, Vortex rode along with Jetstring, taking full advantage of the opportunity to replenish her strength. As Jet veered northward to avoid landfall, Vortex rolled over to enjoy the view, and casually search for her next victim. Even though the coast was still several hours away, the faint moonlight made it easy for her to see the shore and the sleepy hamlets just beyond the surf's reach. Spotting an old acquaintance far off to her right, Vortex fondly relived some of their previous encounters and began to salivate at the thought of another engagement. While she'd have to double back quite a bit, the target was simply too tantalizing to pass up. Choice made, she dipped her head to create sufficient drag and tumbled out of Jetstream. Under the camouflage of night, her joyful escape went unnoticed by the seafaring inhabitants directly below her, who were struggling to save their ship from the surging mid-sea waves. Brrr, I wish someone would turn the heat back on, shivered Kat, as she paused her recording to blow a couple of warm breaths into her cupped hands. Being the sole royal recorder on duty, she was nearly alone in the enormous chamber, save the king, the prince, and the comforter. To conserve energy during these tumultuous times, the temperature in the council chamber, and all the royal library, was set to plummet after sunset, when the building wasn't typically in use. But tonight, with the council lasting long past dark, Kat was enduring the bone-chilling cold. When King Otec finally adjourned the council meeting, Kat instantly completed a recording, snapped the clear scroll shut, and placed her hands on the frigid desk in front of her. Since the king had decreed tonight's transcript in need of protection, Kat couldn't leave until Odogo sealed the recording. She knew Odogo never seemed to be in a hurry, often taking several minutes to progress from the royal table in the center of the chamber all the way over to her recording station. And so she waited, impatiently. Unaware she was fidgeting and drumming her fingers, Kat tried hard not to look up at the royal family, afraid her expression would reveal she was eager to leave their presence. Instead, she distracted herself by imagining the clear scroll gently rolling back and forth between her hands, watching the reflection of her fingers distort comically in its shiny exterior. After a few moments, Kat blinked and was horrified to see the scroll sitting perfectly still before her, already sealed by Odogo. Gasping at her disrespect, Kat couldn't believe she'd failed to acknowledge the elder Onu when he'd approached her station. She sprang from her seat to remedy her error and was shocked to see Otigo still seated at the table, talking with Telios and Otec. Confused and wondering how she'd been detached for so long, Kat looked back down at the scroll to see if she'd imagined Otigo's seal, and saw that she had not. Grabbing the scroll in her right hand, she began to sway back and forth, trying to determine her best course of action. She resolved to just slink away quietly. Still embarrassed by the time she'd reached the door of the chamber, Kat turned back to look at Otigo, and nodded her head slightly as if to say, "Good night." He smiled and returned the gesture in kind. What Kat hadn't seen during her mental adventure, which had only lasted a couple of seconds, not minutes, was that Otigo had sealed the scroll from where he sat, to expedite her departure. This gracious gesture was something he'd never done before, and something he's never done since. After creeping out into the hallway, Kat turned left to head towards the appropriate archive. She took a couple of normal-sized steps to clear the doorway and Otigo's view, and then broke into a sprint, desperate to get out of the royal library and meet her warrior escort. With her purple hair streaming wildly behind her, Kat turned right at the first junction, then took a left, a right, and 5 more lefts at subsequent intersections. Feeling slightly winded from her effort, but not slowing down, Kat zipped around the 6th left corner in a row and saw the archive she needed directly in front of her, long before she had expected it to appear. Kat dropped into a softball slide to scrub her momentum, like she used to do eons ago when she stole second base, back when sport was sport and war was unknown. As she slid across the tile floor, her hair flowed around her face, momentarily blocking her view, then tumbled back down to her shoulders when her foot slammed into the closed door, and she came to a sudden stop. Surprised to have reached Dachshund so quickly, Kat blushed as she stood up, realizing the royal library must have sensed her eagerness and decided to spill her into the proper passageway even faster than normal. Leaving the scroll on the floor, Kat brushed her hands on her pants to make sure they were clean, then reached out to contact the massive, rough-hewn door. "Hello, old friend," she sighed as she affectionately caressed the scars in this fragment of grandfather tree. Their connection renewed, Kat pressed her palm on the lock rail to free the bolt, then grabbed the doorknob with both hands. Bending backwards until her hair touched the ground, she began to coax the enormous door open. Once the breach was sufficiently wide enough for her to squeeze through, she picked up the scroll and bolted into the archive. As she ran, the lights automatically flickered on and then off again as she made her way to the back of the room. While she wasn't timing herself, it took her 10 times longer to race from just inside the door to the appropriate shelf than it had for her to travel from the council chamber to the archive. Carefully tucking the scroll into its place, Kat turned on the polished floor and began to zip back towards the entrance. However, about halfway back to Grandfather, she became acutely aware of her surroundings and stopped. Deep in the shelving maze, she marveled at the countless recordings around her and the breadth of the Onu passion they contained. Joyfully, she spun in circles with her arms spread wide open to soak in the moment, spinning faster and faster until the shelves became a blur. "Amazing!" she shouted when she finally stopped spinning, not the least bit dizzy. Before her echo had a chance to resonate back to her, she took off again towards the door. Tearing past row after row and turn after turn, she wondered why the hallways reconfigured themselves to make her trips faster, but Dachshund and the other archives did not. When Kat arrived at the door, she slipped through the opening and turned around. Fully extending her arms for leverage, she pushed with all her might on the splinter of Grandfather Tree. In the past, she'd often have to make multiple attempts to close him, but tonight she was grateful he clicked shut on the first try. She patted him goodbye and turned to begin her trek back towards the main entrance of the library, only to find she was already standing there, just a few yards away from the council chamber. Astonished, having never before experienced such a direct exit from any archive into the foyer, Kat turned around to double-check on Grandfather, but the Dachshund door and the vast collection he protected had already vanished. Imagine that, mused Kat, as she stared at the blank wall in front of her. "Thanks, Otego," she whispered, without bothering to turn around. While Kat couldn't see the Onu guide still seated at the council chamber table, she was confident he could see her and her heartfelt desires. Like a young child excited to head out for recess, Kat dashed across the lobby, out the main entrance, and onto the landing between the gigantic twins guarding the Royal Library. But after a couple of quick steps, she noticed that her waiting escort could see her, so she abruptly slowed to a tortoise walk between the bears. Letting her hands run along their furry blue sides, she enjoyed the power of their friendship. As Kat reached the end of the landing, and the twins, she turned around to say goodnight to her best friends, and, more importantly, to linger longer than needed to build anticipation for her descent down the stairs. When she finally pirouetted to leave, her warrior escort rose from a nearby bench. Mkeshi, first sent by Prince Telios to protect the royal recorder, but now fulfilling his role by choice, never assumed more familiarity than he'd earned, and never imagined the twins would afford him the same favor they showed Kat. Instead, he stayed far below Arcuda and Arcudo, on the ground several paces away, and waited for Kat to come all the way down the stairs. "Brr, it's cold out here too," observed Kat, as she bounded off the last step. For some reason, she thought she was leaving the cold behind. "Yes, it is. The clear night sky has let the sun's favor escape," remarked the warrior, as he began to close the gap between them. Kat loved the poetic way Mkeshi described First Realm, even in these foreboding times. Feeling safe in his presence, she ignored the ever-present danger of war and paused to watch the twinkling stars overhead. "Let's take the long way home," she suggested, as she held her gaze skyward, too shy to look at Mkeshi, afraid he might be shaking his head no. "Good choice," teased Arcuda from behind Kat high up on the landing. "Yeah, don't get lost," grinned Arcudo. Both twins knew Kat craved more time with Mkeshi than their present circumstances allowed. Without turning to face her antagonists, Kat brushed her right hand behind her back twice, as if to say, "Shush!" A bold move, as no one shushed the twins. Pulling her hand forward, she crossed her arms in front of her, as if trying to stay warm, but had really done so because she longed for the added touch, and hoped that one day Mkeshi would discern this and walk her home arm in arm. But for now, she treasured the simple connection of his company. Mkeshi hadn't heard the twins' nearly silent teasing, and instead simply translated Kat's request into something appropriate for the times. A quick stroll 100 yards or so on the green, under the watchful eye of the twins. Not much of an adventure, but a wonderful way to end the day, since he normally transported Kat directly home from the foot of the stairs. As Mkeshi led Kat away from the twins, he didn't speak or ask about the council meeting she'd just recorded. Not one for small talk, he let his service do the talking, and paid careful attention to the distant shadows, making sure there were no Kuur rebels lurking to attack the well-known royal recorder whom he protected. When they reached the third crosswalk, the point he'd designated in his mind as tonight's transport site, he reached out with his right hand and gently placed it on Kat's elbow, instantly transporting them to her front yard. Upon arrival, Mkeshi promptly removed his hand and gestured with his left as if to say, "Let's keep moving." Once they reached Kat's front porch, they ascended the wide stairs together. 2 lights welcomed them home, one over the door and a small sliver off to their right, a yellowish glow escaping out of a gap between the curtain and the lower part of the window frame. Mkeshi strode to the window and bent over to peer into the tiny breach. "Just your uncle gliding the miles away," reported the warrior, comforted that every night the Bucongist stayed up late reading, clearly waiting for Kat to come home. While Kat's uncle never disclosed this was the impetus for his ferocious reading, it was obvious to Mkeshi. He could see it in the old novice defender's eyes. Mkeshi walked back towards Kat and hesitated briefly, just behind her, as she slid her old-fashioned key into the lock. But, deeming the space within was safe, and not wanting to seem overly forward, he continued past her back down the stairs. On the next to last step, he turned around. "See you in the morning?" he asked, even though he already knew the answer, since he'd be on duty. He simply couldn't think of anything better to say. "Absolutely," beamed Kat, before she opened the door and awkwardly squeezed in through the narrow opening. Inside, she quickly closed the door behind her and leaned back against it instead of waiting to see if Mkeshi had anything else to say. "Good," cheered Mkeshi to the now vacant porch, before he turned and hopped over the last step, down to the ground. High above Hiraburu, PB, the self-absorbed owl, completed another figure-8 circuit. By his count, number 182 tonight. Gliding silently over the rebel capital, PB twitched a single tail feather to offset a minuscule change in wind direction, then arched his wings slightly to increase lift, and signal his growing agitation with Delator, the Kuur leader. 3 weeks ago, Delator had demanded that his imperial birds of prey keep a constant vigil over his mountaintop mansion. While PB emphatically complained that nightly air cover was unnecessary, Delator held firm. Since there were only a handful of aerial guards, and PB was the only nocturnal one, all the night rounds had become his responsibility. "This is ridiculous!" screeched PB as he glared down at Delator's compound. Well-versed in ancient combat, PB the history teacher understood the role ground forces had played in all historical battles, and was painfully aware there had never been an airborne attack at night. He didn't expect one now, or ever. "What a waste of time," mumbled the skybound sentry, when a sudden gust of wind knocked him off course. Alone, no one heard his complaint. Making no effort to correct his course, PB soared past the eastern slope of Delator's mountain, out into the adjacent foothills. After several minutes, Delator's mansion receded from memory, and his mood improved slightly. PB even began to pitch back and forth, swaying to the music in his head. While not the fastest way to fly, PB enjoyed the roll his rhythmic banking induced. Now high over Lake Minu, he flattened out his course and felt powerful, in control. Keeping his body parallel to the ground, the owl spun his head halfway around to look up at the moon, as the air gently rippled over his feathers. "Woo-ha! Let's see Baldy do that," he crowed. Baldy was really Jatima, the aerial guard commander. PB hated that Delator had placed the bald eagle over him, and was oblivious to the fact that, unlike himself, she was a bold, natural leader. With his beak still pointed upward, PB perused the sky for stars, instead of enemy invaders. Turning to look at his favorite constellation, his mood suddenly soured when he saw that Agitella was gone, silently consumed during the day by Second Realm. As the foremost Kuur expert on Desma, PB was certain his stature would vanish as well if Second Realm continued to grow. Sickened by the thought, he unwound his neck and stared despondently down at the landscape far below. When he neared the edge of the Great Eastern Plain, he groaned and slowly banked left to begin his long journey back to Delator's mountain, and the dim hope that he still had greater things ahead. Vortex dropped below Jetstream, happy to be on the prowl again. To increase her velocity, and ultimately the power of her attack, she stopped tumbling and froze in an aerodynamic position with her arms tucked tight against her sides. Gaining speed as she dove headfirst through the air, she edged her nose slightly to the right to turn towards her intended prey, all while carefully preserving her growing momentum. She changed her direction so patiently that few would have perceived she was altering course at all. Feeling ugly and alone, Putara, the barren plain, mourned for her lost friends and the abundance she once knew. Centuries beyond the first scorch, and further seared by many subsequent insults, Butara remained ash-covered, unable to support life. But sheltering two tiny travelers tonight, she experienced a small glimmer of hope. Mulling this blessing, and a sense of renewed purpose, she heaved a grateful sigh towards Otec, and accidentally dislodged 5 large boulders clinging to a nearby cliff. The liberated rocks cried out in fear and excitement as they thundered down to the sea, mostly free-falling, but occasionally bounding off the face of the cliff. While the sounds of their adventure merged naturally into the uproar of the breakers far below, their escape woke Kroga, nonetheless. The honey badger sprang from his slumber, scampered up to the entrance of his burrow, and raised his nose just above the ridge to sniff for intruders. The breeze was saltier and stronger than normal, which made his nose tingle, but otherwise carried no hint of danger. Climbing higher, he placed his paws on the ledge and examined the ground for fresh signs of the enemy. Shuffling around the brim of his den, the furniture fixer kept his head down low to meld into the surrounding shadows. Seeing no unfamiliar tracks nearby, Kroga exited his bunker and made 7 progressively larger circuits around the campsite. As he waddled along, the silver fur on his back and tail camouflaged him well against the gray terrain of Butara. After he was several hundred yards away from his burrow and confident there was no imminent danger, he turned to go back and join his traveling companion, his paws now caked with dewy damp ash. Extract from Unsealed Dachshund Royal Recording 122C-12A6-9-12879-F7E-F32-8B4-70E4. I have a mission for Kroga, began the king. Sure, what is it? Asked the prince. I'd like him to go to Hiraburu. Now, when there's no one asking to be rescued? Yes. Why? I'd like to give them another chance to choose differently. How so? While Kroga hasn't sought it, and no cur knows his real name, his actions have gained him quite a reputation. To counter this fame, Delator claims the traveler kidnaps faithful cur and forces them to defect. To help reveal the truth, Kroga the Rescuer will be captured during this final undertaking, and ultimately need rescued himself. What? How does that help anyone? Delator's been trying to convince his followers that the Onuatu only follow us because they're protected, safe, and comfortable. Deep down, they understand this isn't true. But I want the cur to see this for themselves one last time. After Kroga's imprisoned, he'll be put on trial and stand true. His witness may help at least one more cur to leave the rebellion and return to us. By all means, save one, suggested Telios, echoing one of his father's favorite phrases. Indeed. But he'll be tortured, shivered Otigo the seer. Yes, he will, conceded the king. It will be very painful, even with our help. Will he suffer long? Asked Telios. No, not very, but long enough. The Onu sat quietly contemplating this possible future, pre-living the pain Kroga would be asked to endure. After 30 minutes or so, King Otec broke the silence. When the time's right, I'll save him. And then... The king's voice trailed off, and he began to weep. Without waiting to regain his composure, he let the tears flow, and brokenly spoke through his sobs. And then... Bolmek can... Well, you know what Bolmek will do. The gravity of the king's pronouncement shook the room. His perception of kingdom timing was flawless. Okay, I'll ask him, offered Telios. Thanks, nodded the king, as he wiped the tears from his face before continuing. And if Kroga says no, don't worry. We'll find another way. I don't want him, or anyone else, to think we've gifted them solely to use them. But Kroga deserves the opportunity to join this final appeal with us, if he wants to. Extractor's note. This material was taken from one of the first Doctrine recordings opened to help explain the Great Divide. While many rebels claimed otherwise, King Otec Plas has always, and will always, seek to provide more for all inhabitants, those that choose to follow him, and those that do not. Kroga marched back to his burrow through the gray powder, crossing over the tracks he'd made moments ago. When he was a couple of feet away from the entrance, he stopped at the remnants of a severely burned log, which stubbornly refused to disintegrate. Oddly enough, the timber's last stand happened to be just the right size for his traveling companion to enjoy a firm, steady perch. "Hawk," whispered Kroga, partly out of habit, but mostly because he didn't want to startle his cohort. Since they were alone, he could have yelled if he'd wanted to. Hawk, avid merchant by day, and secret carrier by night, slowly opened her eyes, but moved no other muscle. "Hawk, time to get up," rang the traveler again, gently nudging his pilot with his paw. "Already? I was having such a great dream. I was—" "Not now, Hawk," interrupted Kroga. "We don't have time." As their primary conductor in Telios Underground Railroad, Kroga always sensed when it was time to move on. While the falling rocks had stolen a few minutes of his sleep, the honey badger had already spent that extra time scouring the perimeter. "We need to leave now, so we arrive at our destination during the darkest hour of the night." "Okay," acknowledged Hawk by a single nod of her head. She then closed her eyes and pretended to fall back asleep, even though she was already wide awake. "Oh, come on, Hawk. We've got to go," implored Kroga. "Oh, all right. But it really was a great dream," grinned Hawk. Stretching her wings to increase blood flow and get warmed up, she struck the tip of Kroga's sensitive nose with the back of her left wing. "Oops," she said, feigning remorse. "Thanks," replied Kroga sarcastically. Kroga appreciated that Hawk's tap was one of her favorite ways to say, "Good luck." Her spirited nature before a sortie helped him relax, so Kroga always made sure he was close enough to be touched. Contact made, Kroga plunged back down into his den to grab his backpack. Somewhat ordinary looking, the linen rucksack had been designed by Inspolair to serve as a parachute, though it did have a small compartment for actually carrying supplies. Since Kroga and Hawk were both expert hunters, this compartment was normally empty, but on this trip, Kroga had stashed a few food scraps there, since Butara was no longer able to nourish them. Resurfacing, Kroga tossed his backpack out of his burrow and dove back down underground, before the pack landed with a dusty thump on the ledge. Once he reached the innermost recess, he began to swiftly backfill the void with ashen dirt. When his land reclamation was complete, and he was standing on level ground, he opened his rucksack to retrieve the hidden provisions and shared a meager, but sufficient, midnight snack with his friend. Lippy just shivered from the bite of the cold living room air and the excitement of the novel he was reading. Pulling his pajama hood on for warmth, he flipped the last page to devour the denouement, only to discover that his conclusion, drawn back in chapter 27, was completely wrong. The defender chuckled at his novel incompetence and wondered why he was able to protect the accused by reading between the lines, but couldn't seem to exercise that same gift to conquer the nuances of great literature. Deciding he'd rather help others than worry about solving every fictional puzzle, he clapped the current lost cause shut. Surprised by the loudness of the book's applause, the pecan just stopped rocking and peered over his shoulder, worried the sound would ripple up the stairs and disturb his mate, who'd gone to bed hours ago. After pausing to guarantee there was no rustling from above, the Picanha set the book down on the table beside him, but remained seated in the glide rocker to ponder the tale's final twists. Several minutes into his contemplation, he heard the key in the door and knew Cat was finally home. While he didn't like to admit it, he often stayed up late until she returned, just to make sure she was safe. He liked reading, but he loved his niece. "Hi, Uncle Lip. Did you get this one right?" asked Cat breathlessly as she stepped away from the door. Being observant, Cat had instantly recognized that the Picanha was done with his book as soon as she spotted the bookmark on his lap and the closed book on the table. Her uncle never left a book unmarked if he had more of it to consume. "Nope, wrong as usual," he smiled. "Maybe next time," consoled Cat, turning to go to bed. "I hope so," agreed the Picanha, as he stopped rocking and stood up. He took a few steps towards the kitchen to grab a quick snack, but as he rubbed his slightly protruding belly, he thought better of pampering it further and turned around to retire. Cat, already on the staircase landing, moved to the left side of the stairs and began her climb before her uncle had a chance to join her. As she rose, she slid her left forearm along the banister to help her avoid the squeaky middle sections of the first 7 steps. On the 8th, she pivoted right and walked the full length of the plank. At the end, she turned and planted her feet firmly on the tread, with her toes 6 inches from the riser, then swung her arms wildly 3 times to build momentum and jumped over the 9th step to nimbly land on the 10th. Spinning, she crossed back along the 10th step to the far left side of the staircase and completed her final ascent. Once on the 2nd floor, Cat twirled around and waved her uncle up, encouraging him to follow her lead. After 3 determined, deep breaths, the defender scaled the rise as if conquering the climb would make up for not accurately guessing the end of his book. Having lived with Cat for eons, he knew her silent route well, and impressively, nearly matched her skill. However, he failed to cleanly stick the landing of his vault over the 9th step, and instead found himself teetering on the 10th. Waving his arms frantically, he tried to regain his balance as he began to fall backwards. Fortunately, his right fingertips grazed the banister on one quick flyby and were able to latch on to it during the next. Pulling himself back upright, the Picanha mouthed an inaudible "thank you" to the builders, specifically Cat's father Fajal, for having placed a banister on each side of the staircase. Otherwise, he would have tumbled back down to the 1st floor. As a gigas, the Picanha wasn't a proper giant, so the stairs were too large for him, just as they were for Cat. Steadying himself, the Picanha scaled the remaining steps without further incident. "Nice job," congratulated Cat in an inaudible whisper. "Thanks," mouthed the Picanha, not wanting to wake Giajuja in the nearby bedroom. Cat patted him on the shoulder in a "good night, see you in the morning" kind of way. Having been here infinitely many times before, the actual words weren't necessary. The Picanha watched his niece tiptoe down to her bedroom at the far end of the hall. After she entered her room and quietly closed the door behind her, he sidestepped across the 2nd floor landing, avoiding the whimpering floorboards on his way to the guest bedroom. Upon arrival, he found the door to his permanent abode ajar, as was Giajuja's custom when she went to bed before him. She always said she wanted to be able to hear him if he called out for help. While he loved her thoughtfulness, he felt he should be the one listening for her, not the other way around. The Picanha slipped his right hand through the opening and grasped the wooden door to push it open without touching the doorknob. Once the crack was large enough to grant him access, he slid into the room. Turning around, the Picanha changed his grip, dropping his right hand from the side of the door down to the doorknob, and seized the wood of the door with his left. He then pushed the door closed with his right hand until the knuckles of his left were wedged loosely against the doorframe. With the door no longer in motion, he quietly twisted the doorknob until the metal latch was completely retracted, so it wouldn't scratch across the plate when he closed the door the rest of the way. Lightly pulling on the doorknob, he extracted his jammed fingers and placed them on the edge of the doorframe, but kept his left thumb counter-pushing against the door to perfectly balance the pull of his right hand on the doorknob. Increasing the pressure on his thumb, he nudged the door shut against the jamb and gradually released the bolt into place. Door secured, Lippy Conja spun around on the heel of his left foot. Already in his pajamas, with his teeth spotlessly brushed, he made his way around the foot of the bed and up along his side, bypassing the bathroom. When he reached the middle of the bed, Giajuja let out a timely snort, which Lippy Conja used to cover the squeak of the bed frame as he sat down. Incrementally, and always in sync with Giajuja's snoring, he worked his way into bed, under the blankets, and slowly down into a comfortable position before lowering his head down gently onto his pillow. Reaching over to the nightstand, Lippy Conja blindly felt around for his earplugs until he found them lodged against a pair of extra reading glasses. Snatching the plugs from the dark, he placed one in each hand and firmly compressed them both before simultaneously wiggle-screwing them into his ears. Carefully folding his arms under the covers, he pulled the warm protection up to his chin and listened intently as the spongy, uncompressing earplugs began to battle the external noises. When the enlarging wedges completely filled his ear canals, Lippy Conja could only hear his internal tinnitus, a high-pitched ringing that would have driven anyone else crazy, but which he viewed as a faithful friend, available anytime, anywhere, to help him focus, or lull him to sleep. As PB turned away from the Great Eastern Plain, he had no problem getting back on course towards Delator's mansion. Anyone could have seen the glaring lights surrounding the Kuur leader's elevated abode from this remote location, let alone PB with his keen eyesight. Delator had purposely built his mansion on the highest peak in First Realm to tower over all its inhabitants, not just Hiraburu and the Kuur faithful. You know, leaving those lights on was pretty stupid, scolded the history teacher. If I wanted to, I could easily drop a load or two on you during my next pass. PB's intonation seemed to imply there were traitors in Delator's midst, who weren't on his side. As he flapped his wings against the growing headwind and neared the mansion, he watched the shadowy figures of the Imperial Guards parading around Delator's garden far below him, and a new horror struck him about the Kuur leader. Wait just a second, he screamed as he ascended and slowed almost to a stall. What if all of this is simply for show? An egotistical way for you to prove that you have the power to make me do whatever you want. Suddenly overcome by the insult and Delator's sovereignty over him, PB had a panic attack. He froze, as if forgetting how to fly, and began to free-fall towards the garden gate. At first, as the air picked up speed and tore wildly over his face, he didn't bother to blink or fight against his fast approaching fate. 50 yards above the ground, self-preservation finally sprang to life, and he began to frantically flap his wings, trying to regain control. Missing the massive garden gate by inches, he dipped down below the arbor, swung left to miss the larger-than-life gilded statue of Delator, right to miss a guard, and then laboriously beat his way back up to his patrol height as the angry shouts of the startled guards receded below him. Pondering his newfound position in life, PB lost track of his forward progress, but as he neared the end of the western foothills that bordered Delator's mountain, he habitually lifted his gaze up to the horizon. Not bothering to check for incoming threats, PB turned sideways in midair to stare back at Delator, as if he was a hummingbird that could hold his position in the air. As he fell and his plummeting angle shifted, he pivoted his stubby beak to keep it pointed directly at Delator's mansion, now completely confident the Kuur leader was mocking him with these nightly rounds. Why else would you leave all your lights on if you really thought an attack was imminent? Challenged PB. Certain Delator was fast asleep, and that his own voice was no match for the swirling winds, PB feared no repercussions for his insolence. tired of sinking, he pushed hard against the air, as if bounding off a trampoline, and headed towards Hiroburu. After Kroga finished eating, he closed the storage compartment of his rucksack and wiggled into his chute. "Ready?" he probed as he secured the straps across his chest and waist. "Yes," replied Hawk as she finished her preen. "Good, let's go." Kroga paced ahead of Hawk towards the cliff face, in the location of the recent landslide. Just before he reached the edge, his sensitive nose detected the freshly exposed soil and insects where the boulders had hung a few moments ago. "We should move over," explained the traveler as he ventured further north to find a more stable runway. As they marched along, Hawk kept her eyes glued to Kroga's swishing tail to distract herself from the memory of what used to be here. A small clearing in a dense forest, and a crystal-clear brook, which gathered into a deep pool before diving over the cliff as a beautiful waterfall. Long ago, this had been one of Hawk's favorite vacation destinations. Not unexpectedly, she sneezed as the dust kicked up by Kroga's steps tickled her nose. "Bless you," pronounced Kroga over his shoulder. "Thanks," murmured Hawk, wondering where the old ritual of blessing a sneezer had come from. Brought back to the present, Hawk studied Kroga's chute in the space between the straps and his neck. While she was remeasuring the gaps one last time, Kroga suddenly swung over to the cliff edge and boldly stomped to confirm its stability. "Good enough," he announced. Without waiting for Hawk's reply, Kroga paced away from the brink, counting his steps as he went. When he reached 32, he knelt on one knee and slowly began to knead the gray dirt in his front paws, closing his eyes to see the barren plain for who she truly was and would be again. "I'm sorry, Pitara. The pain you feel now is all my fault. Like you, I long for your chorus of songbirds, the seas of grass, the singing sway of towering trees, the prancing deer, fox, and antelope, and of course, I really miss the bees, and their honey, as well as our countless other friends no longer here. But one day, someday soon, it'll all be restored, my friend. King Otec has promised, and his word cannot be broken. So, for now, stand firm and know that you, even now, are loved." Truly connected, and not just touched, Pitara held her breath and tried not to cry. She'd experienced Kroga's departure many times before, but where his takeoffs could be quite terrifying, she tried to hold still. Blessing done, the honey badger rose, brushed the soil off its paws, and then, without even glancing to see if Hawk was ready, sprinted for the cliff. When he hit the ledge, Kroga leapt with all of his might and cleared the cliff face with a full body length to spare. After a meticulous 30-minute course correction, Vortex had her prey directly in front of her. Nearing the shore, she adjusted her angle of attack and began to dive more steeply. Struggling to digest his newfound insight into Delator's manipulation, PB veered off course and soared out over the blackened heart of Hiroburu, where he saw no flickering lights or inhabitant movement to distract him from his despair. While there'd never been an armed attack on the capital, or even a small skirmish in any Kurland city, Delator had convinced the Kuur that they needed to live in darkness to protect themselves, which stood in stark contrast to the lights he kept burning on his mountaintop retreat. The inhabitants of Hiroburu slept fitfully, gripped by irrational fear, even though the capital was a natural fortress, hidden thousands of feet above sea level in the hollowed-out crater of a long, dead supervolcano. Ringed by row after jagged row of foothill soldiers, dutifully guarding the countryside and access roads, the city's defenses were only breached by two topographical anomalies, a port on one side and Delator's mountain on the other. Since Delator's mountain was even more massive than the adjacent peaks, it was considered a stronghold, easy to defend. The port on the west side, however, was Kuur-built and had all the military disadvantages of a natural harbor. When Delator first moved to Hiraburu, the seaward side of the city was a sheer cliff, a sculpture carved by eons of pounding surf. After rising to power, Delator began a building spree to rival the Onu public works back in Tala. Foremost concerned about his own prosperity, Delator's first project was the creation of a new harbor to reduce the flow of goods through distant ports, so he could better watch and control the daily hustle. To construct Holland Bay, excavators regraded the westernmost 20% of the city to gradually slope it down to the sea, displacing a large portion of the city's population, who were left to fend for themselves. To protect the new port from the power of the sea, builders assembled massive breakwater walls from the shattered cliff and additional boulders hauled in from Gerwa, a nearby rock quarry. From the sky, the artificial barriers of the harbor looked like a child's drawing of a house. However, to discourage the waves from destroying the structure, the apex of the roof had been expertly set to point directly into the prevailing wind. So normally, waves rippled harmlessly down the outer slopes of the roof and around Holland Bay. To provide access to the port, the roof overhung each side wall to create calm water eaves, which sheltered the entrances. These north and south passages were big enough to accommodate huge ships, but, given the overall scale of the port, looked like miniature windows placed way too high up on the walls. To secure the harbor, Delator posted guards all along the barriers in absurdly large towers. Immediately inland from Holland Bay, two monumental structures greeted visitors and celebrated the success of Hiraburu, Cazador's Colosseum to the south and Valpri's Market to the north. Cazador kinfolk Cello, once a renowned hunter, won the coveted Colosseum dishonestly, and was now the most famous entertainer in all Kurland. While his Colosseum wasn't the first, it certainly was the largest and most brutal, housing all kinds of sport and entertainment. Valpri's Market, on the other hand, dominated the entire northwest corner of the city and was intentionally oversized to prove Valpri's was the greatest merchant in all of First Realm, not just Kurland. Valpri's loved that his market dwarfed Cazador's Colosseum and was so big that it made the Onu market back in Tala look like a lemonade stand. Valpri's named his market M3, which stood for My Mega Market, though he never told anyone this. Instead, whenever anyone asked about the name, Valpri's always made up a new tale, which helped spread mystique about the name, causing many inhabitants to talk about it in their spare time. He even bragged the name meant nothing, so he could jab at Cazador, who was clearly insecure, since Cazador had to have his moniker in the name of his Colosseum. PB's wayward journey over the city found him high above Cazador's Colosseum before he realized how far he'd strayed. But instead of turning back, he traveled past the Colosseum, out over the water to generally trace Holland Bay's southern seawall and roof. Given Delator's dark demands, the harbor was closed for the night, and there were no bright lights to aid his flight, or any errant vessels. Still, PB was able to easily follow the moonlit house silhouette of the port, and the foamy waves dissolving along its seawall rocks. As he reached the apex of the breakwater roof, PB turned left and headed straight out to sea and even greater darkness. Deep in thought, he lost track of time. When PB finally glanced back, he couldn't see any remnants of the city or the port, just a pinprick of light from Delator's mountain far in the distance. While breaking free of Delator's control felt liberating, flying solo out to sea at night suddenly seemed foolhardy. Peavy begrudgingly turned around and slipped into a surprisingly brisk tailwind, which drove him back to Holland Bay. When he reached the edge of the port, he swerved northward to complete his trace of the harbor outline. Hawk had leapt into the air as soon as Kroga began his mad dash to the sea. But since her initial flaps were slower than his first strides, she hadn't progressed much by the time Kroga dove over the cliff. Worse yet, when she was 4 feet above the ground, Hawk became engulfed in a dust cloud whipped up by her powerful wings, and struggled to stay airborne. After a few terrifying moments, she regained control, rose above the haze, and rushed over to Kroga's launch point. Plunging over the edge, Hawk quickly caught sight of the traveler and compared his rate of descent to the speed of the approaching sea. Confident she had plenty of time to catch up, she tempered her advance and counted to 3, then tucked her wings and accelerated to strike speed while focusing her attention on Kroga's shoulders. Just before impact, she thrust her talons forward and grabbed his thick pelt between the parachute straps. Contact made, she immediately reared back to bottom out their roller coaster ride before they could splash down into the sea. Wiggling in his loose skin, like badgers often do when they're fighting, Kroga joyfully slid deep within himself as Hawk fought their unseen foe, inertia. Hee-hee-haw! He roared merrily, pulling his feet up to keep them dry as Hawk purposely tried to scrape them across the surface of the sea. Hawk laughed at Kroga as she pulled up and started to put the water behind them. Having expertly retained her speed through the valley of their ride, she flew upward, preparing a special loop-de-loop for her rider. When she arrived at the perfect release point, she flung her head back and her feet forward, casting Kroga upwards so he could do a flip and land on her back to ride there for the rest of the trip to Hiraburu. Unfortunately, while Kroga performed an adequate backflip, he failed to stick the landing and tumbled past Hawk back down towards the water. Since Kroga's visual frame of reference was Hawk and not the sea, this escapade all seemed to take place in slow motion. From his perspective, he finished his backflip and opened his eyes to see that he was flying parallel to Hawk in proper formation, with her slightly below and behind his tail. He waited patiently as she deliberately stayed just beyond his grasp, slowly inching her way diagonally up and forward until the tip of her beak was directly below his dangling forelegs, rising until her neck almost touched his paws. As Kroga stretched out his forelegs and began to gently wrap them around Hawk's neck, a small bit of turbulence nudged him several yards away. In a comic effort to reconnect, Kroga started to doggy paddle as if air swimming could propel him back to his seat. At the same time, Hawk adjusted her course, doing all the real work to bring them back together. When she was once again within range, Kroga stopped paddling and lunged for the ridge of Hawk's shoulders, as if reaching for the edge of his favorite swimming pool. He grabbed hold with both paws and had almost pulled himself aboard when his left paw slipped, probably due to lingering dusty Putara residue from his takeoff. While he could have extended his claws into Hawk to stay on, he'd learned long ago that sinking his nails into his pilot was no way to treat a friend. Instead, he let his slipping paw completely disengage, which caused him to start flapping in the breeze. Not wanting to bring them both down, Kroga purposely released the grip of his remaining paw and pushed off slightly to create enough separation to float over Hawk without touching her back. As Hawk slid under him, Kroga watched her feathers rustling and pulled his legs up tight to his body when her majestic tail passed by, trying hard not to accidentally pluck out another feather like he'd done on a previous mission. In the gray moonlight, it was impossible for Kroga to make out the difference between the natural red streaks in Hawk's plumage and the single purple highlight Otego had sealed on her tail after Hawk made her final choice to join Team Onu. Kroga knew it was there, even if he couldn't see it in the midst of their current crisis. He appreciated what it stood for and the bond they shared. However, unlike Hawk, he carried no visible external mark of his allegiance to the Onu, since he often worked undercover in enemy territory. Just beyond the wake of Hawk's tail, Kroga flipped over slowly onto his back. Free-falling, with all four paws pointing upward, he watched helplessly as his best friend drifted away, and he succumbed to gravity. Having reached terminal velocity, Vortex began to prepare for her attack. Still diving headfirst with her arms against her sides, she rotated her wrists until her palms faced skyward, then slowly pivoted each hand in different directions, left up, right down, until each was at a 45-degree angle to her body. After 30 seconds, with her hands perfectly pitched to accelerate her rotation, Vortex was spinning so wildly it would have made anyone else sick. She, however, howled in delight. Hawk realized she'd have to act quickly, or Kroga was going to splash down, and she didn't want that. She knew all too well a waterlogged badger was a heavy badger. Turning all the way around by banking perilously close to perpendicular, Hawk drove herself back down towards her falling friend and the coastline. As she narrowed the gap, it became clear she'd have time to save him, but that if he didn't quickly flip over of his own accord, she wouldn't have time to turn him over herself to comfortably grab him by his scruff. A moment later, she made contact. "Ouch!" cried Kroga silently to himself as he closed his eyes and tried to block out the pain. Since his pelt was thinner on his chest than on his back where Hawk normally grabbed him, he felt skewered, but reasoned Hawk was doing her best, and that it was his own fault he'd fallen. "Sorry," winced Hawk softly, as she buried her talons deeper into Kroga and veered up to try to keep them from tumbling into the sea. "Tail!" she suddenly shouted. Kroga obediently curled up his tail to keep it from anchoring them in the water. As he turned his head sideways, he opened his eyes and saw they were inches above a battalion of whitecaps preparing to sacrifice themselves in their never-ending battle between land and sea. Gaining speed, Hawk zipped them over the pulverizing waves and beachhead, then pitched hard to the north to avoid smashing into the fast-approaching cliff. Straining against their angular momentum, Hawk's exertions were anything but smooth. Her flaps generated huge upsurges, followed by correspondingly dangerous dips. During this lumpy end to their roller coaster ride, Kroga watched the cliff bob up and down, getting precariously closer and closer. He impulsively held up his fists, ready to fight back, but just as the cliff face opened its mouth to devour them, Hawk pulled them through its teeth and lifted them clear before it could take a bite. While they were still over the shore, Kroga peered up into Hawk's left eye, which was easy for him to see since Hawk's head was still steeply tilted into the turn, helping guide them back safely out over the water. "That was fun," he smiled. Unaccustomed to flying around Holland Bay at night, PB was unprepared for the turbulence near the northern shore. As he crossed the coastline and flew over M3, updrafts from the market structures shot PB higher, causing him to temporarily lose control, which added to his mounting sense of failure. Flung high by the behemoth, PB despised the market's owner and wondered why the merchant held so much sway in Delator's inner circle, and he did not. PB chose to conveniently ignore that Valpris had spent untold years recruiting Kat, and more, to convince her to steal the sealed scroll, which all led to the opening of Desma and the rise of the Kuur. Lamenting his current position, PB began to relive the vital role he'd played early in the insurgents. Constantly studying Desma, he'd provided Delator with nuggets of truth the Kuur leader could twist and warp to stoke the rebellion. Delator had rewarded PB with special protection and affection, which bloated PB's self-worth and caused him to look down on other Kuur members. But after the destruction of Rosewood, PB had initially been afraid to venture into Himkala to study the reconstructed Desma recordings, and his usefulness had waned. Delator quickly lost interest in the owl and tossed him aside, causing PB's accomplishments to fade from the collective Kuur memory. Once PB cleared the market and began drifting over the neighboring residential areas, he glared down at the apartments and homes, confident none of the Kuur really knew him or had ever bothered to actually see him. Some thanks, after all I've done. For you, and for you, he repeated again and again, as he thrust his beak down at dwelling after dwelling. Why, oh why, can't you all show a little respect? The restless inhabitants, who couldn't hear the owl, didn't answer him, nor would they have if they could. PB cursed their indifference. Telios. Despondently riding the airwaves, PB took his time crossing the rest of the city and watched as the buildings grew sparser and nearly non-existent in the foothills close to Delator's private mountain. Climbing higher to clear the mansion, PB couldn't contain his self-pity any longer as he penetrated the outer perimeter of Delator's residence. Name someone that's found more truth for you to build your empire upon than me, quizzed the history teacher. Silence. Go ahead, name one. Silence. That's right, there are none, cried PB as he passed beyond the mansion and began the next portion of his prescribed figure 8 to protect Delator's precious no-fly zone. While he found it hard to acknowledge, PB knew he desperately needed a new, big win to regain Delator's favor. Adrenaline pumping, Hawk leveled out her flight and headed northward, further out to sea. Before she could calm down and find a comfortable current to ride, her passenger required service. Barrel roll, barked Kroga joyfully. Without waiting for Hawk to agree, Kroga started to torque within his skin, throwing them both sideways. He figured the move was safe at this point, and wanted to lighten the mood, not to mention get Hawk's talons out of his chest. Hawk let go of Kroga so he could roll over, then dipped slightly to grab his pelt across his shoulders. Want to try your backflip mount again? She offered, after she had him in tow. Up to you. How about you hang tight for now? Okay, fine by me. In the end, they flew all the way to Hiraburu in this position, the honey badger dangling like captured prey beneath the hawk. While it was comfortable for both of them, it wasn't as aerodynamic as having Kroga lie flat on Hawk's back. Vortex neared sea level and raised her arms above her head like she was going to dive into the water. But just before impact, she flipped her palms up parallel to the sea and performed a perfect handspring off the blackened surface instead of slicing through it. She lost a little bit of momentum, but the jubilant, salty spray was worth it. After she completed her round off, she stuck her toes in the water to begin building a tidal wave. While she was still several miles from shore, she wanted to make sure she gave the watery surge plenty of time to assemble. The rest of Kroga and Hawk's flight from Putara to Hiraburu was uneventful. While there was a storm brewing northwest of them, they both thought it seemed to be far out to sea and of no real concern. Unfortunately, the darkness made it impossible for them to see that Vortex was hiding beneath a thick blanket of clouds, already headed their way. The bay or the lake? Asked Hawk casually as they made their final approach to Hiraburu. While Hawk knew their original plan had been to drop Kroga in Holland Bay, a swirling breeze had just elbowed them off course. If followed by more turbulent relatives, Hawk deemed Lake Minu would be easier for Kroga to hit from this height, because the lake was larger than the bay. Neither, laughed Kroga. Having splashed down many times before in both locations, Kroga wasn't a huge fan of either water landing, not because of the danger, but because he preferred to stay dry. Hawk was mindful of this and acknowledged as much by quietly waiting for Kroga's real answer. Kroga recognized that skydiving into any body of water at night was crazy, but these were desperate times. After losing his favorite land routes into Hiraburu to the first and subsequent scorches, Kroga had turned to Hawk for help. With much practice and more than a few healing sessions, they figured out the best ways to take off, fly together, and land. At first, their aerial missions were straightforward. Hawk would drop Kroga just outside the city, and he'd quickly bury his chute upon landing, then secretly make his way into the rebel capital. Unfortunately, a few years into this approach, a Kuur warrior discovered one of Kroga's chutes before it had a chance to decompose. At around the same time, the war intensified and Delator made a push to oust the Onu and their followers from First Realm. Unable to accomplish this impossible feat, Delator feared his Toba would be punished, and the Onu would attempt to overthrow him instead. Desperate, Delator increased his defenses around Hiraburu and overfortified the foothills by the Great Eastern Plain, where he presumed the Onu would stage their attack, since that's where Kroga's chute had been found. To make it harder for invading Onu warriors to determine the exact location of his fortifications, Delator had forbidden the use of fires and lights out on the plain. Since honey badgers aren't meant for flying, especially at night, this made it difficult for Kroga to spot enemy forces as he sliced through the sky, especially since the wind normally made his eyes tear up. After careful consideration and reconnaissance, Kroga had decided it would be best to start landing in the water to avoid crashing down on a Kuur warrior he had failed to notice in the darkness. Should someone happen to see him splash down in the water, Kroga believed the onlooker would think he was just a jumping fish or some other wildlife activity. To perfect his water landing, Kroga and Hawk practiced several different tactics, including one where Hawk swooped down low, barely a few feet above the water, to release Kroga to skip and tumble across the surface like a thrown stone. This had the benefit of not requiring a parachute, but Kroga didn't like this method, not because he hated doing somersaults, but because it brought Hawk down into harm's way. Eventually, they settled on high-altitude releases to give Hawk time to begin her escape, even though this increased the risk Kroga might miss his target far below, and required a large body of water close to Hiraburu that could accommodate Kroga's imprecise plunges. Fortunately, there were two ready drop zones, Holland Bay and Lake Manu. Even now, both are relatively covert, safe places for him to land, due to their large size and lack of nighttime lighting. Given the danger of any water landing, Inspelair had enhanced Kroga's chute to make it easier for him to release it while in the water, or jettison just above impact. He could then slowly swim to shore, focused on the surrounding terrain and hidden guards, confident his well-designed chute would sink of its own accord, so he didn't have to waste time dragging it aground to bury. Lake Manu, Kroga finally said. Although he'd have a longer hike back to the city, and be closer to the troops teeming near the Great Eastern Plain, Kroga knew Hawk was right to be concerned about the strengthening wind. Gotcha. Manu it is, confirmed Hawk. Target set, Hawk made minor course adjustments, and quickly calculated the best drop point for Kroga given their current altitude, which happened to be 3 times higher than the expected flight of any enemy bird. While she assumed PB was flying somewhere below them, Hawk hadn't spotted him yet, and didn't realize he was slightly off to their left, finishing his tour of the darkened bay. Regardless, Hawk knew she'd have to drop Kroga momentarily, over the edge of the city, since they were traveling fast due to the strong prevailing wind. Almost there. 12 seconds. Okay, thanks for the lift. Any time. See you soon. Hawk finished her countdown silently. It wasn't that she was afraid Kroga was wrong about seeing her soon, or that she didn't have anything else to say. She simply always let Kroga have the last word before a drop. When time expired, Hawk quietly let go of the honey badger and turned southward to head back home to Tala. After she learned of his fate, Hawk tortured herself by often replaying the images of her dropped friend in her mind, wondering if she'd been a little faster, or a little slower, or maybe a little higher, or a little lower. She could have saved Kroga from disaster. "3 minutes before impact, Vortex joyfully extended her arms outward, like a figure skater to slower rotation, and stored the extra energy for release upon landfall. 2 minutes before impact, Vortex pulled her toes out of the water and began dancing across the surface of the sea, ahead of her well-built tidal wave, sure it would follow her lead. 1 minute before impact, Vortex pulled her arms back in and crossed them in front of her chest to resume spinning as fast as she could. Coming in from the northwest and using her inner eye to stay on course, Vortex hurdled the seawall and skipped across Holland Bay towards the docks in front of Cazador's Colosseum. Splintering all the vessels in her path, she lowered her hands to increase the damage and gather ammunition. Plowing up the ornamental bank, she pillaged the trees and vegetation as she added mud and stone to the salt water and other debris she was already carrying. Hands full, she kicked down the western wall of Cazador's Colosseum with her foot, so her trailing tsunami could submerge the space. Digging a ditch in the main field, Vortex hurled the rubble she was carrying as projectiles into the stands, freeing her hands for their next venture. At the eastern end of the Colosseum, Vortex hopped over the grandstands to romp through the city. Twirling in the streets, the equal opportunity destroyer upended homes and businesses. After cutting a wide path of carnage through half of the city, she tired a bit and dipped southward to skateboard along the crater rim of the capital until she reached the foothills adjoining Delator's mountain. Exhausted, Vortex reeled over the foothills and slipped into Lake Manu. Angrily out of steam, she tightened her fists around the final scraps in her hands, then flung the mess across the lake towards the eastern shore. Limping back up into the clouds above her, Vortex hadn't known, and wouldn't have cared, that Peebee and Kroga had been caught in her last clutch. Peebee heard Vortex before he'd seen her. Just above Delator's mansion, he turned to investigate and caught a fleeting glimpse of the storm. The frightened owl lightened his load, like startled birds often do mid-flight, narrowly missing the guards. Then Vortex swept him away. Spinning uncontrollably, Peebee quickly lost consciousness. Noise-deaf from the wind whistling past his ears, Kroga didn't hear Vortex coming. Free-falling almost all the way down, Kroga pulled his ripcord a few hundred yards above the western shore of Lake Manu so he could drift out over the lake during the final, slow moments of his descent. Kroga's chute woke from her slumber and slithered up into the air above his head. Detoxing from her confinement, she slipped at first and failed to unfurl, but quickly finding her footing, she snapped to attention. After the sudden tug of his chute, Kroga expected his hearing to return, and prepared himself to focus his attention on any faint sights and sounds that would help him detect Kuur locations below. Instead, the whistling in his ears turned to wailing, became louder, and then higher pitched. Confused, Kroga looked up at his chute to make sure she was still working, and realized the disturbance was behind him. But before he could turn around to check on the noise, Vortex snatched him out of the air and ripped the parachute off his back. Chapter 2. Wounded Warrior. 1,890 years before the Great Divide. Kroga the Ready closed his repair shop early, after lunch, to head to the market to gather supplies to fuel his passion. It was early winter, no colder than normal, with 2 feet of aging snow resting wearily on the Onu capital. The crusty snow had slowly amassed soot from the air, making large swaths of Tala look dingy and forlorn. Only 1 day removed from a major Kuur attack, The area around Malam's home was heavily trampled and spotted with frozen pools of blood, which sparkled red in the bright winter sun. Despite the apparent risk, the ironworker had his workshop door open to vent the fury of his forge. Since he hadn't bothered to clear the past few dustings of snow, nor the remnants of yesterday's attack, the escaping warmth of his fire created a pink, slushy mess on the threshold of his workshop. As the slurry came to life, it oozed through the doorway and created a damp semicircle on the wooden floor. Preoccupied with swords and armaments, Malam neglected his untidy workshop entrance and the success or failure of the watery invasion. Instead, he stared intently at the fire, its yellowish-orange glow revealing that it still wasn't hot enough. Placing his boot on the bellows, Malam stomped his foot until sweat streamed over his face and plunged off his chin and nose, splashing down with small hisses on the stone hearth. Embers slipped away from the blade as the fire grew, exposing an edge that had just turned red. Malam stopped pumping and knelt to turn the sword over with his tongs. Even though the heat pierced his thick leather gloves and singed his hands, Malam didn't acknowledge the pain. Instead, he jumped back up and grabbed his favorite poker, which happened to be hockey stick shaped, and shot the disheveled coals back up and over the top of the sword. Once the blade was completely covered, Malam adjusted his grip on the poker and held it like a walking stick. Placing its tip on the floor for balance, Malam began pumping the bellows again, rocking back and forth to the swoosh, swoosh, swoosh of the chamber's breathing. He lowered his chin to his chest to let the sweat pour more freely. The moisture, however, simply soaked into his well-worn leather apron and momentarily darkened the salt stains that plagued the garment. The stench of disinfectants and ointments vied for attention in the care center room. Originally designed as a large private oasis, but now frequently crammed full of patients, the room only offered refuge to a single, solitary soul today. While many would have viewed this isolation as a blessing, the battered novice guard within did not. When Warrior found out injured inhabitants were lining the hallways outside of his room, he asked the nurses to let them in, since he, like all true warriors, lived to serve and protect. Well known for fiercely defending those who needed help, as opposed to fighting solely to conquer or humiliate, Warrior proudly served in the guard, and was happy to go wherever Prince Telios ordered. However, whether he liked it or not, the injured guard was best known for being a close friend and protege of Asa the Knight. For eons, Asa the Knight lived and worked as Asa the Cook, an Onu spy in Delator's inner circle. When Warrior first befriended Asa, he did so for personal, not political reasons. However, when the cook informed Warrior he was leaving to help build a new Kuur capital in Hiraburu, Warrior sensed he had to choose. After a restless night, Warrior decided to stay in Tala, but never gave up on Asa. Quite the contrary, he endeavored to stay in contact with his friend, but sadly, after a while, his messages didn't seem to get through, and he quit receiving responses. Years later, after Kroga rescued the cook, Warrior reconnected with his friend and left his own guild to serve with Asa the Knight in the army. Unfortunately, early this morning, Warrior had been seriously injured when insurgents tried to breach Mkala, the room housing restored Desma recordings in the public library. Despite the war, most places in Onu land, including the public library, were open to all First Realm inhabitants, including the Kuur. While this seemed strange to many, the Onu maintained that by allowing dissidents relatively free access to family and friends, some might decide to leave the rebellion. For safety, the Onu could have blocked the border and disarmed the rebels before they entered, or had them escorted by warriors. But they chose not to impose any of these restrictions on the Kuur, hoping their show of respect would encourage them to return home. Although this openness put some inhabitants at risk, the Onu always protected their followers by limiting the harm that came to them. When insurgents took advantage of this freedom and entered Onu land, they usually tried to blend in by wearing old clothes without Kuur badging. This seemed like a reasonable tactic to them, since they couldn't fake Odugo's purple seals, and their current Kuur clothing, which sported huge orange armbands, would have easily given them away. But at this point in the conflict, their lack of Odugo seals screamed Kuur, which made it easy for any attentive Onu to spot them. Today, the Himkala attackers followed a similar approach. Attired in ragged clothing and winter overcoats, Herder and his squad split up before they reached the border and traveled to Tala individually, trying to garner less attention. Each rendezvoused with their respective cells at unique locations in the capital, before taking 4 different routes to the public library. Accessing the building via separate entrances, each cell made its way to the muster point, the last window overlooking the Desma Remembrance Garden, directly next to the hallway which led to Himkala. Impeccably timed, all the cells arrived within a few seconds of each other. Herder, once a frightened baker who'd failed the Kuur of entrance 5 times, had obviously drilled his troops well on their travel logistics, if not their actual final attack. After they were assembled, the entire squad pulled hidden daggers from beneath their cloaks, let out their typical Kuur war cries, and stormed down the hallway towards Warrior and Tror, the other Himkala guard on duty. Unsurprisingly, their screams alerted the guards to their malicious intent, and the shape of the hallway funneled them into Warrior and Tror, so the two never had to fight the entire squad all at once. Warrior and Tror didn't have to stand alone for long. As the distinctive chime of Onu swords rang forth, nearby warriors swiftly joined the guards to subdue the rebels. Not inclined to hold inhabitants against their will, Telios commanded the warriors to escort Herder and his squad of 12 back across the border and set them free. While the goal of the baker's dozen had been to wound those studying Desma and Himkala and cut off as many clan badges as possible to prove their prowess, they went home empty-handed. In the aftermath of the skirmish, it was clear Warrior had endured the worst of the attack, sustaining deep lacerations, severe bruising, internal bleeding, and 3 broken bones, one of which was shattered. If left to a natural recovery, he would have remained incapacitated for several months. Alone in his care center room, with the curtains closed and the lights off, Warrior was napping when the appearance of a visitor woke him, but did not startle him. The caller was none other than Prince Telios. Since Warrior knew Telios visited the sick and injured in the Tala Care Center every day, he wasn't surprised the Prince had stopped in to see him. The novice guard was unaware, however, that Telios visited all the care centers in the realm daily, including those in Kurland, though he often hid his presence when he was in enemy territory. Telios slipped through the entrance and quickly closed the door behind him to dampen the hallway noise, then wove his way through the room, sidestepping the multiple empty beds to reach warriors. Upon arrival, he placed one hand on the guardrail and one hand on the guard, then looked deep into Warrior's eyes to see if he'd been hurt where it mattered most. Finding Warrior's Olmec unharmed, the ultimate healer turned his attention to Warrior's physical wounds and whispered his blessing. Peace was all he said. The murmuring care devices stepped aside, falling silent to honor Telios and the beginning of the true healing process. Warrior closed his eyes and fought back tears, not because he was embarrassed, but because, well, he didn't know exactly why. This was his first trip to the care center as a wartime casualty, and he wasn't sure how he was supposed to act or respond. Warrior didn't keep track of the time, or notice how much of it had passed. Instead, he simply basked in the silent stillness until Telios spoke again. "I'll be back tomorrow," the prince announced. "Okay, I'll see you then," whispered Warrior. "I can't wait to get out of here." "Soon," assured the prince, with a light squeeze on Warrior's arm, not as a platitude, but as a promise. As he turned to leave, Telios ushered tiredness back into the room to help Warrior sleep, and the care devices purred back to life. By the time Telios had worked his way through the maze of beds, Warrior had already dozed off again. When Telios opened the door to leave, the chaotic hallway clamor was unable to reach or stir Warrior. Extract from Unsealed Dachshund Royal Recording 122C-4HP-8F44-180-747-60K1CCE-B657-146-33A-6DC. The attacks on the public library are getting worse. I'm going to deploy more warriors in and around Himkala, explained Telios. The king nodded his agreement, then stated the obvious. Delator believes he can suppress the truth by tormenting those who study Desma. Yes, he does. Though his assaults go well beyond the library. He wants to make life miserable for all who seek us, added Otigo. Otec clenched his teeth, the muscles along his jawbone rippling under his skin. After a deep sigh, he voiced his frustration. On many occasions, I've offered to provide copies of Desma and other recordings to inhabitants living in Kurland, but Delator has always adamantly refused. He's trying to create an environment where truth will be hard to discern. At least there are a few recordings still hidden in the north he hasn't discovered yet. Ironic, isn't it? Many of those were stolen from Imkala by inhabitants who didn't want to check them out, lest their interest or that of a loved one in Kurland be revealed. Yes, it is. The number of such scrolls is small, but not zero, observed Otigo the Seer. May those recordings bear fruit, and those studying them return to us one day, blessed the king. Otec turned his attention back to this morning's attack. How's Warrior doing? He'll be fine in a couple of days. They've got him in a private room, as if he's someone important, chuckled Telios. He's going to hate that when he's fully awake and realizes what's going on. Yes, indeed. The nurses don't seem to comprehend that the warriors aren't any more important than other injured inhabitants. That's true, a few don't. But I think they're simply grateful for the practical, day-to-day help the warriors provide, and are trying to thank them in their own way. Still, we all know some doubt our protection. They believe the warriors keep them safe, and strive to rush them back into action. That's easy to understand, given the countless number of attacks going on throughout the realm, not just here in Tala. It's getting harder for the nurses, and all the Onu to endure the constant confrontation and pain. Otec Plas recognized this, but he wasn't ready to give up on Delator and his followers. Just a little while longer. I want to give the Kuur more time to change sides before the Great Divide. After Telios stepped outside Warrior's room and closed the door, he walked down the hallway in no great rush. Most of the nurses barely noticed him, not because they were ill-mannered, but because the prince was such a common visitor these days. He nodded to those who acknowledged his presence, and spoke briefly to a few who sought his advice. Otherwise, his amble through the teeming hallways was not unlike most other days. Passing gurney after gurney, Telios let his fingers glide along the blood-stained sheets to bless the injured on his way out, having previously done so on his way in. As he cleared the last need and turned into the main lobby, a shout broke his concentration. "Telios!" roared Visvasa from the other side of the atrium. The expert nurse had just come through the front door and was already storming across the crowded room, her rubbery boots sloshing and squeaking as she stomped. Visvasa had been the one to confirm the miraculous healing of Valpries after he gravely injured himself trying to open a stolen sealed scroll. However, Visvasa never conceded that the merchant's healing had come from Telios. Telios smiled at his aggressor and calmly waited for her to reach him. He knew the expert nurse was an inflexible Kuur supporter, and that she was no longer even willing to reconsider her position. "When are you going to end this?" demanded Visvasa, huffing into place. "Why, hello, Visvasa. What can I do for you?" replied Telios. "Empty this place so my life can get back to normal," insisted Visvasa, more worried about her own comfort than the peace of those she was supposed to serve. "It's nice to hear you believe I can heal them all," suggested Telios. "Oh no, that's not what I meant at all," shouted the frustrated caregiver. Visvasa stomped her feet as if marching in place, then angrily moved aside for a wheelchair-bound patient. Once the inconvenience had passed by, Visvasa stepped back up into Telios' face, her lunchtime garlic breath overpowering. "I meant, stop this silly second-realm madness." Telios recognized now wasn't the time, nor the place, to have a meaningful conversation with Visvasa about any serious matter. While he often spent countless hours in the care center nurturing relationships, Visvasa had never taken advantage of this opportunity. Telios let Visvasa ramble on, accusing him of many unthinkable acts. During her attack, the expert nurse didn't notice no one else reacted to her screaming, or even looked her way. She was oblivious to the fact that Telios had graciously cocooned her into an unseen space, so she wouldn't be embarrassed by her behavior later. When she finally wore herself out, Telios dropped the defense. "Interesting, Visvasa. I'll take that into account." Telios had no hint of sarcasm in his voice, and was absolutely sincere. He would spend countless hours mulling over Visvasa's points, wondering how he could ever convince her, and others like her, that they weren't seeing clearly. But the expert nurse heard Telios' comments as a backhanded brush-off. "Well then, fine. Just go ahead and leave. No need to insult me," recoiled Visvasa, as she dismissively waved her hand and turned to go. Telios stood still, waiting, just in case the expert nurse decided to turn and take another parting shot. After Visvasa had retreated down the hallway out of sight, Telios crossed the lobby and left to go see Malum. Extract from Unsealed Dachshund Royal Recording 14E-14566-28E-681-1E3-2091. Otec and Otigo were seated at the center table, quietly talking in the council chamber when Telios appeared next to them, standing in a puddle of water, drying his hair with a towel. "Sorry I'm late. I've been water wrangling." "We know. We enjoyed watching you create Calum today," smiled Otigo. "A great new addition to the Divide clan," proclaimed Otec. "Thanks," beamed Telios, as he walked around the table to take his seat. As Telios passed Otigo, he gave him a grateful pat on the back. Acknowledging his own creative efforts required the power of all the Onu. When he reached the edge of his bench, Telios sat down with his back to the table. "Yee-haw!" thundered Telios in classic cattle wrangler fashion, as he raised his legs up and spun around on the bench to face the table. Towel in hand, the prince slid over to the center of the black walnut bench, then neatly draped the wet cloth over the slab beside him to dry. After he turned his attention to his father, the king opened the council meeting. "Before we begin, let's pause to savor the goodness of what's been created today," suggested Otec. Telios leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to see Second Realm as it existed earlier today. Then Otigo and Otec closed their eyes to join him. Together, they relived the prince's creation of Calum to help tame Second Realm's unbridled water. An hour or so into their adventure, Otigo broke the silence. "She's beautiful. A great expanse." "Yes, indeed. A worthy vault," affirmed the king. "Thanks," whispered Telios humbly. While the Onu had been reliving the Second Realm day, Cat remained steadfastly at the recording station directly behind Telios, waiting for them to complete their journey. During their voyage, the Onu sat perfectly still, in statue-like poses, and Cat had no idea what they were seeing or doing. This wasn't the first time the Onu had slipped away from her presence during a council meeting, and it wouldn't be the last. Cat wasn't troubled by their absence, nor that she'd had little to chronicle during the past hour. She was merely curious about what they'd been experiencing, and longed to better understand the truth. Otec Plas saw Cat's eagerness, and the unique opportunity this moment afforded. Tilting his head to the right, and leaning slightly in the same direction, he looked beyond Telios, and watched Cat log their return in her scroll. Otec recognized Cat's longing, but was mindful that she'd never interrupt their meeting to ask her questions. And so, he did it for her. When Cat heard her inquiry on Otec's lips, she knew the king had asked on her behalf. "Telios, how'd you do it?" he asked, still looking past the prince, at Cat. Telios followed the king's gaze, and immediately grasped the intent of his question. As if unable to do justice to the telling from his seated position, Telios spun off his bench and stood up to face the king. "Well, after swimming in the darkness for several hours, sometimes floating, sometimes frolicking, I began my long ascent back up to the surface." Telios stepped up onto his bench, stretched his arms over his head, and began doing a breaststroke in the air, as if striving to swim up to the chamber ceiling. After a few strokes, he relaxed and let his arms dangle in the air at shoulder height, like he'd done earlier back in the depths of Second Realm. It was a perfect reenactment. His arms really looked like they were floating and swaying in water. Rising up on his toes, Telios tilted his head back and squinted at the third rafter from the center of the ceiling, as if it hid some treasure he was trying to find. "And then I saw it," announced the prince. "The first speck of light piercing the darkness. As I sailed up next to the tiny intruder, she twinkled with delight at having been seen." Telios slowly lowered his head, as if watching the particle descend from the ceiling down to his eye level. Extending his arm, he gently closed his hand around the invisible speck. Lowering his fist towards Otec, he smiled and turned it over, then carefully opened his fingers to reveal his prize. When he did so, all the chamber lights went out, and the only illumination in the room was the single dot dancing in the palm of Telios' hand. As we continued our ascent, we were gradually joined by more flecks of light bobbing, weaving and drifting, each finding its own way to whisper, "There's more to come." Telios tenderly set aside the first particle, which he'd been cradling in his right palm, so it could join the others. While Telios described the scene, it unfolded in magnificent detail, as if the chamber itself was now in the very depths of Second Realm. Cat could even feel the weight and coolness of the water engulfing her. Periodically, small wisps of her hair floated into her view, then drifted away as she paralleled Telios' journey upward. Swimming up from the depths in Second Realm is nothing like doing so here. Here, in First Realm, I can quickly tell where the light is coming from, since the sun is a concentrated source. There in Second Realm, since the light hasn't been gathered yet, it's still spread out and evenly covers the whole surface of the water. Dimly at first, but with increasing intensity, I could see this shimmering blanket as I rose from the depths. Responding to the prince's account, the entire ceiling began to sparkle and cast light throughout the chamber. As Telios explained what he was seeing, this illumination grew brighter, as if being turned on by a dimmer switch. When Telios neared the surface of his telling, the light in the chamber became so intense Cat had to squint and then close her eyes. With the glare tearing painfully through her eyelids, Cat put her hands up over her face to provide extra shielding. As the pain diminished, she was relieved to find that she could now see Telios once again, but due to the brightness of the room, she had to keep her hands up and eyes shut. Cat laughed as the prince sprang up onto the table from his bench to get higher, preparing to breach the surface of the water. As I neared the surface, the water thinned and the light took over, turning some of the water to vapor. Cat now felt like she was suspended in mist instead of swimming in water. When I finally broke up into the full light, I drank in its warmth for a long time, reflecting upon the Divide clan and their many important roles in our kingdom. While Telios talked about the warmth of Second Realm light, he physically rose above the tabletop and drifted up towards the ceiling. As he neared the midpoint between the table and the ceiling, the chamber, still bathed in light, grew excessively hot. Overcome by the oppressive heat, Cat worried she'd have to run out of the room and miss the rest of the telling. Unaware of the Divide clan, Cat wasn't yet familiar with the role each creature played to safeguard life, but she could easily tell a climax in the story was about to take place. And well, it seemed like it was time to introduce a Divide to Second Realm, so I dove back down into the water, all the way down to the point where the light had first struggled to pierce the darkness. To emphasize his descent, Telios plunged rapidly towards the table. At the last possible instant, he twisted and contorted like a dolphin to dip and roll past the tabletop, then swooped up to scrub off his speed. Extending his feet, he smoothly stepped down onto the floor between the table and the recording station. By the time the prince had touched down, the room was pitch black again and quite cold, like all the depths of Second Realm. Grateful for the sudden relief from the sweltering heat, Cat shivered and opened her eyes, but couldn't see anything in the utter darkness. Calmly, she reached out with her other senses and realized she could hear Telios breathing deeply. He was now very near her, only a few feet away. His breathing didn't sound labored or rushed, just determined, a clear sign something was about to happen. Since his reenactment was for Cat, not Otec or Odigo, Telios opened Cat's eyes so she could see him, letting her glimpse the darkness the way the Onu do. He took another step closer to her and stared deep into her Olmec, watching as the spark of wonder turned into a blaze. There, in the darkness, I raised my hands and... As Telios lifted his hands to demonstrate, he transported Cat back through time and space to the depths of Second Realm and allowed her to see and experience the actual event. Spoke Calum into existence. Awestruck, Cat watched as the breath wave of Telios' decree rippled through the water. Back in First Realm, when someone blew their breath out underwater, bubbles formed, which all quickly raced up to the surface. Here, Telios' breath was nothing like that. Instead, it seemed to come alive. It pierced out horizontally and began to swirl, not in a thick eddy, but as a paper-thin sheet of glass. Cat reached out to touch the pane with the same boldness she always used to encounter life, but she hesitated, uncertain she could, or should, contact baby Calum. In the end, she withdrew her hand, since it seemed like even the slightest touch might shatter the young Divide. As Calum continued to spin, she grew wider and wider, like pizza dough being tossed by hand, but instead of getting thinner like dough does, she got thicker, much thicker. After a few moments, Calum's whirling began to slow, as if the increased girth was weighing her down. Soon, her rotation completely stopped, as did her growth. While Cat was unable to judge Calum's mass without an appropriate frame of reference, she guessed Calum was now about as big as the green in First Realm. Unsure if this was all there was, Cat peered intently at Calum, waiting, and wanting more. More of what she didn't know, but for some reason, Cat suspected this couldn't possibly be the end. Unwilling to miss any of Caleb's transformation, she stared intently at the divide. Having no sense of time, Cat was never able to say how long she watched and waited with Telios. And then Caleb began to squirm, slowly at first, then faster and faster, wildly expanding in all directions. She grew thicker and higher, and seemed to ebb and flow back and forth, like she was just beginning to realize she could breathe and was alive. Soon, Cat couldn't see water or light, only Caleb. She wasn't sure if the divide had grown down over them and consumed them, or if she and Telios had floated up into the creature. Either way, it didn't really matter. Being inside Caleb wasn't scary. It was peaceful. While Cat was trying to decide what else it felt like and what it could possibly mean, Telios spoke. Caleb, I charge you with the separation of the waters above from the waters below. May you be a safe expanse, a great vault for all the vapors. Manage this vital space so life can flourish. Instantly, Cat heard a rumbling, thunderous noise, and knew Caleb had accepted the prince's charge. After Caleb's roar subsided, Telios raised his hands, palms up, lifting Caleb to assist her with her first separating task. When the prince's arms were fully extended, the scene went blurry, and Cat found herself sitting back at the recording station, staring up into Telios' shining eyes, his hands now firmly gripping the desk, as if resting his case. With a deep and hearty laugh, Telios turned around and went back to sit down at the table. As he walked away, Cat looked over at King Otec. She bowed her head slightly and mouthed, "Thank you." The king had never taken his eyes off Cat during the telling. His smile, and a small tear in the corner of his eye, radiated immense satisfaction with Cat and Caleb. While Cat hadn't been present at the original moment of Caleb's birth, the creation of Second Realm Sky, this awe-inspiring council meeting replay would have a lasting impact on her perception of all the divides. Although the Talem market bustled with residents stocking up for the long weekend, the candlemaker's booth near the main entrance, a prime corner location for sure, hadn't entertained a single customer all day. Even the flames of her scented candles, which flickered in the breeze of the passing patrons, couldn't garner a second look or sniff, despite their fragrant dancing. Nevertheless, a female dog from Skipperkey kept watch from atop a pyramid of boxes in the middle of the booth. With ears cupped like radars to catch even the faintest of whispers, she scanned the crowd for interest and quietly begged everyone to linger. Directly behind the dog, a black velvet theater curtain concealed a chaotic collection of unsold merchandise stuffed into bags, boxes, crates, and barrels, as well as stacked on teetering, mismatched shelving. The same black velvet covered every surface of the booth, a judicious use of the scraps left over from the shearing of the curtain to fit the modest width of the stall. The black material and the fur of the dog matched so perfectly that the canine would have been impossible to perceive if it hadn't been for a spotlight suspended above her, which backlit the animal and made the edges of her fur shimmer with a hint of sapphire. In front of the dog, a narrow passageway surrounded the base of her pyramid. In several places, the corridor was so narrow that when the small canine scampered through it, she simultaneously scraped her ribs against the pyramid on one side and an array of boxes sticking out from under the countertops on the other. The protruding boxes served two important purposes: hiding places for more candles and canine steps up to the counter. The placement of the boxes made it possible for the dog to dash down from the top of her pyramid, dart through the passageway, then spring up on the boxes to place her paws on the counter in front of any patron, no matter where they happened to be standing. While this sounds rather straightforward, it was really quite an accomplishment for the dog, since every surface in the stall was littered with candles, including the pyramid, the passageway, and the steps leading up to the counter. This clutter forced the canine to comically bound through the candlemaker's merchandise using hard-to-hit, paw-sized openings wherever she went. While the dog hadn't descended from her pyramid to greet anyone today, she faithfully tried to make eye contact with every approaching inhabitant, hoping one would cast her a bone of attention. During a temporary lull in the flow of patrons, thanks to a lumbering elephant in the aisle, the dog spotted Kroga far off to her right at a dried fruit stand. Even though Kroga was still 50 yards away, and clearly not done with his transaction, the dog jumped up on her cushion and excitedly ran around in 3 quick circles as she frantically wagged her tail in anticipation. Kroga was one of the candlemaker's best clients, and the canine was confident he'd swing by. After what seemed like an eternity, the honey badger thanked the distant merchant and stacked his acquired goods on his flatbed cart. Gently shaking the towering items to make sure they were secure, Kroga found only one that needed minor adjustment. Article stowed, Kroga began to push his cart onward, away from the candlemaker's booth, which caused the canine to plop back down on her cushion. But just as the dog began to sink into despair, Kroga glanced over his shoulder in her general direction, and she sprang back to life, barking earnestly. Kroga heard her cries over the din of the crowd and decided to go see her. Before he could take even a single step towards the candlemaker, the dog skied down her pyramid, scurried through the passageway, and vaulted up the boxes in the corner of the stall, her tail wagging wildly. When Kroga finally pulled his cart into the intersection next to the candlemaker's booth, the brazen dog soared all the way up onto the countertop, raced to its edge, and thrust her head out into the busy space to greet him. As soon as Kroga could reach the canine, he stopped. Using both of his paws, Kroga vigorously rubbed the dog's ears and spoke all the right canine greetings, which the creature returned in kind. With pedestrians piling up all around him, Kroga patted the dog's head one last time and pulled his cart out of the intersection. He then worked his way over to the main countertop, halting directly in front of the shopkeeper, who'd already positioned herself there long before the wheels of Kroga's cart stopped turning. "Hello, Kroga," barked the furry candlemaker. Before Kroga could reply, a bounding kangaroo with curiously short forelegs and remarkably large hopper feet lost control of his cart and crashed into the rear end of Kroga's flatbed. Kroga's cart slammed into his left leg, which bent awkwardly, tearing the ligaments on the inside of his left knee. Kroga winced in pain and reached down to rub the joint, as if doing so would make the discomfort go away. Since he wasn't a healer, his massage didn't really do much good. "Whoa! Sorry about that," blubbered the self-conscious kangaroo, responsible for the accident. The roo then quickly rambled on, not even giving the honey badger a chance to look up. "It's sometimes hard for me to control my cart," apologized Kasunik once again, this time waving his short forelegs in the air. He bowed, as if emphasizing his remorse, then grabbed the handle of his cart and pulled it back a couple of feet. After disengaging his battering ram, he inched by Kroga, careful not to inflict any more damage. When he was directly next to the honey badger, he pursued the consequences of his actions. "Are you okay?" worried Kasunik. Kroga stood up, leaning crookedly with most of his weight on his good leg. Yeah, sure. Happens to all of us at some point. No big deal," stammered Kroga as he clutched his cart tightly with one paw and placed the other on his hip to keep from reaching down to rub his knee again. "Good. In that case, I'll be on my way," cheered the kangaroo, happy to hear he hadn't critically injured the honey badger. Kroga waited until Kasunik was out of earshot before saying anything else. He wasn't waiting to privately bash his attacker, he just needed time to regain his composure before he could swing his attention back to the candlemaker. "So, where were we? Oh yes, good afternoon, Ash. And how are you today?" grimaced Kroga. Struggling to overcome the agony in his leg, Kroga's greeting lacked its normal sincerity, which Ash chose to ignore. "Great, never better. Though I can't say the same for you." winked the small black dog as she glanced down at Kroga's now swelling knee. Would you like me to fetch you some ice? No thanks, I'll be okay, waved Kroga with his free paw as he leaned harder on his cart handle to reduce the need for his left leg to do any stabilizing. Are you sure? I'd be happy to, persisted Ash. Shifting his weight to test his injured knee, Kroga flinched in pain. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he hopped over to the counter on his good right leg. Once there, he placed both of his paws on the table in a stance that mimicked Ash's posture, a sign of belonging, something close friends often do without even thinking. As Kroga looked into the dog's accepting eyes, a peace began to settle over him, and the crowd noise seemed to fade away. He reconsidered her proposal and the rest of the work he had planned for the day. No, really, I'll be fine. But thanks for the offer. I'll swing by the care center on my way home, and that'll be that. Little did Kroga realize that his knee would become a great source of aggravation for him in the future. Ash, sensing Kroga's pain was much worse than he was admitting, paused briefly, unsure if she should show off her new candles or send Kroga on his way to get healed. She tilted her head slightly to the right as she weighed her decision, but before she could decide, Kroga put on a brave face and intoned his way into their normal routine. I've come from afar, seeking treasure, not gold. You have what I want, or so I've been told. You bet I do, pounced Ash, excited by Kroga's interest in her work. Check these out. I've got some sparkly ones over here. They're my new favorites, she said, pointing with her nose towards some twinkling candles off to her left and springing over to them without waiting for Kroga's response. When Kroga didn't budge, Ash sailed back to her right, past him, to two towering, ship-shaped candles. Or how about one of these, guaranteed to last for a month's worth of full-length baths? And I know you just love to soak. Actually, Ash knew Kroga hated the water, but she couldn't help herself. She simply wanted to share her new inventions with her friend. Impressive, spied Kroga from afar. Since the honey badger didn't move over to join her, Ash seized one of the boats in her mouth and hauled it back to Kroga, docking it directly in front of him on the table. After straightening its berth with a slight nudge of her nose, she looked up at Kroga, a proud twinkle in her eye. Fun fact, the boat's main wick can consume the entire mast, burn a hole in the center of the hull, and the ship will keep right on floating. Really? Absolutely. Fun to watch. I've seen it happen many times. Envisioned Kroga as he scratched his chin. Well practiced at analyzing Ash's creations and suggesting possible improvements, he asked, for even more pizzazz, did you consider putting a sail on it? In front of the flame to see if the heat would propel it? Funny you should mention that, fidgeted Ash. I did. And, well, it didn't really go as I had planned. Do tell, implored Kroga. Well, it kind of just sat there, not really moving. And, truthfully, always. The flame set the sail on fire. Kroga didn't know whether to laugh or look concerned. Since Ash was clearly standing before him now, and she didn't look the worse for wear, Kroga decided to laugh. After the first chuckle, the merriment of the image overcame him, and he began to rumble heartily, which helped take his mind off his aching knee. Now, chastised Ash, straining to look disgruntled. But her expression revealed that she, too, thought it was pretty funny. She licked her lips several times with her scarlet gray tongue, struggling hard not to laugh. Seriously now, it made a huge mess, she pouted. When Ash saw her protestations only made Kroga laugh harder, she gave up and howled along with him. After she calmed down, she shook her head as if trying to clear away a recent nightmare. Trust me, that's not something you really want sailing over your lap in the tub. I can imagine, smiled Kroga. Ash doubted the boat would be launching today, so she picked it up and restored it to its proper port. As she skipped back to Kroga, Ash glanced at Kroga's not quite full cart and figured he still had several more stops to go. Since Kroga hated shopping, he seldom left any empty space on his cart when he ventured into the market to restock his supplies. "So, what'll it be today?" she asked, getting down to real business, so Kroga could get on his way. "A gross." "Lanterns?" asked Ash, though she knew the answer. "Yes, please," replied Kroga. While Kroga had purchased tons, literally, of Ash's candles, he only bought her famous lanterns. Scented or boring? "Boring, of course," clarified the honey badger, crinkling his nose. "Your floral ones are still way too strong for my taste." I know, but a dog can try. Boring it is." "How long?" "2 weekers, if you have 'em," answered Kroga, using Ash's preferred measure of burn time duration, instead of a novice's view of a candle's width or length. "No problem. I've got plenty of them set aside for you, round back," glowed Ash before she darted behind the curtain to retrieve Kroga's order. While Ash's lanterns often sold out, she always kept a stash of at least 144 on hand, Kroga's normal request, so she'd be ready to meet his need whenever he came by. Ash's lantern candles were legendary. Originally crafted for Kroga, they were now popular among many inhabitants and her best seller. Long ago, Kroga had asked Ash if she would modify one of her long-burning candles to use clear-as-glass wax so they'd cast more light. Loving the challenge, Ash came up with her first solution in less than a week. When she proudly revealed her invention to Kroga, he lit it and walked around in circles in front of her booth, holding the light chest high. As he paced, he periodically put his paw up in front of the candle to shield the flame from the breeze he was creating. When he dropped his paw and the flame nearly went out, he slowed down to a crawl, or put his paw back up. After 5 or 6 circuits, he stepped back up to her booth, blew out the flame, and shared his concern. "I need to have one paw free. Can you offset the wick? Maybe making the wax thicker on one side so it melts slower? That might create a partial globe to protect the flame." This small request turned out to be much trickier to achieve than the perfectly clear wax. Ash experimented with many different wicks, wick placements, and varied wax consistencies within a single candle until she produced one that could stand tall on one side to shield the flame, but still consume almost all the wax without waste. It took her 4 months and multiple attempts before Ash had a candle that fully met Kroga's needs. She never asked the honey badger what he did with all her candles, and he never told her. Ash never guessed Kroga, the traveler, burned most of her candles underground as his only light, helping lost Kuur return home to the Onu. Nowadays, Kroga seldom rescued anyone during winter. Instead, he used the cold months to survey, adjust, and restock his subterranean complexes in the hope that he'd get to use them in the spring. While there was no single direct passage under Kurland to Onuland, Kroga had spent eons surveying the disparate cave systems, linking and unlinking the thousands of natural spaces via the connector tunnels he dug, or destroyed, to make sure he never took the same rescue path more than once. When underground, Kroga often lost track of time, but never progress. Well gifted with an acute sense of location, direction, and mapping, the honey badger always knew exactly where he was, and where the important landmarks were above him up on the surface. Forever cautious, he took time to see every passage, nook, and cranny he encountered, so he could recall and exploit them later. While he didn't savor the incredible amount of time this took, nor the endless hours of being alone, he felt his preparation was worth it, even if it only helped to save one more inhabitant. Over the centuries, as the stream of homecoming Kuur thinned to a trickle and then a drop, Kroga remained optimistic and prepared for his small part in anyone's return. Before Ash reappeared from behind the velvet curtain, Kroga double-checked the list of supplies he still needed to gather. Although there were still 10 items not yet crossed off, he decided they could wait until tomorrow, so he could get his knee healed today. With 3 cleaners out sick, Cambrock the sweeper, normally a night shift worker, had come to the Tala market in the afternoon to help vanquish the slippery floors. "I can't keep up," mumbled the squirrel to himself. He wasn't so much complaining as merely noting the truth of the situation. Working quickly in the gap between 2 groups of passing patrons, the sweeper pushed the next puddle of melted snow over to his big bucket on wheels. Dropping his squeegee to the ground, Cambrock pounced on its blade, crushing the rubber against the floor to dam the water in place. Twitching his feathery tail, not for balance or to signal danger, but just for fun, Cambrock stretched out his foreleg to grab the mop out of his yellow bucket. Holding the mop in front of him, Cambrock swayed side to side and sopped up most of the water trapped in front of his squeegee. He then placed the mop back in the bucket wringer to lighten its load. Hopping off his squeegee, he nimbly kicked it out of the way and used the mop to wipe up the residue where it had been resting. Setting the mop back down in the bucket, Cambrock leapt to his nearby cart. Snatching a mat, he hauled it back to where the deceased puddle had been and unrolled it across the damp floor. "I doubt this will help much," he forecast. No matter how many mats Cambrock placed, it seemed like shoppers didn't know how to use them. Instead of stopping when they entered the market to stomp and wipe their feet, most kept right on walking and let the slush ooze off their boots later as it warmed in the market air. Cambrock repositioned the mat, making sure it was perfectly aligned with its neighbor. Once satisfied, he picked up his squeegee and pushed his bucket a little further down the aisle. Nearby, after stowing Ash's candles, Kroger began his journey towards the exit. Along the way, he happened to turn into the aisle Cambrock was clearing. As the honey badger limped towards the dancing sweeper, Kroger heard a whisper. "Join him." "What?" asked Kroger, surprised to be able to hear a still, small voice so distinctly over the ruckus of the crowd. "I could use a little help here," explained Telios, a voice Kroger quickly recognized. Looking around, Kroger couldn't see Telios, but experience told him that didn't mean the prince wasn't nearby. "But my leg, it hurts," shared Kroger. To some, this would have sounded like an excuse, but to Telios, it sounded like an honest assessment, a sharing of raw emotion, another opening by Kroger for Telios to get to know the honey badger better. "I can see that. But sometimes you can't wait until the pain's all gone to help or save someone." Kroger replied with action, not words, by pushing his cart over to the side of the aisle and parking it 5 yards short of Cambrock's bucket. Leaving the stability of his own cart behind, Kroger hobbled over to Cambrock and tapped the purple thread on the bottom of the sweeper's clan badge, one of Odego's first seals. "Hello, my friend. May I help?" asked the honey badger. Cambrock the sweeper always had multiple tools on hand when he worked. He understood Telios could stop by to help at any time, and he always wanted to be prepared. However, unaccustomed to receiving surrogate Telios aid, he wasn't quite sure how to respond to Kroger, even though he knew the furniture fixer and had cleaned his now vacant market stall many times before. No thanks. I've got it." "Are you sure?" "I don't mind." Shuffling his feet, Cambrock started to object, but sensed a small tug on his deshmi, his internal seal from Odego, his connection to the Onu, and acquiesced. "Yeah, okay. That would be great. Here's the mop." Cambrock pushed his bucket towards Kroger, not because he'd seen Kroger limping and didn't want him to have to move, but because he loved to squeegee and fancied doing that part himself. Together, the squirrel and the honey badger made quick work of the remaining puddles. With this aisle now safe, Cambrock set up his last, yellow slippery when wet, sign for the moisture he expected patrons to slop past the mats. He placed his squeegee on top of his cart and extended a fluorescent green tow rope from his cart to the bucket Kroger had been using. Twitching his tail excitedly, Cambrock pushed away to tackle the next aisle. As Kroga limped back to his own cart to follow Cambrock, he heard Telios again. "Thanks. That's enough. Time to go take care of your knee." Kroga looked up to tell Cambrock goodbye, but the sweeper had already dashed around the corner, out of sight. After Telios left the care center, he took a long, circuitous route to Malum's workshop so he could take the pulse of the city. Even though most residents reflected his sense of resolve, he could tell they were battle-weary from the eons of Kuur attacks, and longed for the peace they believed Otec Plas would ultimately provide. None feared the Kuur would win the war, but many didn't understand the king's judgment and timing, or, more accurately, the lack thereof. Frustrated by how long the conflict had been allowed to rage, some even boldly asked why the king allowed the insurrection to go unfettered, while he daily ended other disagreements in his court. Telios didn't try to explain his father was delaying judgment to provide mercy, hoping more Kuur would return home. Instead, the prince acknowledged their fatigue, and that of the land itself. He knew the fight was hard, and that it was taking a toll on everyone and everything. A mile from Malum's workshop, Telios noticed an unplowed, snowy alley with houses huddled along its narrow expanse. The coziness of the space beckoned him, and he turned to accept its offer. Yesterday, a snowplow had used the passage as a shortcut, leaving behind freshly compacted tire tracks along the outer edges of the lane's shoulders. While the plow hadn't bothered to drop its blade, the snow was so deep that the underbelly of the truck had scraped the snow flat along the entire length of the alley, making it look like a freshly iced sheet cake. Telios could have used either tire track as an already blazed trail, but he chose to plod down through the center of the alley, high-stepping from side to side through the deepest parts of the snow. When he reached the end, he turned to look back at his footsteps, zigzagging between the parallel tire tracks, and thought the scene looked like a zipper about to be opened. Telios smiled. He loved the winter, the crispness of the air, the quietness of big flaked snowfalls, and the promise of hidden renewal before spring. The artist even loved the grayness of the aging snow around him, primed for the next snowfall and another white canvas of hope. As Telios drank in the sights, he wiggled his feet until they dug all the way down to the alley's stone surface. After taking a small step backwards, he looked down at the gravel chunks peeking out of the snow. Knowing they were a long way from home, he blessed the quarried pebbles from Gerwa and thanked them for their service. He then stepped out onto Malum Street and turned left to complete the final leg of his journey. Since there were many wartime workshops near Malum's home, this road was well plowed, with huge piles of snow lining both sides of the street. Still, a thin layer of snow remained steadfastly stuck to the pavement. As Telios walked on this frozen hardpack, it crunched rhythmically beneath his feet and helped him focus his meditation on a distant garden and the terrible events his father had warned him would take place there. The foreseen loss was so overwhelming Telios stopped in the middle of the road. He knew the price for Toga always had to be paid, and that those who embodied it had to be judged to protect everyone else. Collecting himself, Telios pushed on, walking towards Malum's to assemble the needed armaments, just like the king had commanded. Telios approached Malum's workshop from the south, the street abnormally devoid of any other traffic. Even though his pace was steady and resolute, his shadow raced haphazardly up and down the snowbanks lining the lane. When Telios stepped off the road onto Malum's messy sidewalk, the setting sun was so low in the sky behind him that his shadow ducked into the workshop, well ahead of him. As the prince neared the entrance, his crunching footsteps from the road became suctioned gurgles in the slush. With each step, sludge formed semi-solid walls encasing his boots, leaving distinct imprints that backfilled with nearly frozen water as he moved on. After Telios crossed over the threshold, he paused briefly to watch Malum grappling with the fire before stomping his feet to clear them of debris and effectively announce his arrival. Malum rose from the embers to acknowledge the presence of the prince, but quickly turned his attention back to the blade in the fire. Pumping the bellows, he scratched the bandage on his arm. While the dressing had been fresh at lunchtime, it now looked several weeks old, covered in a kaleidoscope of dried blood and soot. With some time to spare, Telios took off his coat and walked along the workbench to his left until he spied an empty stool peeking out from under the clutter. He pulled the stool out, draped his coat over it, and sat down on the fleece, unconcerned about the creases he'd impart. Footprints littered the warrior practice field. The snowpack so dense it looked like dozens of regiments had been exercising. But today, most prints testified to the frustrations of a single warrior waiting for her pupil. As the sun began to set, Vanguard completed her devastation of the horde at the far end of the field and was standing alone before their leader. Breathing heavily from her extended effort, but not quite panting, she suspended her single-handed attack to grip the hilt of longsword with both hands, then released a terrifying scream as she swung waist-high through her target, cleanly splitting the figure in two. Recoiling from the blow, Vanguard stood up straight and drew her weapon to the center of her slender frame, slowly hinging her sword up until its blade touched the tip of her nose. Sighing heavily, she created a moist circle on the cold steel near the hilt, then tilted her head slightly to the right to look past the sword and salute her fallen foe. While she'd been able to sever the mannequin, she was grateful the Onu had blessed First Realm, so no sentient being could ever suffer a similar division, not even the Kuur. Exceedingly young for the responsibility she bore as first combat trainer, Vanguard sported dueling ponytails and was distractingly beautiful, which caused most of her opponents to underestimate her. But having honed the skills of countless warriors, she had no equal in battle, save the king, the prince, and the powerful one. With daylight waning, Vanguard lowered longsword onto her shoulder so it could take a well-deserved break. After a few seconds, she slid her left hand down to the bottom of its hilt and fully extended her arm to bear the sword's weight in one hand. As was her custom, she stood at attention for 5 minutes, honoring those who were currently injured and unable to do so themselves. Wearing full battle attire with thousands of metal components, Vanguard's outfit and longsword glittered in the sun's fading amber light. When she'd completed her tribute, Vanguard turned and began her long march back to the depot to clean and store her weapons, her tired strides carrying her with a grace that would have put the realm's best dancers to shame. A quarter of the way back, she pivoted longsword slowly off her shoulder, 1 degree at a time, like the second hand of a watch, until its advancing tip was thigh-high off the ground. Vanguard paraded the blade, in this position, all the way back to the depot, her gait belying the massive weight of the sword. By making a multitude of subtle adjustments with her left wrist alone, Vanguard was able to keep longsword perfectly parallel to the ground, even though she was freely swinging both arms back and forth. This was no small feat, since the sword was much heavier and purposely longer than the swords used in battle, and if stood on end, was no less than 2 times taller than Vanguard herself. While the most accomplished warriors took years of training to gain the skill and strength needed to wield longsword with 2 hands, other than Vanguard, none brandished it with 1 hand alone. And none could have ever come close to waltzing it across the field like she was doing now, honoring it by such a majestic display of poise and control. However, this was no act of pride, no public display for others to see. Vanguard was merely concentrating on the angles and effort to balance longsword, because she never wanted to waste a chance to sharpen her skills or prepare for future combat. To make the task even harder, Vanguard was internally wrestling with the weaknesses of her current student, trying to imagine how she might spur the older warrior's development. When Vanguard arrived at the depot, she stomped her feet on the covered patio floor to clean off her boots before proceeding over to the entrance. Announcing herself to the door, it opened of its own accord, a convenient feature since warriors often had their hands full when passing through. Inside, a main room filled with multiple cleaning stations welcomed her back. Vanguard walked to the last table on the left, the largest one available, and gently placed Longsword down on the well-worn wooden surface. She took off her armor and set it at the head of the table, out of the way. Now looking like a common page given her unassuming, comfortable underattire, the first combat trainer crawled under the table to retrieve multiple rags and an unopened jar of polish. Of course, these supplies could have easily been kept in more convenient places, but Vanguard insisted they be stored under the tables to encourage all warriors to humble themselves in a small, physical way. After all, their practice field successes. Rags and jar in hand, Vanguard crawled back out from under the table and stood to begin the care of her sword. Having been outside for hours, Longsword was already sweating as its cold steel struggled to come up to room temperature. Vanguard patiently wiped away each round of perspiration until none appeared. Along the way, she used this moisture to help remove the smudges from today's battles. Despite eons of use, Longsword bore no permanent signs of any of the blows it had ever given or received. No cracks, no scratches, not even a single nick or dent. Incredibly, while Vanguard had never honed the blade, its tip and edges were still as sharp as they'd been the first day Malum had introduced Longsword to her. As Vanguard cleaned the blade, she checked her progress by turning the sword over multiple times, rocking it back and forth in the bright light. When she was satisfied Longsword was completely spotless, she began the polishing process. After she finished the final buff and was folding the rags for storage, the depot door opened, but Vanguard chose not to look up. Squire, the older warrior, missed this subtle clue that something was wrong and unwittingly skipped across the room. When she was next to Vanguard, she slammed her hands down on the table to emphasize her upcoming announcement, rattling Longsword in the process. "You should have seen me. I was incredible," boasted Squire, her pride resounding throughout the room, reaching every corner. As she bathed in her echo, she removed the hairband securing her locks and gave her head a well-practiced tussle to free her mane. Announced Vanguard, with a great deal of skepticism. She knew her newest charge was prone to embellishment. Done with her grooming of Longsword, Vanguard crawled back under the table to put her cleaning rags and polish away. "And it's a good thing I arrived when I did. The guards would have been crushed without me," continued Squire excitedly. Jumping up into the air, Squire landed in a semi-squat position, as if having just appeared on the scene. With both elbows bent, Squire thought she was portraying power, but really, she looked comically like a blue crab flexing. Squire held her pose, waiting for Vanguard to reappear from under the table so she could appreciate the view. Vanguard, kneeling before the cabinet to store her supplies, decided now was an excellent time to take a stand. She closed the cabinet doors, sat down, and crossed her legs. It was a crazy location from which to teach a lesson. From there, under the table, she did, however, have a clear view of the slush rolling off Squire's feet onto the floor. Another sign of disrespect the warrior had failed to address before entering. After a lengthy photo shoot hold, although no one was there to take her picture, Squire stood up from her crustacean crouch, awkwardly brushed off her clothes, and looked around to make sure no one had seen Vanguard's apparent snub. Placing her left hand on the table, Squire bent over stiffly, using her waist as her only hinge, until her torso matched the plane of the tabletop, and her head was below its surface. At this unnatural angle, her hair dangled in her face, making it hard for Squire to see Vanguard, or her expression, in the faint light under the table. You might not have heard me down there?" I said. They would have been devastated without me. Unable to contain herself, Squire stood back up and celebrated with her customary head then shoulders bob and weave. She repeated this move 4 or 5 times, not quite dancing, but almost so, such that anyone watching might have claimed she was preening. It's a good thing I arrived when I did, for when I rounded the corner, Squire crept up to an invisible corner and dramatically spun around it, much more eloquently than her bumbling and stumbling had been during the real battle. And all I could see was this giant mass of attackers crushed against the end of the hallway. Squire bent over and stuck her head back under the table again to project her position more clearly. Crammed against the door, no one could move. Why, they were packed in so tight they couldn't even breathe. Squire began to gasp for air, her own insecurities overshadowing the truth. She stood back up to let her diaphragm work more freely, not realizing the picture she was painting made little sense to Vanguard. Vanguard was confident the Kuur wouldn't have attacked the way Squire said. The first combat trainer knew that if insurgents didn't inflict pain, Delator would punish them later, so they'd surely leave room to swing their weapons during a fight to avoid Delator's wrath. Vanguard also grasped that it was easy to misread events during the heat of battle, or to misrepresent them later, which is part of what Squire was doing now. After Squire regained her composure, she rose up on her tippy toes, as if trying to peer over an imaginary crowd to catch a glimpse of the real action. I couldn't even see warrior or Tror, pinned up against the closed doors, just the Kuur mob. Squire paused and gestured wildly, struggling to convey the bigness of her vision. She wished Vanguard would come out from under the table so she could see the battle she was depicting. Squire hadn't meant to give Vanguard an opening, but the first combat trainer thrust into the pause in her account anyway. You mean Warrior and Tror had the presence of mind to close the doors before the attackers reached them? Squire sank back down off her tippy toes as she pondered Vanguard's question. Well, I don't know. I guess so. She shrugged. Squire hadn't given much consideration to the guards, their initial positioning, or anything they might have done to protect the inhabitants behind them. Having not walked down the hallways near Hamkala lately, let alone set foot inside to study Desma herself, Squire was unaware the guards kept the doors open to create an air of invitation, striving to make their presence less offsetting. Even without venturing into Hamkala herself, it was telling that Squire didn't know this, since she was one of the warriors charged to protect the public library, and had been stationed at the back entrance, which was very close to Hamkala. Vanguard understood all of this, and pressed on. I'm certain they closed the doors. They're like that, you know, always thinking of others. Anyway, you were saying? You were at the end of the hallway, and? Vanguard tossed the conversation back to Squire, but remained seated under the table out of sight. She placed her hands on her lap and waited. Feeling chastised, but not quite sure why, Squire struggled a bit to regain her footing. Yeah, right. Well, as I was saying, I was at the end of the hallway, and Squire stopped and turned to stare down at Vanguard, or more accurately, to stare at the point on the table directly above where she thought Vanguard was sitting. Pensive and wondering what to do next, she moved her gaze slightly to the right and focused her attention on Longsword, the shine of its metal and the power of its blade, which snapped her back into character. You should have been there to see me, she continued, speaking to Longsword instead of Vanguard. I was amazing. As I sprinted down the hallway towards Hamkala, I drew my sword and sacrificed my normal battle cry to descend silently on the scene. She leaned over the table until her lips almost touched the hilt of Longsword, as if preparing to whisper a great secret. Due to my stealth, the attackers never saw me coming. She smiled and stood back up, So I easily hamstrung the first two I encountered before any turned my way. As she swung her arm to demonstrate her blows, Squire exaggerated her downward dip to reach the back of each enemy's leg. Vanguard saw Squire's hand whiz below the tabletop twice and waited for something more meaningful to come down to her level. Instead, Squire continued to shower Longsword with hogwash for several minutes, explaining in gory detail how she defeated Herder and his squad, while conveniently leaving out any hint of what the other guards and warriors had done to actually win the battle. Worse, she failed to mention some of the attackers had strolled right past her on their way in, and she hadn't given them a second thought. No challenge, no special glance. In her boredom, she'd put Warrior and Tror in danger. When she finished, Squire stood up straight and placed her hands defiantly on her hips. Looking out from under the table at Squire's leather shin guards, Vanguard quietly summarized the long tale. Basically, you ambushed the ambushers? Exactly, beamed Squire, happy Vanguard was finally on board. She bent over to look under the table at Vanguard and soak in the praise of her success. When their eyes met, Vanguard spoke first. And Warrior? Sorry, what do you mean? How is he? How should I know? You mean you didn't tend to his wounds? Or take him to the care center? Or bother to check up on him later? Vanguard already knew the answer to all of these questions, and had a litany of others that every Onu warrior would have been able to easily answer. Seldom had she, or anyone else, ever had the need to ask them. Stunned by the sudden barrage, Squire rocked backwards, lost her balance, and fell into her puddle of disrespect. The water breached her pants and soaked her bottom before she was able to utter her simple answer to all of Vanguard's questions. No. Vanguard purposely let silence envelop them, hoping a seated Squire would be more open to sight than the galloping Squire had been. When she ultimately asked the question foremost on her mind, she asked it tenderly, in a tone that in no way could be heard as aggressive. Squire, why are you here? To serve the king and save the realm, of course, parroted Squire quickly, the normal warrior response to anyone asking why they were in the army. No, really, why are you here? Squire slowed down, realizing this was a test. She understood an honest answer was the correct answer, regardless of its content. Vanguard had made this perfectly clear to her during several painful practice field encounters. To seek glory, began the older warrior, who then quickly fell silent. Vanguard waited, sensitive. There was more to come. After several minutes of introspection, more truth finally trickled out of Squire. To prove I'm worthy, she sighed. Vanguard, having never fought to prove anything, let alone her own worth, struggled to relate to Squire. Worthy of what? She asked. Squire felt unworthy of a lot of things. Love, forgiveness, respect, the honor of having someone else fight for her. Really, the list was very long. In the end, she chose to reveal the thing which seemed the safest to share. Respect. Vanguard, who often respected a foe, gathered that respect from others wasn't always something that demonstrated love or appropriate attention. She paused briefly to consider this, maybe too briefly, then asked again, But, Squire, why are you here now? Frustrated by what seemed to be the same question she'd just answered, Squire began to scoot forward as if preparing to attack a vanguard, her wet pants marking her path. I told you, respect, to prove my worth. That's not what I meant, Squire. I didn't mean here, in the army. I meant, why are you here, right now, in this depot, on the floor, in wet pants, with me? Do you think I don't respect you? Squire stopped her skidding advance, since she was now wholly under the table with Vanguard. The space was unfamiliar, but felt safe, almost cozy. She took a deep breath and really looked at Vanguard for the first time tonight. The compassion flowing from the first combat trainer was nearly overwhelming. Squire surrendered to the moment, not instantly, slowly at first, and then with grateful abandonment. I wanted to tell you what happened today. Vanguard didn't interrupt or reply. She could see this wasn't the real story. Squire wrung her hands a few times and glanced up at Vanguard. But, unable to maintain eye contact, she looked back down. I wanted you to be proud of me, she eventually whispered, as a single, tiny captive tear escaped. Without verbally answering, Vanguard inched her way forward across the floor until her knees touched Squire's knees. Her measured pace allowing the older warrior's thoughts time to swirl in anticipation. Squire, beckoned Vanguard, pausing until her charge raised her eyes back up. When Squire looked up, Vanguard placed her hands on Squire's, the touch breaking through the older warrior's facade. Unwilling to lie or commit toba of any kind, Vanguard continued. Squire, I am proud of you. Squire wanted to scream, what? Why? But the lump in her throat kept her from doing so. Instead, she pursed her lips to hold back the tears and nodded her head a couple of times, as if affirming Vanguard's approval. I'm proud of the great warrior I see you'll become, and of the gifts Telios has entrusted to you. Never forget, he knows your true worth. Squire felt Vanguard's approval. She appreciated that she had a long way to go to live up to her own expectations and Vanguard's. But somehow she was challenged by the notion, not defeated. Sensing now wasn't the time to overly train, Vanguard gave simple marching orders instead. Go see Warrior. Tonight? Yes, right now. Okay, agreed Squire, before she slid back to get up from under the table. Vanguard didn't move right away. Instead, she gave Squire space to gather herself. By the time Vanguard stood up to follow, Squire was halfway across the room. Vanguard smiled at her determined, almost happy strides. When Squire reached the door, Vanguard called out, "And Squire!" Squire snapped to attention and turned around without saying a word. Stop by Malum's after you've seen Warrior. Telios has some special swords he wants you to pick up. Confused and excited, Squire didn't know how to respond. Had Malum made her a sword like Longsword, engraved her name on its hilt? Few warriors had a famous Malum sword made just for them. Toba pride swelled within Squire, even as she strained to suppress it. Nevertheless, Vanguard easily saw the battle raging deep within her charge. Yes, ma'am, saluted Squire. After Malum quenched the searing blade in a trough, he placed it on his anvil to cool and walked towards Telios to sit down. Stopping at the first stool, he snatched up the burlap sack of hilts occupying the seat and unceremoniously tossed it on the butcher block table in the center of the room. This seemed like an odd place to chuck the hilts, since the center table was already heavily laden with swords, and the workbench next to the stool was barren, except for a single sweaty mug near Telios. Malum sat down on the just-cleared stool, which left Telios perfectly positioned halfway between the ironworker and his mug. Telios leaned back to pick up the refreshment and handed it to Malum, who gulped down the fluid, savoring the coolness as it slid down his throat. When his mug was empty, Malum slammed it down on the workbench next to Telios, like he was at the parched salmon, ready for a refill, though he didn't ask for one. Instead, he offered his assistance. "What can I do for you, Telios?" he asked. "We need a couple of swords." Always alert in the presence of the prince, Malum noticed Telios had said "we" instead of "I," and assumed he meant a bunch of warriors. "Figured as much. How many?" "Just 2. "Yeah, sure," laughed Malum. "You came all the way down here for 2 measly swords this late in the day?" "Yes, timing is important," affirmed the prince, with no hint of irony in his voice. "Well, in that case, what gives? I'm sure there's a story in there somewhere." "Sorry, we can't tell you yet." Malum took no offense to Telios' parry. He felt no need to know everything the Onu did. "Okay, can you at least tell me what you're looking for?" "Sure, we need 2 plain, ordinary swords." "If you really needed ordinary swords, you wouldn't have come here," smiled Malum, not the least bit prideful. He knew he was the best sword maker in the realm, and if the prince wanted truly ordinary swords, he would have stopped at many other smithies before reaching his own workshop. Telios chuckled. "We meant 2 ordinary Malum blades, a couple you'd consider run-of-the-mill." "Oh, well, in that case, you're in luck. I just finished hilting a bunch this morning. They're on the table over there under the burlap. Grab any 2 you want. They're all about the same." Telios stood up, patted Malum twice on his shoulder to accept his offer, then stepped over to the table. As Malum sat pondering the prince's touch and the idea that it felt similar to Odego's, the Onu seer appeared next to Telios at the table. While Odego's sudden appearance would have startled most inhabitants, Malum thought nothing of it. Odego was his best friend and had an open invitation to stop by any time he wanted. The elder Onu honored Malum's unrestricted offer, and often came by merely to hang out with the ironworker. Whether the moment was mundane or outlandish, it didn't seem to matter to Odego, as long as they shared it together. Odego picked up the burlap sack and swung round to place it on the stool Telios had vacated. Odego knew Malum would prefer it there as opposed to cluttering his clear workbench. "Evening, Malum," greeted Odego as he put the burlap sack down and returned to the table. Malum leaned back against the workbench, placing both of his elbows up behind him on the well-scarred surface. He stretched out his legs and waited. For what, he hadn't a clue. But it seemed like this wasn't going to be a routine rummage. Telios and Odego each silently picked up every sword, held it in their left hand, waved it around in the air, dropped it down to their side, and repeated the same steps again with their right hand. They must have mentally marked the acceptable swords, because after they'd gone through the entire lot, they both reached back down and pulled out 2, one in each hand, before announcing in unison, "Half of these." Which 2 didn't really matter to them, but they wanted Malum to do the division, so that later he could testify to the blandness of the blades. Bringing the 4 swords over to his workbench, they laid them lengthwise, side by side, next to Malum. "You choose the 2, said Telios to Malum. Malum stood up to better examine the swords. Since the guards, grips, and pommels of the hilts could easily be changed to suit the bearer. He focused solely on the blades. While he trusted each with his life, and the life of anyone who wielded them, his discerning eye saw minute imperfections in each of them, none of which made one blade better or worse than its neighbor, but the differences made each blade look unique to him. Malum could easily recognize it like a child, and recall when he'd forged it, the weather and strength of the fire that day, and even if anyone had been in the shop while he was working. "Ordinary?" he asked. "Ordinary," replied Otigo. "Well, I forged these two last Tuesday when no one was here," explained Malum, as he picked up the first and third swords and set them together in a small group away from himself, over towards the pegboard wall. "And these two," he began, as he pulled the remaining swords over closer to himself. "I made these while you were here." Malum didn't need to explain he meant Otigo. "Ordinary?" asked the ironworker again. "Ordinary," affirmed the prince. "In that case, take those two," suggested Malum, pointing to the ones over by the wall. "There's a chance Otigo's words might have mingled into these two, and well, that makes them special. At least, to me." Otigo smiled and put his arm around Malum, giving him a warm shoulder hug of thanks, which created an emotional response in the ironworker that couldn't be forged. "All right then, we'll take those two by the wall," agreed Telios. "Would you like those gift wrapped?" joked Malum, "or are you good to go?" "Neither," replied Otigo, as he picked up the distant swords, dangerously and inappropriately by the far end of their blades, and pointed the hilts towards Malum. "Fire roasted, please." "What?" "These aren't done yet. They need to be fired again." Malum understood reheating the swords at this point would be counterproductive, since the blades had already been well tempered, ground, and polished. But, trusting Otigo more than his own skill, he reached out and took the swords, then began to walk them over to the other side of his shop to remove their hilts so he could place their blades back into the fire. Telios knew what Malum was planning and instructed him to alter course. "That won't be necessary. Place them in the fire, as is." "Okay," responded Malum, quite certain these were no longer ordinary swords. The ironworker took the swords over to the hearth and placed the blades into the coals. Since he didn't have his gloves on, he used his boot to push the swords in further until the edge of the guards abutted the flame. "Now what?" "Pump the bellows," answered Telios. Malum moved aside to pump the bellows, creating space for Telios. When the prince knelt to touch the swords and jostled them slightly with his bare hands, Malum wanted to say, "You might want to put on some gloves or something." But he knew better. Instead, he started to pump the bellows as commanded, fanning the fire in front of Telios. As Malum pumped, he watched Telios blow on the fire until it was almost entirely blue-white, much hotter than any Malum would have been able to create on his own. Otigo stepped into the fire and nestled his feet up close to the swords. He raised his hands up, chest high, palms down. Keeping them parallel to the ground, he held his hands perfectly still to contain and reflect the blaze back down onto the blades. More amazingly, as he did so, new flames shot forth from his hands to join and purify the natural ones below, intensifying the heat until Malum could no longer bear to face it. While Malum kept pumping the bellows, he had to lean back and turn his face aside. Unable to keep watch, he still heard his friend's blessing clearly over the raging inferno. "May you bear flames hotter than these whenever the intended one wields you." Instantly, the fire went out. The heat vanished, and the remaining fuel turned to ash. With his head turned, Malum missed the transformational moment and kept right on pumping the bellows, sending 3 gray puffs up into the faces of Otigo and Telios before he realized what was going on. Otigo laughed as he spit out the ash and stepped out of the hearth. Telios stood up, swords in hand, and turned to walk to the table to set them down so he could clean off his face. Before he reached the table, Squire strode in. Chapter 3. Light Touch. 1,514 years before the Great Divide. Kroga the Careful approached from downwind. Despite the stench, he kept his nose pointed at the durian and his back towards the guards. The battle for Zayslik, the birthplace of Volpris the Merchant, was longer and fiercer than the small hamlet deserved, at least from Delator's point of view. He felt the village was hardly worth the trouble, but had sent his troops to free the town as a small favor to Volpris. More importantly, he appreciated that his public commitment to his inner circle would make some Kuur envious, and prod the jealous to work harder to gain his favor. Delator didn't bother to check on his troops or their progress while the fighting raged, and he didn't really care if they won Zayslik or left it in ruins. Even in wartime, the Kuur leader's actions seldom aligned with the true needs of his followers, just his own, and this clash was no exception. Togr led the Kuur attack on Zayslik, and, to his surprise, King Otec was there to defend the parish. Togr, second in line to become Hilvani, had risen faster in the Kuur than anyone else, and was best known for ruthlessly carrying out Delator's most sinister orders. However, a seed of doubt had recently germinated within him, causing Togr to question the fulfillment he received from his dedication to Delator. Despite these misgivings, the tiger remained methodical in his approach to the fight for Zayslik, and no Kuur would have ever guessed by his actions that something was awry. A few days before Zayslik was liberated, Togr and Otec were separated from their respective troops and found themselves face to face, sword to sword, in the middle of the afternoon. During their duel, the king sensed Togr's unrest, while others might have viewed Togr's internal struggles as a weakness and pressed their advantage. The king did not. Otec saw Togr's questioning as a great strength, and in the middle of a successful royal parry, the king stopped and lowered both of his arms down to his sides. "Oh, great tiger, don't you want more?" The question hit Togr harder than any of the king's previous blows, and fiercely resonated his very being. The tiger recoiled and took several steps back, gasping from his encounter with Otec Plas. As he tried to catch his breath, Togr kept his sword held high. Not one to mince words, particularly during a skirmish, he did, however, answer the king truthfully and quickly. "Always," panted the tiger. "Then come home." Startled by the king's suggestion, Togr momentarily dropped his guard. "Home? Where's that?" he puzzled silently to himself. The king waited, providing space for Togr to wrestle with his thoughts. As the tiger regained his composure, raised his sword, and started to advance towards Otec to carry on the fight, the king finally addressed Togr's unspoken question. "It's with me," answered Otec, not bothering to raise his sword. Instead, he turned his back on the approaching tiger and walked away. The king's action was no retreat. It was a bold, physical invitation for Togr to join him. Togr rushed after Otec, prepared to pounce, but stopped a couple of steps short. He wasn't quite sure what to do. Should he attack or accept the king's proposal? Well, something was gnawing at his ulmak. Togr simply wasn't ready to turn his back on the cur or the riches he'd found. Nor was he ready to believe Otec Plas really had the more he needed. Decision made, Toger roared and raised his sword back up to spring at the king's back. As he swung to strike, Otec disappeared, and the force of Toger's unlanded blow caused him to spin out of control, stumble, and crumble to the ground. After he pulled himself together and stood back up, Toger looked into the void where the king had been and wondered when his offer would expire. 2 days later, Toger would admit defeat, withdraw, and head back to Hiraburu, stopping at Pitara along the way to rest his troops and recover from their losses. While the battle for Zazlik would become well known for wild new weapons of war, Valpries would never forgive Toger for failing to conquer his hometown. Extract from Unsealed Dachshund Royal Recording 14E8-1DC L6L40-1C8 K6L B8 C20. Fewer are returning home now, lamented the king. Actually, almost none, remarked Odigo. Does that mean it's time for Bolmek? Asked Telios. No, not yet. I haven't given up on the cur. A few more might come back. A silence ensued as the Onu contemplated the lost cur and what needed to be done with the insurgents. After several minutes, the king asked what he already knew, but still wanted to discuss. Is Second Realm ready? For whom? For the cur outcasts, and for the new Second Realm inhabitants, explained the king. While this sounded like an ominous answer, Telius had known all along Second Realm must support old life and new, and had already incorporated this into his creation. The prince also understood Otec Plas is always eager to provide more for all inhabitants, in every realm, for those who choose to be close to him, and even for those who do not. Yes, and I've already established additional appropriate divides. The seas are now separated from the lands, and the ground is flourishing with extensive vegetation. Well established? Rooted? Yes, generational plant growth by kind. And the trees? Lots of them, though none are bigger than Grandfather Tree yet. Let's go see, proposed Otec Plas. The Onu left the council chamber and traveled to Second Realm to survey what Telios had created and how the land was prospering. They also opened a portal into their journey for the royal recorder on duty, not to travel with them, but to observe from afar and take note. Sitting at the recording station, he was able to watch the Onu, hear them, and even catch a few glimpses of Second Realm itself. While he didn't see very much, the little he saw reminded him of Putara, one of his favorite sanctuaries. Looks great, Telios, encouraged Odigo. Thanks. It's good, proclaimed the king. In a measure of good, better, and best, Otec Plas didn't mean to say Second Realm was weak, inferior, or barely acceptable. Quite the contrary. He meant it was perfect, a place already supporting life, ready to support more life, more choice, and more adventure. The king meant good with a capital G. All the Onu realized this, as did the royal recorder. Overwhelmed by the height and thickness of the lush prairie grasses, weeds, and wildflowers surrounding him, Kroga struggled to see more than a few inches beyond the foliage scratching at his face. The honey badger, while thankful for the concealment, wanted to guarantee he was headed in the right direction, so he stopped and slowly stood up on his hind legs. When he got about 2/3 of the way up, he froze in a slouched position and waited for the breeze to sway the meadow grasses so he could catch a glimpse of his destination, a solitary tree off in the distance, which looked lonely and out of place. Dropping back down on all fours, Kroger continued his slow trek, slicing his way through the field. As he got closer to the humongous durian hackberry tree, the offensive smell of its fruit overwhelmed the pleasant aromas of the meadow, making it even easier for Kroger to stay on course and to suppress the urge to stand up, which would have risked giving his position away. When he was 50 yards from the tree, Kroger knelt and reached out with both paws to part the vegetation in front of him so he could watch Servin, a burly orangutan who was sitting high up in the canopy of the tree, savoring his late afternoon snack in the tree's cool shade. Servin, bending a branch to its breaking point, harvested its tender leaves until it was bare, then fully extended his arm to release the empty buffet back to its home. Bounding well past its original position, the limb sprang back towards the orangutan, but failed to reach him. Servin had initiated its retreat at arm's length, having learned long ago that a recoiling twig could leave an embarrassing welt on one's face. Never quite full, Servin yawned and looked longingly overhead towards the smell of dessert. While his favorite fruit, durian, only grew in more tropical climates, he was grateful his grandmother had created a durian hackberry crossbreed that could thrive in cooler weather. Over time, his clan had established one self-pollinating tree in each of their northern pasture lands. These trees served as stands from which to monitor their herds and, more importantly, provided a tasty alternative to the natural fare of the plains, with their fruit being similar to pure durian, though harder and slightly less pungent. Just thinking about the fruit hiding in the branches above made Servin's mouth water. But he decided to check on his beasts before capping his second pre-dinner meal. Standing up, he leaned forward and put his arms over a thick, chest-high branch that angled away from him. Letting his arms dangle over the limb, he crossed his right leg over his left and began to count his herd. Ferocious, and thus needing no camouflage, the beasts had fluorescent pink backs, which made them easy for Servin to spot. Each beast was leaving a path of destruction in its wake, and from his vantage point, Servin fancied each animal and its graced trail looked like a giant, pink-headed anaconda, eating its way through the prairie. The beast wrangler quickly identified 16 snake-like patterns, somewhat near the tree, but the 17th pattern, created by a beast named Too Far, looked like it was slithering away towards the 5th Kuur wall of defense. This wall was one of 12 enormous stone fortresses which ringed Hiraburu, while Delator claimed they were there to defend against Onu attacks. The walls were really meant to prevent Kuur defections. Delator had the walls built so they were 10 times further apart than his best transporters could transport. By erecting the barriers at these distances, he figured no transporter would be able to leave Kuurland undetected, or help any defector escape. His reasoning was flawed, of course, because a skilled transporter could have transported multiple times, making sure to appear and then disappear in the wide-open spaces between the walls, thus avoiding close contact with any given structure. But, as it turned out, once Delator and the Kuur were deeply committed to the war, Otec Plas limited the power of Kuur transporters to just a few yards to help protect the Onuotu from surprise attacks. In many ways, the walls did end up restraining Kuur mobility. But despite the huge investment in the project and the ongoing show of force, defectors still successfully got out of Kuurland. Eventually, Delator surmised they were using the ancient lava tubes that riddled the ground beneath Hiraburu and most of Kuurland. He committed a large number of his forces to collapsing and filling in these underground passageways to stop this flow. However, because there were so many tunnels, the Kuur never truly hampered Kroger the Traveler or those he escorted. Servin whistled at the 17th beast, who stopped and raised her head high above the grasses, uncertain where to go. "Too far! I'm over here!" shouted Servin to the stray. Too Far leisurely put her head back down and began to eat her way into a turn, back towards the familiar voice. Good girl, praised the beast wrangler, happy he didn't have to go help the beast correct course. With all his beasts accounted for, Servant slowly scanned the field, looking for subtle signs of danger. And that's when he saw it. The hint of a new trail pointing directly at his tree. While most wouldn't have noticed the nearly invisible line of broken vegetation amongst the tall grasses, Servant instantly recognized it as a sign of an intruder who could be harmed by his herd if his beasts picked up the scent. Servant wasn't overly concerned with the hazards he might find, since the threat of the trail was so small and faint, but he knew he needed to jump down to tend to the creature soon, before one of his beasts did. Before going on his rescue mission, Servant reached overhead and harvested a ripe piece of fruit to munch on along the way. After climbing down, he banged the fruit on a rock to break it open, took a huge bite, and headed off to investigate. When Kroga saw Servant start walking in his direction, he sat down, not to hide, but to wait for the beast wrangler to come to him. Under normal circumstances, Kroga would have approached whomever he was sent to help, but today he didn't want to arouse the suspicion of the workers behind him fixing the wall gate, or the guards stationed there. Servant ate the best parts of his dessert as he trekked the short distance through the meadow to Kroga. With the remnants of the treat in one hand, he parted the grasses with the other, and looked down inquisitively at the honey badger. "Well, who do we have here?" he asked, half expecting the intruder to scurry away without answering. While Kroga always knew exactly where and when he was supposed to meet someone, he'd found passphrases made returners feel more secure. And so, Kroga greeted the orangutan with a predetermined poem, which happened to be nearly identical to how he hailed Ash in the market. "I've come from afar, seeking treasure, not gold. Famed wrangler, you have it, or so I've been told." Servant, not much of one for pomp and circumstance, ignored his assigned response and extended the last bit of his durian hackberry. "Don't have much, but here you go. Enjoy." "No thanks. Help yourself," replied Kroga, trying hard not to reach up and pinch his nose shut to block out the putrid smells of the fruit. "If you insist," smiled Servant, as he plopped down in front of Kroga, so they were both now hidden in the rustling grasses. When he finished his dessert, Servant flung the thorny rind over his shoulder so it could decompose and fertilize the meadow. "Otec told me you were coming soon, but I didn't realize he meant today." "No problem. Otec seldom tells a returner the exact time they'll be leaving. That way, they're less likely to alter their routine and give their escape away." "Ah, that makes sense," acknowledged Servant. Kroga, having rescued many inhabitants, could tell by Servant's tone he was a little apprehensive, so he didn't rush the wrangler. "Any last questions?" he asked. "Sure. What about my beasts?" "What do you mean?" "I assume we're leaving them here?" Kroga was aware his next answer would challenge Servant, but he had to speak the truth. Yes, we will. But if we leave them behind, there won't be anyone to watch over them. If I'd known you were coming, I would have asked my cousin to tend them for me, or led them to an overnight pen." Kroga admired Servant's concern for his beasts. "That's okay. Otec Plas knew this would be an issue. When Telios told me I was supposed to meet you today, he said the king would personally care for your beasts after you left. Otec's going to make sure they're safe until another wrangler can care for them." "What? The king? Here?" "Yes, that's what Telios said. Why are you so surprised?" "Well, the king's the greatest beast wrangler, like ever, but this is Kurland, and the guards are right there. Won't he stick out like a Vossel net on Peach Day?" "Yes, I suppose he might, but all of First Realm is his, and he comes and goes as he pleases. Otec said he'd take care of them, and I believe him. If the king is coming here, why doesn't he just take me home or transport me back?" Good question. One that doesn't necessarily have a simple answer. But it's been my experience Otec Plas wants us all to be participants in the kingdom. What fun would it be if he did everything for us? Besides, if nothing else, it gives me something to do, chuckled Kroga. Kroga's comment struck a nerve with Servan, prompting the orangutan to bring up one of his greatest concerns. But what'll I do when we get back home? He asked. Servan had accepted that returning to Tala would require leaving everything behind, including his Kuur family and friends. But for some reason, the thought of leaving his beasts behind, the source of his livelihood, made Servan uncomfortable. If he had no herd, he didn't know what he'd do. I assume wrangle. There are many beasts in Onu land, suggested Kroga. Did the king say I'd be wrangling? Asked Servan optimistically. Actually, he didn't mention your future guild to me. Kroga wanted to make Servan feel better, but he couldn't lie or tell him it'd be easy. Having seen many signs and wonders in his eons of rescuing, Kroga could easily sense, though not physically see, that Odago had just joined their conversation. Servan squirmed a bit and dug his hands into the meadow dirt. The prospect of changing guilds worried the normally light-hearted beast wrangler. In the orangutan's moment of need, Odago used Servan's deshmi to assure him he'd be okay, reminding Servan that Onu knew how he'd been knit together and what he liked to do. Kroga couldn't hear what Odago was saying to Servan, but he could see the impact on Servan's face. He waited for Servan to speak instead of interjecting his own opinion. While Servan didn't get a direct confirmation that he'd still be wrangling, Odago's touch was comforting and helped him take another step forward. I get it. I understand I have to leave my beasts here. And, well, the Onu will provide. Servan paused again, allowed his trust to grow. With help from Odago, it didn't take long, and soon Servan's charm bubbled over once again. Looks like you're traveling light, he noted. I am, answered the seasoned rescuer. Got any snacks? I get pretty hungry, joked Servan, though he was telling the truth. Yes, I've got you covered. Food stashed all along the way. And for you, lots and lots of food, smiled Kroga. That's good. Sounds like you're prepared. Always. Have you done this often? I have. How many times? Well, I learned long ago not to count. Each inhabitant is important. To me, it's not how many times, but is there one more I can help? Today, you're my one more. Having cared for many strays, Servan grasped the importance of every single creature, and now, in some way, he felt like his role was reversed, and he was the drifter being gently led back home. Ever lost one? Well, there was this one time, started Kroga. Servan sat up straight, concerned. While he'd never lost an animal he was tending, and knew rescuing a stray beast wasn't nearly as hard as leading an inhabitant out of the clutches of the Kuur, he couldn't imagine the Onu would be happy with the traveler for losing one of their own, and more importantly, he didn't want to be the next one missing. Nah, I'm just kidding, continued Kroga with a twinkle in his eye. Whoa, you had me there for a second, laughed Servan. Seriously, I've never lost anyone. Everyone I've had the privilege to escort has made it all the way back to Onu land. Servan deemed this was no simple feat, and that Kroga must have had many challenging obstacles to overcome, especially during wartime. Impressive. You must be quite talented, marked the orangutan. No, not really. I'm just gifted to help. And careful, explained the humble honey badger. Still, I doubt it could have been easy. It wasn't. Occasionally, we've needed a little healer help once we arrived. But I think that with meticulous preparation, things have gotten safer and easier over time. I must admit, though, not every trip has been successful. I've gone home alone a couple of times." "What? I thought you said you've never lost anyone." "I did." "Then how can you say you went home alone, and some of the trips were unsuccessful?" "Because, a few times, the anticipated returner decided not to leave the rebellion. While I was happy to go meet them, talk with them, answer their questions, and help them get ready, the Onu never force anyone to leave, nor do I. It's completely up to them." Servant scratched the ground, and then his side, as he considered his own choice. After counting the cost, some decided to stay in Kurland, at least for now. "But I hope they all change their minds before it's too late," continued Kroga. Servant wasn't quite sure what Kroga meant by too late, but the thought of someone knowing the traveler's identity and not leaving Kurland struck a chord with him. "Doesn't it scare you that those you've met, who've decided to stay, could expose your identity and cause you harm?" "No, not really. I feel my safety is in the hands of the Onu. I might get hurt someday, and actually, I've already been hurt a couple of times, but I trust that anyone the Onu have sent me to rescue is worth the risk, regardless of whether they decide to leave or not." "Even if one of them happens to be a spy for Delator?" "Yes, even then." Servant appreciated the bravery and dedication it took for Kroga to go into a foreign land and help someone who might ultimately reject him. The beast wrangler wasn't sure he could do that. As Servant sat in the grassy field, listening to his beast roar contentedly nearby, he had no idea one day he'd be more like Kroga than he could have ever thought possible. "So, if I said I wasn't ready, you wouldn't force me to return with you now?" "No, I wouldn't." "You'd simply leave me here, and I could go tell everyone who you are?" "Yes, I'd go home alone, after we've talked through any questions you might have. I'd be sad, but I'd honor your decision. And later, I guess you could try to tell the Kuur who I am." "Doesn't that worry you?" "No, it doesn't." "Why not?" "Because others have stayed behind, and so far, the Onu have kept my identity hidden." Servant instantly perceived this was a powerful statement. "Interesting. I didn't realize others had seen you and remained in Kurland, and yet no one seems to know who you are." "Crazy, isn't it?" "Yes, it is." "It's possible the Onu safeguard my identity the same way they originally protected sealed Desma." "How so?" "Remember how the royal recorders couldn't recall what they'd recorded after they left the royal library in the presence of the scrolls?" "Yes, of course. The bane of Delator," chuckled Servan. "Well, maybe Otigo has blessed me in a similar fashion, which causes the Kuur to forget me after I'm gone." Seems plausible to me, I guess. Well, anyway, I don't really know how it works. Truthfully, I've never asked the Onu about it." "Why not? I would." "I don't know. I suppose for me, being rejected, exposed, or caught just hasn't been foremost of my concerns." While Kroga didn't flinch from Servant's questions, he was uncomfortable talking about himself like this. As he paused to see where Servant might lead next, Otigo helped Kroga discern this part of the conversation wasn't really about him. It was about how the Onu had provided for him and were already doing the same for Servant. "And if I'm not ready?" asked the Beast Wrangler. "It's okay. The Onu sent me today because they understood you wanted to leave, but still needed a little help making your decision. Take your time. I'm in no rush." "How long have we got?" "That's up to you. When I meet someone, they're seldom ready to leave immediately. It usually takes a few hours, or a day or so, before they're ready to go. Occasionally, it's been longer. Why, once, I even stayed with someone 3 months before they made their decision." "Oh, I don't expect it'll take me that long." Regardless, the Onu have always protected me, and whoever I was sent to meet during their decision time. I'm certain they'll do the same for you." Having wrangled some of the most powerful beasts around, Servant could sense the heart of an animal or inhabitant, and was never fooled by their appearance. He knew the honey badger's quiet exterior housed an almanac full of bravery and boldness none in First Realm could match, save the king, the prince, and the guide. Servant was confident he could trust Kroga and the Onu to lead him safely home. And, just like that, his decision was made. "Okay, let's go. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. When do we leave?" "Tonight, as soon as it's dark." "From where?" "The base of your tree." "Why not someplace further away from the wall?" "Don't worry. The route I've secured starts there. It'll take us safely past the guards." Servant mistakenly thought Kroga meant transporting, and that surely the traveler must be better at it than the Kuur, so he didn't bother asking for more detail. King Otec, fresh off his encounter with Togr, and sadly alone, walked into the heart of Zayslik, where a few of his troops were housed in a quaint apartment attached to a small but important merchant shop. The proprietor, Rick, who was loyal to the Onu, happened to be the very first merchant in the realm and the great-grandfather of Volpries. While Rick had gone on to great wealth, his original shop, the one in Zayslik, was still his favorite. As the realm had fallen deeper and deeper into war, he had returned to his shop in the quiet hamlet where it resided. Rick found comfort in the simple surroundings, and never understood why his great-grandson seemed so intent on bringing the war to his home. The apartment adjacent to Rick's shop was nearly as old as the shop itself. After Rick had established his business, he quickly realized travelers venturing to trade with him often required lodging, and had built the attached apartment as a means to fulfill their need. While few knew it, he never used the apartment to turn a profit. Only favors. Rick was currently using his apartment to host 4 warriors: Ace of the Night, Vanguard, and their respective wards, Warrior and Squire. In addition to Rick, many townsfolk appreciated the soldiers protecting them from the Kuur, and had offered them shelter in more established dwellings, so they wouldn't have to sleep on the ground in their tents. This wasn't a large imposition for the villagers, as the overall Onu garrison was small and fit into less than a dozen homes. Even with such a tiny force, these troops could have held Zayslik without the king's physical presence. But he was in town to offer more to those willing to hear his call, even if they weren't quite ready to accept it. Otec smiled as he entered the cozy apartment and was greeted by the smell of a hearty stew being prepared by Ace of the Night. However, his smile hadn't been induced by the great aroma, but by the table already set for 5. He loved that Ace of the Night was always prepared for when one of the Onu, or a stranger needing aid, happened to stop by. "Room for one more?" asked the king, as he walked past the table into the kitchenette containing the simmering stew and the tired warrior. "Of course," answered Ace of the cook, as he stirred the pot. "Need any help?" asked the king. "No thanks. I think I've got it covered," replied the cook. "Smells great." "Thanks. It'll be ready in a couple of minutes. After Warrior gets here, I'll send him to fetch a loaf of bread from the baker, and then we'll eat." "I can do that. Fetching bread isn't below me, you know." Ace of the Night knew Otec was a serving king, who wouldn't sit around doing nothing when there was work to do. So he obliged. "Sure, go ahead." "Great. Happy to. If everyone gets here before I return, feel free to start without me, but I won't be long." "Okay," agreed the cook. King Otec patted the cook on the shoulder, a friendly goodbye, which caused the cook to consider how much Otec's touch reminded him of Telios. Or maybe it was the other way around. The king had only been gone a couple of minutes before Vanguard and Warrior arrived. They took turns quickly refreshing themselves in the bathroom and properly cleaning and storing their weapons. Proficient, they were both now seated at the table with Ace of the Night, waiting for Squire and the king to arrive, when Squire came running in. "Wow, I'm famished," shouted Squire as she dashed past the 2 open seats at the table and bellied up to the stove. Along the way, she unstrapped her swords and threw them down on the floor, blocking the narrow walkway. It had been centuries since Squire first received her special swords from Malum, and long over the disappointment they were quite ordinary, she offered them no respect. Squire didn't even care that the middle of the floor was no place to store them, not even temporarily. "Quite a day, huh?" she buzzed over her shoulder as she ladled out some stew into a bowl, completely missing the others had been waiting for her, and weren't eating yet. Still want to view her successes as greater than they were, Squire attempted to bait the others into asking her about her most recent brawl. She needn't have worked so hard to gain their attention. Vanguard would have queried her later without prompting, and listened carefully to Squire for areas where she could affirm, encourage, and discipline her charge. But Squire didn't cherish those private moments with Vanguard. Instead, she felt she received greater praise from others, who didn't challenge her perspective near as often as Vanguard did. As Squire started to recount her day, and overly fill her bowl, Warrior stood up and silently went over to store Squire's swords so they'd be out of the way when the king arrived. After Warrior picked up Squire's weapons by their scabbards, he ushered them over to the other armaments, which were resting next to the wall. He gently set the first sword down, but held on to the second, since its blade had rattled out a couple of inches when Squire flung it down on the floor. As he grabbed the hilt to reseat the steel, the second, ordinary sword sprang to life, and brilliant blue-white fire burst forth from the small bit of revealed blade. The heat was so immediate and intense, and the crackle of the flames so loud, Warrior shouted and dropped the sword. While he hadn't been burned, the exposed blade was so hot it charred the wooden floor where it landed. Later, Warrior would apologize to Rick for having scarred the floor, which compelled Rick to help sow the legend of the burning swords throughout Kurland. "What's the matter?" asked Ace of the Night, who was sitting with his back towards the stove, watching the entrance, like any great soldier would. He had a good view of his ward's efforts to quietly help Squire, but since Warrior had been standing between him and the sword, the knight had been unable to see the flame lick out. "Did you see that?" exclaimed Warrior. "See what?" asked the knight. "Squire's sword. It caught on fire and singed the floor." "Really? Let me see," replied Ace of the Night as he slipped out of his chair and joined Warrior. The knight, used to many powerful blessings and curses, knew it was best to take his ward at his word, but he also valued a quick survey of the situation to determine on which end of the scale these events belonged. Squire, on the other hand, was excessively intent on eating, and had just sat down at the table when Warrior had shouted. While she'd lost a fair amount of her dinner as it sloshed over the brim of her bowl on her way to her seat, Squire ignored the splotches of stew she'd left on the floor, and the fact that Ace of the Night had just vacated the table without eating. Worse, she hadn't even noticed what Warrior had done for her, or what he had said. Before Squire had swallowed her first spoonful, Vanguard rose and left her alone at the table. "What happened?" asked Vanguard when she reached Warrior. Warrior, still overly excited by what he'd seen, decided he'd better explain before he acted. "I was going to lay this sword." He paused briefly and pointed to the sword near his feet with his right index finger. "Down next to that one." Warrior extended his left arm and pointed over at the first sword, stacked with the other weapons. "When this one..." He stepped his right hand down towards the sword on the floor close to him. Caught on fire! Squire, now paying attention to Warrior only because there was no one at the table to whom she could brag, spewed her second mouthful of stew out over her section of the table and beyond. "What? My swords finally did something?" shouted Squire. She jumped up and rushed over to the other soldiers, pushing Warrior out of the way. "Let me see." Squire bent over and picked up the sword in question and pulled it halfway out of its scabbard. But the sword, which had already cooled back down, showed no signs of its flame. "I don't see anything," mumbled Squire disappointedly. Vanguard cleared her throat to gain Squire's attention and pointed down at the char mark on the floor. "I think there's something to see right there." Squire slammed her sword back down into its scabbard and tossed it on the floor behind her. She took a step closer and knelt down to touch the scar, which was still mildly warm. Without getting up, she turned her head to peer over her shoulder at Warrior, who was standing off to the side where she'd shoved him. Gritting her teeth, the envious soldier tried to hide her emotions. "How'd you do it?" she chafed. Warrior shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, "I don't know," having already given his first account of the events. Squire stood up and began to march towards Warrior as if demanding an explanation. Ace of the Night quickly stepped between them and encouraged Warrior to elaborate. Warrior, slower this time, and try to add more detail, instructed the knight. "Okay," agreed Warrior. Since the ominous sword was once again on the floor, in the middle of the room, Warrior took a couple of steps over to it and began to recount the process of putting it away again. "Like I said, I was just trying to stack this sword with the others." Warrior knelt and picked up the sword, again by the scabbard. Pausing, he looked carefully at the sword, trying to envision exactly what he'd done. After picking it up, I walked it and the other sword over to join ours. He retraced his steps, walking around Squire. Once he reached the stacked weapons, he continued. "When I got here, I placed the first sword down." Warrior mimicked this action, bending over slightly to set an invisible sword down, before standing back up straight. "And?" prompted Squire. "Shh, let him think," admonished Vanguard. Warrior closed his eyes and looked down at the sword in his hands. Staring at his memories, he spotted a twinkle of light flashing off the revealed bit of steel, and opened his eyes back up. "As I started to put this sword down, I noticed the blade was sticking out a small bit." Warrior didn't want to make Squire look bad, so he didn't explain how the sword had been dislodged when she dropped it. Though everyone realized this. Everyone, that is, except Squire herself. "So I grabbed the hilt and..." As he explained his actions, Warrior grabbed the hilt and quickly pulled it out to expose a small bit of the blade, trying to position it like it had been when he first picked it up. However, as his hand hit the hilt, the blade leapt to life again, and as he pulled it out, a tongue of fire licked up into the air. "Ah!" shouted Warrior, dropping the sword back down to the floor. The flame was gone before the sword hit the floor, but since the blade was still hot, it left another scorch mark on the floor, quite close to the first. After the sword stopped rattling, Warrior continued. "And it caught on fire." "Just like that?" asked Ace of the Night, which seemed like a stupid question to Squire. Before Warrior could answer, Squire knocked him aside and shouted, "Get out of the way! Let me try!" Squire picked up her sword and sprang to the middle of the room. The other three soldiers all took a couple of steps back, leaving Squire alone with her sword as the center of attention, just the way she liked it. She paused for dramatic effect, scanning her audience as she raised her scabbard up in her left hand. Placing her right hand on the hilt, she slowly pulled out her sword, stopping when a few inches of the blade were visible. But nothing happened. Holding her pose for an awkward second or two, she fidgeted and adjusted her weight, then sheepishly slid the sword back down into its scabbard. Uh, Maybe he held it a little lower, she finally intoned. Squire put the sword down to her waist, but kept it safely extended away from her body, and repeated her blade reveal. Again, nothing. I don't get it, she said frustratingly. Then, in rapid succession, she tried multiple things multiple times, sometimes repeating herself, trying to get the sword to react. She retraced warrior steps around the room, used assorted scabbard angles and speeds as she withdrew or inserted the blade, varied the length of the blade extraction and infusion, pumped the blade in and out quickly as if striking flint, and wildly thrust the sword in the air as if fighting an imaginary foe. But no matter what she tried, no matter how hard she worked, no matter how hard she longed for the blade to blaze, nothing happened. After 15 minutes of frantic activity, Squire ran out of ideas and hope. She slumped her shoulders, slid the sword back down into its scabbard, and lowered it down to her side. At least this time, she didn't drop the sword on the floor. Ace of the Knight and warrior both stood still, aware that it wasn't their place to act. Instead, they held their ground and silently anticipated Vanguard's move. A less experienced soldier might have been distracted by the sword, its action, or lack thereof. But Vanguard was solely focused on Squire. She knew Squire well, and that for some time her charge had been heading towards a critical point in her life where she had to be pruned back to foster real growth. While Vanguard didn't savor this discipline, she took her responsibility seriously and understood it would truly help Squire. And so she too stood still with Ace of the Knight and Warrior and quietly waited. Squire, embarrassed by her inability to fire the sword, mistook the deafening silence in the room as laughter. Her mind raced, wondering how she could get out of this uncomfortable situation and save her pride. She decided her best option was to run outside, so she took a step forward, glancing up at Vanguard, who happened to be in her way. Without speaking, Vanguard acted by simply shaking her head no, which stopped Squire dead in her tracks, forcing her to stay in the moment. Squire swayed back and forth, trying to concentrate, and she couldn't leave, couldn't get the sword to light up, and couldn't solve the mystery of what had happened. What else was she supposed to do? Sucking in her lower lip, she bit down on it lightly. Not hard, but enough so the feeling helped center her. Suppressing the desire to bolt, she stared down at the charm marks on the floor. After a few moments, she raised her eyes and her sword, grabbing the scabbard with both hands. Holding it parallel to the ground, flat across her palms, she extended her arms out, turned, and offered the sword to Warrior. Here, you try again, she submitted. Before Warrior could respond, Vanguard stepped forward, tenderly, took the sword from Squire, and put her arm around her. Let's go outside. I think we've done enough damage in here. Everyone agreed, and quickly made their way out of the apartment. Once outdoors, they spent a long time experimenting with the sword, rather noisily in fact, which drew quite a crowd. They discovered that no matter what anyone did, the sword only flashed for Warrior. Whenever he touched any part of the sword, blade or hilt, the blade instantly lit up. As soon as he let go, the steel was cool in a couple of seconds. The sword's flames curiously never burned or marked the sheath, Warrior, or his clothes, but fiercely bit all other inhabitants and materials. Fortunately, the crowd included a healer, a small blessing, thoughtfully provided by Otec, so no one remained injured for long. After Vanguard ensured everyone who wanted to try their hand at the sword had a chance to do so, she asked a question that no one, not even Squire, had considered. "Hey, Squire, what about your other sword? Do you think it'll do the same thing?" Squire, who'd been sitting alone off to the side, felt a small glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, the sword back inside would respond to her. She jumped up, but tried not to sound overly excited. "I don't know. I'll go get it." As Squire disappeared back into the apartment, the story of her two swords spread from the small contingent of soldiers to all the villagers. The soldiers explained how Squire had boasted incessantly about her swords, and her own importance when she'd first received them. The soldiers also admitted that long ago they'd grown tired of Squire's bragging and the lack of any special results from her or her swords, so they'd given up on her and her supposedly blessed swords. But now, since one of her swords had blazed, they expected the second one would do so as well. Soon, everyone in the crowd came to the same conclusion. Squire's other sword must surely work like the first. They weren't in agreement, however, as to whether or not the second sword would only flame for warrior, since many of them were secretly hoping it would respond to their own touch. Inside the apartment, Squire picked up her other sword and looked around to make sure no one was watching her. Alone, she pulled the sword out of its scabbard and held it high, waiting for something, longing for anything, begging for acceptance. But nothing, absolutely nothing. She mumbled to herself. Dejected, she put the sword back in its scabbard and lumbered outside. "It doesn't work for me," she announced as she came out of the doorway. Under more private circumstances, Vanguard would have reminded Squire about the dangers of attempting to light the sword indoors. But out here, in front of everyone, Vanguard didn't want to make a scene or sound like she was chastising her already depressed pupil. Instead, she decided to join Squire and quietly suggest Warrior try his hand at the sword. As she started towards her ward, a murmur reverberated through the crowd, which quickly became a chant, marking her advance. "Warrior! Warrior!" Even though Vanguard waved her hand to quiet them down, the crowd persisted. Uncertain what to do, Vanguard quickened her pace and hoped the chanting would end when she reached Squire. But before she was halfway there, the king stepped out from the shadows and majestically strode over to stand in front of Squire, which immediately silenced the crowd. "May I?" he asked as he extended his right hand, palm up, offering to relieve Squire of her burden. Otec had returned an hour or so earlier and had been silently watching from the back of the crowd. Choking back tears of rejection, Squire nodded her head, tendered her sword, and turned to fade away. But before she had a chance to complete her withdrawal, the king did something eminently graceful. He skipped to catch up with her, matched her stride, and started to walk away beside her. As the crowd parted to let them through, the king reached down with his left hand and took hold of Squire's, like the father protecting his child, keeping her close. Squire, restored by the king's touch, and now not the least bit embarrassed, stopped retreating when she and the king were about 20 yards clear of the crowd. The king paused as well and stood by Squire, not moving, not talking, just being kingly. After Squire emanated a peace that demonstrated she no longer needed to flee, the king let go of her hand and turned to face her. Squire reciprocated, adjusting her stance until she was face to face with the king. Standing beyond the crowd on a slight upslope in the street, they looked like two actors on a stage in a climatic confrontation. As the audience held their breath in anticipation, the king raised the scabbard up to his waist and took a small step backwards from Squire to create room to safely extract the sword. Looking deeply into Squire's almanac, he placed his left hand, the one closest to the onlookers, a few inches above the hilt, and waited, making sure everyone had time to presume what they thought would happen when his hand touched the sword. While no one had seen this sword blaze, everyone had already convinced themselves it would flame at Warrior's touch, and so they reasoned it would respond to the king as well. More precisely, they all assumed that anything Warrior could do, the king could do better. And while their thinking was flawed, the honor and respect they had for the king was not. Otec loved this about them, and relished the chance to reveal something new about himself. He saw this was going to be a great opportunity for growth, not just for Squire, but for everyone. As the king started to move his hand towards the hilt, he heard Vanguard's deep concern for her ward, and saw her take a step forward. How is this going to make Squire feel better? Surely, flaming the sword in her face will make her feel worse, suggested Vanguard silently to the king. The king paused, ever so briefly, just long enough to reassure Vanguard, via her Deshmi, that things would be okay. Don't worry, you'll see. Vanguard knew the king well, and trusted him completely. Or so she thought. Her tension released, and her anticipation changed. While Vanguard still expected the sword to fire for the king, she was now confident the flame wouldn't consume her charge. The king, still looking squarely and solely at Squire, projected his next claim loudly so everyone in the audience could hear. But in so doing, he did a remarkable thing. Instead of addressing just Squire, he called upon each listener to expand their understanding of him. He emphasized his invitation by using each inhabitant's name in place of Squire's, so they could hear him as if he was talking directly to them. Because, in truth, he was. Later, when the soldiers and villagers recounted the day's events, they would realize what the king had done, calling each of them by name. See, Squire, it doesn't work for me either, testified the king as he put his hand on the hilt and pulled the sword out. Everyone, including Squire, audibly gasped, some covering their mouths with their hands, as if trying to hide their surprise. All were so positive the sword would perform for the king that they were left speechless when it hadn't blazed. Squire was the first to voice her observation. Nothing, she whispered, so softly only the king could hear her. Otec Plas took a small step towards her and leaned down so Squire could hear his reply. Absolutely nothing, he whispered, with a small grin, echoing Squire's earlier comment when she thought she was alone in the apartment, and the sword wouldn't fire for her. While no one heard this brief exchange between the king and Squire, Vanguard deduced this sword wasn't blessed, and that's why it had been safe for the king to act like this. She cleared her throat and stepped forward to answer her previous question about the power of this sword. All right then, I guess this one's different. Like everyone else, Vanguard had been so certain the sword would blaze for Warrior that while it didn't seem to work for the king, she still wanted to see Warrior try his hand. But for some reason, this made her feel like the king had failed, or she had. Not quite sure what to say, she started marching towards Otec and began speaking in a defensive tone, as if protecting the king. I'm sure the other one would work for you, sire. The king turned to look at Vanguard. Before he uttered a word, the expression on his face stopped Vanguard dead in her tracks. It wasn't mean or attacking, just profoundly powerful, sincere, and full of love. His verbal declaration would hit even harder, with the force of new insight, which caused Vanguard to feel like she'd been wrong about everything. No, it wouldn't, declared the king. An awkward hush fell over the crowd. Confused, they struggled to process the notion warrior could do something incredible the king could not, or would not, do. Otec Plas didn't rush them. He knew they needed time to chew on this difficult idea. And so for now, he pursued his desire to help Squire by dismissing the crowd. It's time for everyone to go enjoy their dinner, he proclaimed. While a few slipped away immediately, most groaned disappointedly and felt like they were being asked to leave before the show's finale, so they lingered. Go on. There's nothing else for you to see here this evening, added the king. Reluctantly, and quite slowly, they eventually dispersed. Once the crowd was gone, and only Ace of the Night, Vanguard, Warrior, and Squire remained, Otec Plas continued his effort to provide more for Squire by turning to face Warrior. Hey, Warrior, try this sword. I think you'll find it works for you exactly like the other one, announced the king, tossing the sword perfectly through the air to Warrior, who gingerly caught the scabbard in both hands. Having become accustomed to the feel of a flaming sword and the presence of its heat, Warrior calmly started to pull the new sword out. Instantly, the sword burst into flames, just like its sibling. So Warrior slid the blade back down into the scabbard and let go of the hilt to extinguish the flame. Interesting, deadpanned Vanguard, trying to hide her excitement and amazement that both swords were blessed and worked for Warrior, but not the king. Squire, suddenly disheartened again and on the verge of tears, cried out, "That's not the kind of interesting that I'm interested in being interested about. I want them to work for me." It took a moment for the warriors to decipher Squire's wail, so she was able to lash out again before anyone else responded. "Vanguard, you said the sword were for me," accused Squire, ambushing her trainer instead of the king, whom she really wanted to confront. "I did." "And that Teleus told you so?" Yes, he did," emphasized Vanguard, not in an impatient or impolite way, but in a manner which firmly communicated she'd been following Teleus' orders. Just as it seemed the situation was about to spiral out of control, Otec Plas cut in. "Vanguard, do you mind?" he asked. Some might have thought it odd the king asked permission instead of asserting or demanding his prominence, but his offer didn't blindside Vanguard. She knew the humble king wasn't trying to usurp her position, and correctly assumed he must know something she did not. "Please," bowed the first combat trainer, stepping aside. The king quietly turned to face Squire. While he didn't create a bubble of silence, like Teleus had done with Visvasa in the care center, he might as well have, since the others respectfully drifted away, far enough that they were unable to hear what the king said. "Squire, Teleus was there when you picked up the swords." It was a statement, not a question, but Squire heard it as a question, since she was still quite upset. "Yes," she answered, a bit too harshly. "He told you they were blessed for you," reminded the king. Squire immediately knew this to be true, longed for it to be true. Having replayed that night in Malum's shop countless times in her mind, she was able to again answer quickly. This time she sounded dismissive. "Yes, he mentioned that." "He told you the swords were blessed by both himself and Odigo." "Yes." "And you believed him?" probed Otec, finally asking his first question. "Yes," answered Squire swiftly, too swiftly, without having weighed her trust. "Really? That they'd been doubly blessed?" Squire paused and understood the king was asking her again because she'd answered too flippantly the first time. Vanguard had taught her this. Did I believe him? She slowly mulled aloud. Well, at first, I kinda did. Squire stopped there, her tone disclosing she had more to add, but was hesitant to do so. While she'd once thought the double blessing was important, its promise had faded, and she no longer leaned on it. But, encouraged the king, but the swords, they looked so ordinary. It was hard to believe. They were blessed. Squire peered down at the ground, the disappointment she'd felt when she first eyed the swords in Malum's shop, and, even now, made it hard for her to look up at the king. And, prompted Otec. Squire took a deep breath and rubbed her foot in the dirt, readying herself to explain it wasn't simply the appearance of the swords, it was also their apparent lack of power, and therefore any blessing that had caused her to question Telios and the Onu. This was something she'd never admitted to anyone, not even Vanguard. And nothing special ever happened with them, she shrugged. And now? Obviously, they're quite blessed. And unique, admitted Squire, looking back up at the king. That's not quite what I meant. I meant, do you believe Telios? This question hurt Squire, and forced her to squint like she was looking into a bright light. First Realm inhabitants believe many things about Telios, but this wasn't a question about generic trust. Otec was testing Squire to see if she believed Telios in the face of mounting evidence that, on the surface, seemed contrary to what the prince had personally told her. While Squire didn't know how or why, she instantly realized this was the case, and gratefully understood she could and should answer honestly. No. Why not? Explored the king. I thought he said they were blessed for me. How can they be blessed for me if they don't blaze for me? King Otec smiled, not in a mocking or offensive way, but in a manner that put Squire at ease. Otec loved talking with each of his inhabitants, especially when they were trying to confront their own confusion, disappointments, and questions about the Onu. He knew addressing these could lead to real growth if the inhabitant was open to the truth. And he could see Squire was getting close. If they're blessed and unique, like you said, but they're not blessed for you, then who are they blessed for? For Warrior, of course, answered Squire, emotion rising in her voice. Why do you say that? Obviously, because they work for him. Otec Plas waited, hoping Squire would reveal the true desire of her heart. Nowadays, Squire carried the swords as a burden, embarrassed she'd been singled out to receive them, but hadn't been able to do anything extraordinary with them. For the first time in centuries, she really longed to have the swords, but only if they'd work for her. Otec was aware of this and wanted to see if Squire was ready to admit it to him, and to herself. Squire didn't disappoint the king. I wish they were mine, not warriors. Otec remained silent, creating space for Squire to be herself. It didn't take long. But only if they'll work for me. Squire, my friend, there's something I want you to know about the swords that Telios didn't tell you at first. Oh yeah? What's that? Asked Squire, suddenly hopeful there were some hidden means by which she'd be able to make the swords blaze. The swords were, and are, my gift to you. It's no accident you have them. I asked Telios and Otigo to prepare them for you. Squire had never known any of the Onu to lie, and doubted they would commit any toba. She took the king at his word, but still couldn't comprehend why the swords seemed broken to her touch. But why don't they work for me? She asked. They are already working for you, glowed Otec Plas. How can you say that? They've never flamed for me, not even a single spark. They don't have to burn for you, to work for you. Sometimes the real work is hidden deep within. If you look, you'll see I've already begun preparing something special inside of you. Here, let me help, offered the king. Squire nodded, longing to understand what the king was trying to tell her. The instant she agreed, she saw he was pursuing her pride. Oddly, she also realized she'd known this for a long time, but had previously been unwilling to let the king have access to that part of her. Otec peered into Squire's Olmec at the area where her self-pride had been rubbed raw by the swords. The gardener took out his pruning shears and carefully snipped away a small bit. Squire, I want you to have more, and to be more. More. Like me, that is. These swords have already helped, and will continue to help, if you truly accept them, explained Otec Plas. Does that mean I can learn how to make them blaze when I touch them, like warrior? No. Well, honestly, that doesn't sound very exciting, or make a lot of sense to me. Maybe not today, but someday it will. The serving king recognized it would take years for Squire to grow more like him, but he was patient. He also knew he'd have to do more pruning before her true Olmec flourished. While Squire was glad she felt better after having accepted the king's help today, she was still a bit confused as to why the swords worked for a warrior and not for her. She wondered if she was supposed to keep them, or if the path to more meant giving her gift to a warrior. Otec? Yes? Shouldn't the swords be warriors? I mean, they work great for him. No, they're yours. They may blaze for him, but they're yours. So I'm supposed to keep them? I hope you do. Can I give them to warrior? If you want. But if I keep them, they'll help me become more? Yes, more like me, more like Otigo, and more like Telios. Otec Plas could see that Squire really wanted to understand. Even though she'd barely begun this part of her journey, the king met Squire where she was. He helped uncloud her thinking so she could find him, since she was seeking him. Remember, he began. I know, interrupted Squire, not rudely, but because she knew the list was long and good. And for the first time in eons, she could really see and took over the listing. You're all gentle, kind, compassionate, just, loving, forgiving, faithful, serving, humble. This time, Otec Plas did the interrupting. Squire, do you want to be more like that? More like us? Squire wasn't sure. She did, and she didn't, want that kind of more. While she valued the power and greatness of the Onu, she hadn't personally pursued many aspects of their goodness. Instead, she'd chased affirmation and fame, and many other things unimportant to the royal family. Squire looked away, not because she felt ashamed or pressured to answer, but because she sensed she wasn't alone. As she turned to glance over at Vanguard, she felt her support, even though Vanguard wasn't looking in her direction. Squire admired her trainer, not only for her aptitude in battle, but for her strength of character, which Squire viewed as a reflection and emanation of the Onu. She desperately wanted to be more like that, but sensed her own refinement and development would be painful. Conflicted, Squire wasn't convinced she was ready to give up her dream of being well known, if that's what it took to be more like Vanguard, and more like the Onu. Otec didn't rush Squire, but he did repeat his question to ground her thoughts. Squire, with my help, do you want to become more like me? Squire looked back at the king. While she wanted to desire this profound possibility, she just wasn't sure if she wanted it enough today. She appreciated, however, that racing after the attention she craved, but had never received, was exhausting, like chasing a shadowy mist dancing on a taunting breeze. As she prepared her answer, she knew her acceptance of Otec's offer would be binding. Binding, that is, on her and the Onu. For in that moment, Otogo confirmed through her Deshmi that Otec was actually committing himself and all the Onu to do everything in their power to help her become more like them. More like you? I want to want that, vowed Squire. Good. Keep the swords. My gift to you. I will, replied Squire, a promise she ultimately kept. Decision sealed, Squire suddenly felt hungry. Can we eat now? She asked. Sure, chuckled the king. Otec put his arm around Squire, and together they strode side by side towards the apartment. When they reached the front door, they paused, and the king waved for Ace of the Night, Warrior, and Vanguard to join them. Leaning over, he picked up the loaf of bread he'd set by the door long ago. Once inside, they cleaned up the spilled stew, reheated the rest, and ate dinner together as they talked more about the swords. The king warned Warrior that because Squire's swords would always blaze when he touched them, he should only borrow them during battle as directed by Telios. Otec also recommended Squire and Warrior practice different ways of burying the scabbards and extracting the blades, and noted that when Warrior fought using Squire's swords, Squire should be armed with another weapon so she could remain in the fight. Beyond that, the king was careful to limit his suggestions. Instead, he encouraged Warrior and Squire to work things out together. Before moving the discussion away from Squire's special swords, King Otec Plas blessed their upcoming endeavors. He also turned to Squire and made an unusual proclamation. And Squire, I promise, if you work through this with Warrior, you'll become the first true Squire ever. No one understood exactly what he meant, since there'd never been a group of warriors tasked with being squires. But the idea sounded exciting to the sword-bearer. The king ended his blessing with what sounded like a warning, but in truth, it was a promise of support. Be patient, Squire. Big changes can take a long time. Although Otogo often visited Malum's workshop simply to spend time with his friend, today he had some important news to share. When he arrived, the ironworker was busy, so Otogo sat down on his stool near the entrance to watch Malum apply his gifts. After Malum finished, Otogo stood up and helped him put away his tools. Since Otogo knew this space as intimately as Malum did, it was easy for him to lend a hand. As he placed a medium-sized mallet on a pegboard, Otogo spoke for the first time. Guess what happened today? You successfully hung up a hammer? Teased Malum, acting like he'd missed Odego's offer to explore what was on his mind. Yes, laughed Odego, but what I meant was, guess what extraordinary thing happened today? Malum, a little too busy cleaning up, overlooked Odego's important hint. He'd heard extraordinary instead of Odego's subtle pause after the word extra and his emphasis on the word ordinary. How should I know? Shrugged Malum, not in a mad way, but in a tone that clearly communicated he was clueless. Go on, try to guess, encouraged Odego. Malum paused, but since he had no real idea what to speculate, he shared something he still wished would happen. The Kuur surrendered, and they're all coming back home. Don't I wish? But no, that's not it. Try again. Malum loved Odego and the time they spent together. Over the years, he learned Odego seldom saw events the same way other First Realm inhabitants did. The things Odego viewed as important, inhabitants often overlooked. And what they thought was amazing, Odego often perceived as mundane, or even trivial. The excitement in Odego's voice led Malum to believe something significant had happened today. Something life-changing. But for whom, he had no conjecture. I don't know, divulged Malum, since nothing and no one popped to mind. Want another hint? Yes, please. Odego looked around and started to walk over to a stack of swords. After he picked one up, he turned and showed it to Malum. It has to do with one of these, disclosed the revealer. Since the sword Odego was holding was brand new, Malum understood Odego meant a sword in general, not the specific one in his hand. Mine or someone else's? Queried Malum. Yours. Grasping that today's events dealt with a sword he'd made didn't really help a lot, since Malum had crafted many types of weapons, tools, and even, on a rare occasion, art. But Odego, whined the ironworker, in an overly dramatic fashion, now getting into the hunt. Yes? You know I've made a bazillion swords. How should I know what happened to one of them today? If I'm going to make a meaningful stab at the truth, I'm going to need more. Malum remembered every one of the swords he'd created, but generally had no notion of how any of them were used on any given day. Odego's premise that he should be able to guess was a gigantic clue the ironworker wasn't overlooking. It meant the sword in question was special. Still, Malum needed more to narrow down the list of unique swords which jumped to mind. Fair enough. Does this help? Asked Odego. He put the sword back and walked over to the fireplace. Bending down, he swept his hands through the ashen mess on the floor, close to the bellows. Standing up, he rubbed some of the powdery soot on his cheeks. Malum laughed, instantly recalling the day he'd puffed the bellows too long, blowing a cloud of ash all over Odego, but he pretended to misinterpret the clue. Let's see. You were carrying one of my swords, tripped, and fell down in the mud? No, of course not, chuckled Odego, as he pulled a rag off the anvil to mop his face. Malum didn't wait for Odego to finish cleaning up before he leapt towards the solution. Let me guess. Was it quite an ordinary sword? Very, replied Odego, as he wiped the dirt off his cheeks. But blessed? Of course. Doubly? For sure. Odego, your dirty face hint was way too obvious. Clearly, you're talking about the swords you blessed for Squire. Yes, I know, but it was fun nonetheless, smiled Odego. So, what'd they do? Asked Malum. What do you think they did? Invited the teacher, trying to pull Malum deeper into the issue. He placed the rag back on the anvil and waited. Malum, having not pondered Squire's swords in a long time, was hesitant to dream big. He slipped into simple wartime options instead. Did Squire win an important battle today? Kind of, agreed Otigo, referring to Squire's willingness to become more like the king. But since Malum had no way of discerning that, Otigo continued, steering him in the right direction. While her victory was important, that's not why I'm here. Malum scratched his head and tried to clear his thoughts of physical conflict, which was hard, since his primary focus these days was creating swords for war. Later, Otigo and Malum would revisit the idea of internal victories versus external battles, but not tonight. Okay, I give. Why are you here? He asked. I wanted to talk to you about the swords. Do you remember our blessing? Malum didn't recall the blessing word for word, but he had retained the gist of it. Yeah, the swords were supposed to. Malum interrupted himself mid-sentence, smacking himself on his forehead. Duh, don't tell me. Yes, it's true. They blazed today. Go, Squire! Exclaimed Malum, excited for his friend's newfound success. No, not her, corrected Otigo, cherishing the chance to gently teach the ironworker more. He knew Malum had a warped view of blessings and had been slowly helping him see the truth. Really? Asked Malum. Really, not Squire. Then for whom? Warrior. Malum whistled a falling octave of notes, like one does when they're surprised, and sat down on a stool to think. Having been so certain the swords were blessed for Squire, he didn't know how to process the development that they'd worked for Warrior. Malum was confident there were many types of blessings, and from what he understood, most blessings weren't earned. Otherwise, they'd be called wages or trade. But what confused Malum the most about blessings was that some seemed to require active engagement before they came to life. Malum liked to call these participation blessings. Having spent a long time with Benadari, he'd adopted Benadari's fuzzy thinking about these types of blessings and had come to view them as rewards for being good. Worse, he'd come to believe if one wasn't good enough, they never received their blessing. After Teleos and Otigo blessed Squire's swords, Malum had high hopes for the swords and for Squire. But since nothing had happened for centuries that Malum could see, he'd concluded the swords had a participation blessing, and Squire simply must not have been worthy or willing to participate. While Malum had hated to admit it, if Squire had tried and not received the blessing, then, from his perspective, she must have lacked faith, or not worked hard enough, or done the wrong things, or she wasn't good enough. Regardless of the reason for her failure, Malum had let his expectations for the swords and for his old friend slip away. When Malum had heard the swords flamed today, he'd instantly assumed Squire must have done something right, finally receiving her participation blessing. But after he learned the swords had worked for Warrior, not Squire, things just didn't add up. Did that mean Warrior was more worthy than Squire? Or that someone could steal your blessing? Maybe. But Malum didn't want to say these things, or even ask if they were possible. Instead, he asked a more practical question, surmising a sword on fire was a dangerous thing. Did anyone get hurt? A few minor cuts, and many burns. But there was a healer present, and everyone's okay now, answered Otigo, as he walked over and sat down next to Malum. Good. Glad to hear it. But, began Malum as he leaned back against his workbench, trying to envision the scene. But what? but I really wish I could have seen them." Malum quickly leaned forward to correct himself, waving his hand for emphasis. The flaming swords, that is, not someone getting hurt." "Relax. I knew what you meant. The swords were quite dazzling." "Do you think I'll get to see them on fire?" asked Malum, as he swiveled a stool to look directly at Otigo. "Yes, but it won't be right away. It's going to take a long time, and lots of practice, before they fulfill their purpose," prophesied Otigo. The seer didn't explain that he meant the removal of Squire's pride and the sword's use in Second Realm. Malum just thought Otigo meant the growth of warriors' sparring prowess. "Great! I can't wait to see him," marked Malum as he slapped his leg and stood up, still chewing on the conflict he felt about the blessing going to warrior instead of squire. Otigo rose to join Malum and help him clean up, but he was mindful Malum wanted to talk about squire, even if the ironworker wasn't willing to bring her up. So Otigo nudged him on. "You know, Malum, some blessings can't be seen with your eyes." "I know." "And sometimes the real power is within, not without." "Yeah, I get that too, but—" Malum paused and stared down at the floor. It took quite a while before he looked back up and admitted what was on his mind. "But what about Squire? Isn't she good enough to receive a true blessing?" "No, she's not." Malum wasn't surprised by Otigo's answer, since it aligned with his clouded thinking about participation blessings. He was sad for Squire, but he figured there wasn't much he could do about it. So he was ready to move on. Otigo, who wanted to help Malum really see, had other intentions. "But neither is warrior," continued the teacher. This revelation confused Malum. He believed that since warrior had been rewarded with the participation blessing, he must be good enough, or done something right. Malum took a step closer to Otigo, seeking answers, thirsty for more. Otigo didn't disappoint him. "Malum, no one is good enough to earn a true blessing, not even you." The truth Otigo offered in no way offended Malum. While others might have heard this revelation as harsh, Malum saw the incredible grace it afforded. For if blessings couldn't be earned, then he didn't have to be good enough to earn them. Malum smiled as he realized this was the real reason Otigo had stopped by today. "You know, I guess I'm not really surprised," acknowledged the ironworker. "Good. And I do mean good," pronounced Otigo. Energized by the new insight, Malum turned to finish cleaning up. But Otigo stopped him one last time. "And Malum?" "Yes?" "Don't give up on Squire just yet. Things aren't quite as they seem." After dinner, King Otec left Zazlik, placing Vanguard in charge of its defense. He didn't tell anyone where he was going, and no one asked. As soon as he was gone, Squire jumped up. "Let's go," she beamed. "Where?" asked Warrior. "Outside, around back." "Why?" "So we can practice, of course. If we're supposed to figure this out, then let's go figure this out." "Okay," agreed Warrior, though his response lacked Squire's enthusiasm. They all grabbed their swords and went to the backyard, which Rick had constructed as a small, private garden for his guests. It was an ideal space for the soldiers to privately practice. Once outside, Squire took the lead. "Let's start with the basics," she suggested. "Okay. From your perspective, What exactly is that? Asked Warrior. It's clear I've got to carry 3 swords, since at any time in battle, I might have to sacrifice 2 of mine to you. So I was thinking about this during dinner. Oh, so you were paying close attention to the king, were you? Ribbed Vanguard. Well, when he was talking about the swords, yes. But after that, not so much. It was hard for me to concentrate on anything else. Not surprising, smiled Vanguard, in a we can all relate kind of way. It seems to me the best place for me to carry my flaming swords is across my back in an X. Great warriors know that while this position looks stylish and places the swords out of the way for moving around, pulling full-sized swords out of their scabbards from this angle is very awkward. But Squire, we've talked about this many times before, reminded Vanguard. I know, but hear me out. Okay, go ahead. I totally understand this isn't very useful in general. You've taught me that on the practice field. But I'm not worried about me pulling them out during a battle. Why not? Asked Warrior. I'm not going to use them anymore during a fight. Again, I ask, why not? Because, like Otec said, Telios might command you to use them at any time. So I've got to assume I won't be able to use them myself. I'm just going to carry them for you. If I depend on them in any way, and they're gone because you've got to use them, then I'm toast. And well, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I hate toast, joked Squire, though in truth, she really didn't like toast of any kind. Vanguard was happy to see Squire was already taking the king's challenge to heart, and that by doing so she didn't seem near as depressed as she'd been before dinner. So, you're really only trying to figure out the best way to keep them with you all the time, but out of the way? Asked Vanguard. Yes, exactly. Across my back seems to be the most obvious way. I agree. That should work nicely for carrying them. But I'll also need to wear a sword, or 2, around my waist, like I do now. Just like the king suggested, added Warrior, now getting more into the spirit of the adventure. Yes, though possibly just 1, since I seldom swing 2 at the same time anyway. Before Squire's swords had caught on fire, she wore them both around her waist, 1 on each hip, positioned slightly too far back so the scabbards would clang and rattle behind her to gain attention. However, she never used more than 1 sword in battle, ever, and she had often wondered why she'd been given 2. The second always seemed out of place. While she was now committed to understanding the power of the flaming swords, it would be Warrior who'd have to commit years of practice before he was adept at wielding both swords at the same time, using either hand with the same amount of dexterity, and either sword as an offensive or defensive weapon. Squire had never been committed to that level of training, even though Vanguard had offered to help her many times. Seems like there's not much to practice. How hard can it be to strap your current flaming swords over your back, and a new one around your waist? Challenged the first combat trainer, wanting to see how far ahead her pupil had thought things through. Vanguard then acted like she was turning around to go back inside. Wait! Exclaimed Squire. Strapping them in place is the easy part. Oh, how so? Asked Vanguard. As I see it, the hard part's going to be getting the swords to Warrior in the middle of a fight, when I have my hands already full of other gear. So, that's what you wanted to practice tonight? Yes, but first, may I borrow your sword? Of course, replied Vanguard, as she took her sword off and handed it to Squire, who slung it over her shoulder. And yours too? Asked Squire as she turned to Asa the knight. Sure, but why? Because I'd like to practice a bit with non-flaming swords across my back before moving on to the real ones. No need for me to get burned. Good thinking. Here you go, offered Asa the knight. Squire took the knight's sword and slung it over her other shoulder, the 2 swords on her back now forming an X. Squire then grabbed one of her own swords, intending to strap it around her waist. "What are you doing with that one?" asked Warrior, pointing to this third sword, knowing it had the potential to flame. "I won't be handing it to you, so it won't catch on fire tonight." Squire's comment sounded very matter-of-fact, like she was in total control of the situation, and not the least bit depressed her sword wouldn't blaze for her. She strapped the sword on, so it was hanging down on her left side. After she finished adjusting it, she looked back up at Warrior, a little surprised he wasn't ready yet. "You too. Put your normal sword on, just like you'd carry into battle." Warrior complied and stood facing Squire, waiting for her next instruction. "Now, imagine we're both in the middle of a fight with the Kuur." Squire drew her sword, held it, and acted as if she was engaged in battle. Without further prompting, Warrior did likewise, his movements reflecting the expertise of someone who'd been in many hand-to-hand scuffles, while Squire's swordplay lacked any seasoned finesse. Squire went on like this for a few moments, until she was starting to get slightly out of breath. "Okay, now, imagine Telios gives us the signal for you to use my swords. What should we do?" she panted, dropping her sword to her side. "First, I'd sheath my sword, if there's time," replied Warrior, always one to pay careful attention to his weapon, his trusted ally in battle. "And if there's not?" asked Ace of the Night. "I'd cast it aside," answered Warrior, the pain of mistreating his sword in this manner evident in his tone. "And then what?" sought Squire, still standing with her sword at her side. "I guess I'd rush over to you," proposed Warrior. Squire paused to consider this. She didn't like the implications of an unknown delay, or that Warrior could be far away from her on the battlefield when Telios prompted them to use the swords. "That won't do. We should already be closer together," she resolved. And thus began the first benefit of the king's blessing. Warrior and Squire, together. Before tonight, Squire had tried hard to impress others, but to no avail. Even worse than the lack of accolades, few, other than Vanguard, really knew Squire or wanted to spend time with her. But after tonight, Warrior and Squire would become inseparable in battle, spending so much time together, preparing and fighting beside one another, that they'd become great friends. While Squire would still struggle with her pride, this closeness to Warrior would make a huge difference in how she attacked life. Remarkably, it would be over 1,000 years before Telios commanded Warrior to use Squire's flaming swords in battle. Warrior sheathed his sword and walked over next to Squire. As he approached, Squire sheathed her sword in the scabbard at her side. "Good point. Let's assume we're already close together. Now what?" asked Warrior. "Well, I could hand you the swords," suggested Squire, starting to take one of the scabbards off her shoulder to hand it, and the sword within, to Warrior. As Squire did so, Vanguard let out a war cry, raised her arm overhead, and attacked. Vanguard swung her arm like she was swinging her sword, and struck Squire before Squire had a chance to let go of the scabbard she was trying to give to Warrior, or react in any way. "Well, I'm glad you weren't armed," rejoiced Squire as she lowered the scabbard back down to rest on her back. "It seems to me that taking the sword, scabbard and all, off your back in the middle of a fight isn't going to work," observed Warrior. "Yeah, I don't think so either," agreed Squire. Squire then turned to Vanguard, completely confident the first combat trainer would know how to get past this problem. "Suggestions?" probed Squire. Vanguard had a ready answer, having seen it back during dinner when Otec explained the swords and their use. "I think you should bend over slightly, facing Warrior, and let him extract the swords directly." While there were many issues with this simple suggestion, for instance, who'd face the enemy? And how would they avoid burning Squire's clothes or long hair, though none of these occurred to Squire. Instead, it was her pride that immediately burst into flames. "I bow to no one," she ranted, and turned to run back into the apartment. The other 3 soldiers stood in silence, shocked by Squire's sudden eruption and disappearance. After a few awkward moments, Warrior broke the silence. "You know, I can relate to Squire. I only bow to the Onu. I wouldn't like it if he told me I had to bow to her." Ace of the Night was proud of Warrior for coming to Squire's defense. He walked over to his charge and placed his hand on Warrior's shoulder. There's bowing the knee in worship, and there's bowing the head in acknowledgment or salutation. I'm pretty sure Vanguard meant something more like the latter. "Absolutely," agreed Vanguard as she walked over to join them. "But it looks like we're done for tonight. I'll go talk to Squire, and we can try again tomorrow." Despite Vanguard's optimism, it would take weeks before Squire was willing to try again. But once back in Tala, Squire and Warrior worked out the best angles for the placement of the scabbards and the depth of Squire's bow, so Warrior could easily extract the swords. They trained for months using stand-in, non-flaming swords, until they could accomplish a smooth, quick handoff when they were tired, when they were in the middle of sparring with others, and even when they were in the middle of eating. After they were well accomplished in this sword extraction, and could do it without thinking, they moved on to training with Squire's swords. During all their practice, the flaming swords never burned Warrior or anything he was wearing. But Squire wasn't equally protected. Since the swords burst into flames as soon as Warrior touched them, Squire had to be outfitted with specially treated leather around her neck and shoulders. To protect her long hair, Squire tried tying it into a ponytail. While this helped some, it still flopped around when she bowed and got singed. Hating the putrid smell, Squire decided to sacrifice her hair, chopping it short, even shorter than Warrior's. At first, everyone could see these accommodations really bothered Squire. But with practice, Squire got better at handling and hiding her frustrations, and even miraculously softened on some fronts. However, she was never quite able to hide her prideful feelings from Warrior. He sensed her grating when she bowed, and would often stop to encourage her, reminding her the swords had been blessed for her, and that the king was the one who'd asked them to work through this together. Eventually, Squire started coaching herself whenever she bowed. Through gritted teeth, so no one could hear her, she often repeated the same 3 simple but profound words. "For the king." Servant sat in the dark, with his back against the durian hackberry tree. Facing the 5th wall, he was watching the guards, who were huddled around campfires instead of scanning for invaders. "Psst! Over here," whispered Kroga from the other side of the tree. Servant stood up and walked over to Kroga's side of the tree. He leaned over to get closer to Kroga, whose head was sticking out of the ground from a hole so small he looked like he was wearing a tight turtleneck sweater made of prairie grass. "So come on out and let's get going," prompted Servant. "Nope, you come down here," replied Kroga. Servant sat down on the ground, close to Kroga's head, wondering if the honey badger was going to touch him with his nose, or something, to transport them away. "What next? Do I place my hand on your head or something?" probed Servant as he started to reach down. "Why?" asked Kroga. "So you can transport me back to Tala." "Oh, no," laughed Kroga. "I don't have that gift." "Then why'd you tell me to come down here?" puzzled Servant as he yanked back his hand. "I meant come down here in the hole with me. We're tunneling out of here." "But you can barely stick your head through that tiny hole. How am I going to get down in there with you?" bid the burly orangutan, who was slightly claustrophobic and queasy at the thought of going underground. "Don't worry. The tunnels below are huge. Plenty of room. Here, let me widen the entrance for you." In less than a minute, Kroga had the opening large enough for Servan to easily pass through. Peering down through the opening, Servan saw a long dirt staircase with a gentle downward slope, and treads 2 or 3 times wider than himself. The space was well lit by lots of candles, and had an inviting, root cellar-like smell. Servan immediately understood Kroga must have been down below, preparing his escape for months, which was quite impressive, especially since he'd just brought the herd to this field a couple of days ago, and hadn't realized himself he'd be here tonight. "Wow, I wasn't expecting that," exclaimed the orangutan. Kroga came up, out from underground, and sat down next to Servan. "Time to go. You first. I'll follow and fill the hole back in to hide our path. It'll take me several minutes to get it sculpted, so go look around and make yourself comfortable." Servan quickly obliged, since he'd already said goodbye to his beasts, and was ready to go. The space below looked so inviting he forgot to be afraid. While his first underground views were breathtaking, soon Servan would be blown away by the extensive tunneling Kroga had under Kurland, and the ease at which the honey badger opened and closed passages. Kroga made quick work concealing the start of their escape route, and soon the two started their long journey back to Onuland. Immediately after Kroga sealed the opening in the meadow ground, the king and the twins arrived. Other than the Onu, no one had any idea Otec and the twins often went on adventures like this together. To hide that the giant blue bears weren't back at the royal library on their landing, these quests often took place out of time. Tonight, Servan's beasts enjoyed a timeless frolic in the meadow with the twins, who worked with Otec to shepherd the beasts away from the guards to a faraway pen. Once the herd was safely corralled, Otec sent the twins back to Tala and spent the rest of the night with the beasts, until Servan's cousin Lem arrived in the morning. Lem was quite surprised to find the herd in this particular pen, so far away from where he knew Servan had them yesterday, and even more surprised to find Otec Plas guarding the gate to the family beasts. Savoring great food and fellowship, Kroga and Servan's trip home was quite enjoyable. 3 days after they cleared the 12th Kuur wall of defense, Kroga decided to stop at Putara for a brief break, surfacing near one of her pools around midnight for a refreshing plunge and late-night snack. Since it was quite dark when they departed, Kroga chose to stay above ground and exited Putara on foot. But as they left, a simple declaration of faith would prove to have dire consequences. Servan, while traveling with almost nothing, had packed a small strip of orange cloth, the one he was supposed to wear to show he was a member of the Kuur. He'd never worn it, always claiming he didn't need to wear a skimpy orange rag round his arm, since his entire body was orange. As Kroga disappeared into the woods, Servan pulled out this small strip and draped it over a low-hanging tree branch directly next to the pool of water where they swam. His way of saying goodbye to his former life, happy to move on. Unfortunately, Kroga missed this important event since he was leading the way. Even if he had looked back, the foliage was so thick, the path so curvy, and the night so dark, he wouldn't have been able to see the evidence left behind. Regardless, he never forgave himself for this oversight, but hoped that one day Putara would. After leaving Zayslik, Togr and his weary troops arrived at Butara the morning after Krogan and Servan had passed through. Up to this point in the war, Butara had remained a safe, refreshing space for both sides of the conflict. This morning, Togr took the first watch as a couple of his soldiers cooled down in a cliffside pool. As he walked around the far side of the water, Togr noticed an orange rag hanging from a tree. He quickly removed the Kuur badging and stuffed it into his pocket, glancing around to make sure none of his soldiers had seen him. When he next reported to Delator, Togr dutifully mentioned this small detail. "Not another one!" screamed Delator, who rambled on endlessly about worthless defectors, faithless followers, and a wild story about swords lighting on fire, which he had just heard from Volpres. As he wound down his rant, Delator ended it mockingly. "If they want light, I'll show them light, and who wields the flames?" Togr wasn't quite sure what Delator meant, so he held his tongue and waited as Delator sucked in a monstrous breath and blasted his command. "That's it! I've had enough! Go full rosewood on Butara!" Delator hung up without waiting for a reply or acknowledgement. Togr, having been the one responsible for preparing and torching rosewood, now knew exactly what Delator meant. But since Butara was lush and the weather great, it took Togr and his troops months to cut down the trees, uproot the vegetation, divert the streams, empty the pools, and begin the drying process. They even hauled in several types of accelerants and covered everything in sight. When Butara was completely primed to kindle, Togr himself lit the match for the first scorch. While this fire was devastating, it wasn't enough for Delator. He had Togr burn Butara every decade or so to guarantee nothing new grew and no life returned. Worse for the Kuur, he also started scorching lands even closer to Hiraburu, inside the walls of defense. This made it hard for the Kuur to live and survive. But Delator didn't care. All he wanted to do was make sure no one else defected to the Onu. Chapter 4. The Exchange. 334 years before the Great Divide. Kroga the Steadfast bid adieu to the waning sunlight through his workshop window, then turned his attention back to the project he'd committed to have done by lunchtime tomorrow. With hours of work remaining, it wasn't clear he'd have a chance to sleep tonight. But to him, a promise was a promise, not something to be broken when inconvenient. As the sun disappeared and the moon began to rise, Squire and Warrior completed their practice field exercises and headed to the armory to clean and store their weapons. Like usual, the other soldiers had left for home long ago, leaving Squire and Warrior all alone. Walking through the depot to their favorite cleaning stations, Squire and Warrior positioned themselves at adjacent tables and placed their dirty armaments on the respective work areas in front of them. They stood back to back, not because they were angry, but because they used this arrangement in battle and had become accustomed to blindly sensing each other's presence, just as well as, or better than, seeing each other with their eyes. After Warrior finished with his own weapons, he turned to Squire, who, having more items to rejuvenate than he did, still needed to clean her flaming swords. "Want me to polish one while you work on the other?" asked Warrior. "Very funny. Remember the last time you tried? You nearly burned the table to ash," laughed Squire. "Sure I do," smiled Warrior, too tired to laugh. "Still, it's hard not to offer. Maybe I could double glove or something." "I doubt multiple gloves or any amount of material will make the least bit of difference," discerned Squire. "Yeah, you're probably right. Better let me take care of them." "Have it your way," agreed Warrior. I believe you meant the king's way, corrected Squire, in a tone which demonstrated she was no longer disappointed her swords didn't flame for her. Yes, I guess I did. Anyway, do you want me to stick around until you're done? Queried Warrior, who wished he could control when Squire's swords flamed for him, so in times like these, he could help her. No thanks, it won't take me long. Go ahead and leave, encouraged Squire, now adept at quickly and properly cleaning and storing her special, ordinary swords. If you say so. I do. Okay then, I'll see you tomorrow. Sure thing. After Warrior left to go home, Squire returned to her sword maintenance. When she finished, Squire crawled under the table to put the cleaning supplies away. Shoving the materials in the storage cabinet, she sat down to think, instead of immediately crawling out from under the table to leave. While Squire didn't normally dally under the depot tables, tonight she'd found herself reminiscing about her flaming swords, and the fact they still hadn't blazed in battle. Lost in thought, Squire didn't hear Vanguard come into the depot, nor the echo of the first combat trainer's powerful approach. It wasn't until Vanguard knelt down and peered under the table that her existence even registered with Squire. Mind if I join you? Asked Vanguard. No, of course not, tendered Squire, instinctively sitting up a little bit straighter now that she was in the presence of her instructor. Vanguard slid under the table, spun around, and sat shoulder to shoulder with her pupil, so they were both facing the same direction. Hey, you're sitting in my spot, observed Vanguard with a smile. I'm sorry? Yeah, don't you remember? You're sitting right where I was sitting, under this very table, the night I told you Malum had swords for you. Really? Really. Imagine that, replied Squire with a slight shrug, not overly hung up on coincidences. Ah, brings back memories, sighed Vanguard, in a manner that reflected satisfaction, not exasperation, frustration, or a longing to go back in time. You know, Squire, you've come a long way since then. Thanks, but we haven't even used the swords in battle yet. I wasn't referring to your sword handling. I was talking about your internal growth. From Squire's perspective, the development in her character had been so slow and subtle, she hadn't really noticed. Struggling to think of any transformation, only one thing came to her mind. Now, whenever she bowed to Warrior so he could extract the swords, she no longer clenched her teeth as she silently coached herself with, "For the king." But of course, no one knew this. Not even Vanguard. Really? I've changed? How so? Petitioned Squire. Genuinely interested in Vanguard's opinion, Squire didn't even realize this curiosity was itself a change in her. Wow, where to begin? Mused Vanguard. After taking a few moments to gather her thoughts, Vanguard proceeded to explain some of Squire's growth. Most of these the first combat trainer had pointed out before, but Squire had brushed them aside as unimportant changes, believing only big things mattered. Tonight, as Vanguard took the time to explain why she considered each change important, Odogo helped Squire absorb Vanguard's positive feedback and enabled Squire to see that many of the changes had been a dual effort between herself and the Onu. Vanguard ended by talking about something she'd never mentioned before. Squire, you're no longer afraid to be alone. You weren't hiding under this table, were you? No, I guess I wasn't, chuckled Squire. You were being still, thinking. And because you're now comfortable alone, you don't seek an audience before you act, or temper your effort by the number of spectators watching you. Instead, you just do. And now, your best every time. The look on Squire's face indicated she didn't entirely agree with Vanguard's assessment. To help her charge, Vanguard referred back to the night they first sat under the table together. Do you remember how you bounced around in here the day the Kuur attacked Warrior outside Himkala? You were bragging like you'd caught a whale, when really it was just a minnow. Squire could easily recall that night, and her dancing for many reasons. The stress of the skirmish earlier in the day, the dampness of her pants after she accidentally sat down in a puddle of water next to the table, and the excitement of later receiving her own special swords from Malum. Of course I remember, acknowledged Squire, grateful she was no longer embarrassed by how she'd acted that night, thanks in no small part to the Onu. Well, you don't do that anymore. I should hope not. I love that you still have great enthusiasm, and dance when it's appropriate, but I love even more that you don't need to perform, exaggerate, or boast like you used to. Well, honestly, if given the chance, I still like to put on a good show. I know, but you don't seek an audience before you act anymore, right? No, I guess I don't. And instead, you just focus on the task at hand, not those watching you. Like I said before, you just do. Vanguard paused to make sure her point had fully registered with Squire. Once it was clear Squire understood, Vanguard pressed on. Finally, and this is super important from where I sit. Should we switch places so I can see it? Joked Squire, feeling overwhelmed by all the feedback. Funny, but no. Do you remember what you said earlier tonight when we first started talking? And you thought I meant growth in your sword handling? No, not really. You said something like, but we haven't used the swords in battle yet. Yes, that sounds about right. Notice anything big about that comment? No, not really. We keep practicing and practicing and practicing some more, but we never get to use the swords in battle. True, but you just did it again. Did what? Reflected your big change. Squire replayed her statement in her head multiple times, but couldn't see anything big about it at all. Okay, I give. What's so big about what I said? Both times, you said we instead of I. The Squire I knew before the swords didn't seem to have we in her vocabulary. But the Squire I see now leads with we all the time. Squire began to tear up as the truth of Vanguard's observation sank in. Thanks, Otec, she whispered. Once Squire stopped crying, Vanguard changed the subject. So, why are you sitting down here under the table? Oh, I was just pondering the past, though clearly not as clearly as you, smiled Squire. Well, since you seem to have found one of my favorite thinking positions, have you ever tried lying down under your desk at home? It might help you focus even more. Squire felt that was an odd question, completely missing the irony that she was, at this very moment, sitting under a table, which is a close cousin to a desk. No? Why do you ask? Well, this isn't quite the same. Try it and see, suggested Vanguard as she lay back on the floor herself. Squire, used to following Vanguard's lead, reclined on the floor beside her. The underside of any table or desk tells you a lot about its maker. It's a view few take the time to see, but often reveals quality of character or the lack thereof, explained Vanguard. Squire looked around, but in the darkness she couldn't see the same detail Vanguard did. I'll have to take your word on that, she said. Just wait. Notice anything? At first, Squire assumed Vanguard meant construction nuances like before. As Squire's eyes adjusted to the light, she scanned the table again, but didn't notice anything remarkable. Vanguard, who wasn't in a hurry, waited. In the ensuing silence, something finally appeared to Squire. "Curious," she whispered. "What?" asked Vanguard expectantly. "It's oddly peaceful," answered Squire. "Exactly," beamed Vanguard. "Do you do this often?" Maybe." "Really?" "Okay, yes, I do," divulged Vanguard. "In here?" No, not here. Typically back home under my desk. It's even better than this." "How'd you get started?" "Well, back in school, I walked into my room one afternoon and saw my roommate's legs jutting out from under her desk. We then pretty much had this same conversation, though the roles were reversed. And, like today, we didn't just talk about it, we shared the view. Now it's habitual for me, something simple I can do to help me change my perspective and focus. Though there's no need for you to tell others about this." "Okay, it'll be our secret," agreed Squire. For several minutes they basked in the comfort of being surrounded and captured by the company of a great friend. Ultimately, Squire broke the silence, sensing their under-the-table adventure wasn't the real reason Vanguard had returned. "Vanguard?" she beckoned quietly. "Yes?" "Why'd you come back?" Without moving or adding any strain to her voice, Vanguard calmly answered. "Urgo told me to." Staring up at a knot in the wood, Squire instantly knew why. "First use is tomorrow, isn't it?" she asked. "Yes, it is." "Do you think we're ready?" bid Squire as she turned to look at Vanguard. "I know you both are," replied the first combat trainer. Extract from Unsealed Dachshund Royal Recording 14E8-4I4-272F4A-AA9-148A68K1A6D. "What have you been doing?" asked the father. "Marking time," answered the son. "How so?" questioned the aged one. "I lifted the haze, and now, when you stand in second realm, you can peer through Calum and see the witness of second realm's heavenly bodies. Stars to mark the months? Yes. Sun and moon the days? Absolutely. A not so subtle reminder?" smiled Otec. "Yes, indeed. A daily exchange of darkness for light," twinkled the bright morning star. Just before dawn, concealed in a hidden camp about half a day's journey from Tala, Togger and his soldiers prepared for breakfast. Ironically, this burning party employed no fires to help them cook, or embers to help them stay warm, too afraid the light would expose their location. With no means to heat their food, Togger had to forego his normal breakfast of toast and hot chocolate. The tiger choked down some stale bread, cleansing his palate with a bit of fresh milk, a small luxury afforded by having crossed paths with a few free-ranging bovine yesterday. As usual, Togger ate alone, even though many in his regiment would have gladly broken bread with him. Nearing the end of their months-long campaign, Togger and his burning party had spent most of their time in the fertile plains between the last four walls of defense, where they'd judiciously leveled and burned all the vegetation which had sprung up since their previous blazes. Although Togger typically cleared these lands only once every decade or so, Delator had grown increasingly paranoid and demanded Togger strip the area again after only 1 year. While this ongoing, wasteful destruction of valuable resources made it hard for the Kuur to sustain themselves, Delator blamed the Onu for their suffering and ruthlessly punished anyone who claimed otherwise. In keeping with his bitter mood, Delator further demanded Togor incinerate Putara again, even though she was well beyond the last wall of defense and officially neutral territory, despite the profound personal danger of not fulfilling Delator's desires. The burning party was unable to comply with the Kuur leader's vindictive decree. Although they tried hard, they couldn't figure out how to make Putara's ash burn again, having already done such a great job on her first scorch and subsequent burns. After breakfast, Togor and his regiment broke camp, left on a circuitous route to Tala, and disappeared into the cover afforded them by the rolling landscape. Yet, despite their covert actions, the burning party continued to be secretly shadowed by an even stealthier band of Onu warriors. This shadow company, led by Asa the Knight, followed the Kuur the entire time they were in Onu land. They could have easily stopped Togor's division, but were under kingly orders not to do so. Specifically, Otec had told them to remain hidden and not to engage the Kuur, as long as the burning party kept proceeding towards the public library at Tala and didn't try to enter any other city. While the Shadow Company longed to help more, the king had also instructed them to stand down once Togor and his arsonists turned onto the street housing the public library. Otec said he'd have another substantial force ready to address the attackers there. Otec Plas, always prepared, knew Delator wanted to rekindle the pride he had felt when Rosewood first fell. The king fully expected the Kuur leader to strike the public library and all Onu word in First Realm until Bolmek took his place. Kroga lay asleep in the corner of his workshop. Curled up in a ball amongst the wood shavings, he looked like a calf bedded in its stall. Having worked all night, and most of the day, on 3 outstanding endeavors, Kroga had fallen asleep only 15 minutes earlier. As the clock silently struck noon, Dyer the Outcast, a shaggy-looking patron, approached the back window of Kroga's workshop. Dyer loved rolling around in raked piles of leaves, and since it was late autumn, his curly fur carried the remnants of his play, making him look dirtier and shaggier than normal. Putting his paws up on the windowsill, Dyer peered inside and saw the furniture fixer asleep on the floor. Dyer tapped lightly on the window, attempting to wake Kroga, but the honey badger didn't stir. Undaunted, Dyer yelped twice like a dog, pressed his nose against the glass, and waited. This time, Kroga woke up, the second, louder bark having been the key. Kroga smiled, and wanting his appearance to closely match his leaf-loving friend, he rolled over a couple of times in the wood chips and sawdust, caking his own fur. "Be right out!" shouted Kroga, as he finished grooming and stretched one last time. The honey badger grabbed Dyer's project, dashed through the front door, and hiked to the backyard. Dyer, who never went inside Kroga's workshop, hopped down from the windowsill and turned to greet Kroga, staring where he'd soon appear. As Kroga rounded the corner and came into view, Dyer spun and shook his body excitedly, which freed many leaves from his fur, tossing them high up into the air. After Dyer stopped dancing, but before all the leaves returned to the ground, Kroga set the miniature plankboard table down in front of his friend. Kroga then received his payment in full, a monstrous howl of thanks, and a hug. The furniture fixer would have gladly settled Dyer's account for either, let alone both, and felt he'd received much more than he'd given. At precisely 3:33 in the afternoon, PB and Me's met in the atrium of the public library, unaware that outside, first use would soon occur to protect them. After their normal greeting, PB and Me's headed straight to their favorite alcove in Himkala to argue, in the appropriate sense of the word, about Desma, though they did so for different reasons. PB, the history teacher, viewed Desma not as a means to draw closer to the Onu or the truth, but as a key to unlocking his future. He prospected in Himkala to find nuggets he could give to Delator, and thus become rich and famous. Nevertheless, as PB spent time studying with Mies, the power of the word in Desma slowly chipped away at PB's clouded, self-absorbed thinking. This was making it harder for PB to accept Delator's fictional view of first and second realms and the shallowness of his own personal goals. However, when PB met with Mies, he was careful to hide his doubts behind a curtain of false bravado. Today, it was exceptionally easy for the owl to seem self-assured, since he was still flying high from his recent, unusually productive encounter with Delator. Mies the librarian, on the other hand, had an unyielding enthusiasm for learning, not for learning's sake alone, but because it helped him see the Onu more clearly. He particularly enjoyed browsing the breadth of Desma, since it provided a unique window into Onu thinking. In his haste to read broadly, Mies frequently missed the multi-layered richness of an individual Desma recording during his first pass over it, but he used the events of his life and interactions with others to guide him back to the recordings he should research further. Mies was best known for going out of his way to welcome and assist Kuur in the public library. For several centuries now, this simply meant helping PB, since PB was the only Kuur who still ventured inside. Mies viewed PB as a friend, and cherished their long, winding discussions, and the countless hours they'd spent together building a foundation of irreplaceable trust and understanding. Mies appreciated that PB's insights forced him to dive deeper into Desma, even though PB's views were sometimes Kuur-slanted. After every class with the history teacher, Mies revisited the recordings PB had referenced to examine Onu intent for himself, just in case PB had twisted something to suit his own design. When PB and Mies finally reached their alcove, Mies stepped aside to let PB go in first. Since their chamber was crammed full of recordings, resting on every flat surface and all over the floor, there was barely enough room for PB to squeeze through the mess so he could sit down at the table. Mies followed close behind PB and took his seat across from the owl. While the table between them was heavily laden, PB and Mies had carefully excavated and maintained a small valley in the mountain range of recordings on the table. Without this valley, which ran from PB to Mies, the two wouldn't have been able to see each other. As they settled down into their seats, PB disclosed why he was so happy today. "I met with Delator last week to explain what I'm about to share with you," he teased, as if he was about to tell Mies a juicy secret. While Mies respected PB, he didn't care for Delator, so PB's name-dropping didn't afford him any sway. "Go on," replied Mies, eager to get started, even if it was on a bad foot. PB smiled, as broadly as an owl could, then sat up straight and arched his shoulders back to puff out his broad chest. But before he divulged the topic of his discussion with Delator, PB described the end of his meeting first, and the Kuur leader's unusual shower of praise. Delator said, and I'm quoting here, "I like where you're going." Mies woefully wondered if Delator meant Titoba, like the other Kuur, or if he'd actually been swayed by PB's findings. Without saying a word, Mies waved PB on. For some reason, PB had expected Mies to be more impressed with Delator's approval. Disappointed, he stretched out his wings until they bumped into the stacks of recordings hemming him in, then dove into his discovery, this time starting from the beginning. Long ago, well before Second Realm began to take shape, I proposed we could arrest its development by simply stopping Telios, and there'd be no seconds to worry about, preened PB, using his most professional history teacher voice. "I know," acknowledged Mies calmly, and while he wanted to add, "You've told me that 1,000,000 times," he didn't, since it would have been rude to do so. Mies did, however, wonder why Peebee kept talking like it would be an easy thing to stop Telios from doing something he'd already set his mind to do. "Well," continued Peebee, "since it's clear we didn't quite stop the creation of Second Realm, I believe I found a new way we can conquer it." Mies thought Peebee was already sounding way too much like Delator today, so he slathered his reply with irony, hoping to pull his friend out of his rut. "Conquer it? Really? Don't you have to get there first? How you going to do that?" Now, chided Peebee. "I haven't worked out those details yet, but please, just go ahead and imagine we do get there someday." "Well, okay," sighed Mies. "Good. Then, once we're there, it'll be super easy for us to conquer, since Second Realm inhabitants will be." Peebee paused, clearly trying to build anticipation. "Will be what?" "Are you ready for this?" goaded the owl. "Yes, of course. Seconds will be," prompted the librarian, starting to sound slightly annoyed. "Beasts," revealed Peebee smugly. "Some way!" exclaimed Mies, who'd gotten into the habit of making up his own exclamatory phrases to keep his linguistic skills sharp, and, more importantly, to avoid the cur custom of cursing Telios. Mies tried not to use any of his made-up words, and today he was prefixing all his creations with Zom. "That's right, beasts," repeated Peebee. "What do you mean? I've always assumed they'd be sentient." "Nope, they won't be," asserted Peebee confidently. "But that doesn't make any sense." "Why not?" "Because there are recordings, like 14E8-51D, that talk about seconds having choice and being internally sealed. If they have choice, they're sentient," objected Mies. Mies, like Peebee, often abbreviated recording references when they were arguing. Peebee knew, of course, that Mies meant recording 14E8-51D F70 I19A4-1887-AAA 6LA A02D. Peebee wasn't surprised Mies had brought this recording up first. In his effort to curry favor with Delator, Peebee had already come up with a way to warp this particular recording to match his new view of seconds. Since Delator frequently misquoted it, Peebee had shrewdly recognized he'd have to come up with a creative way for the Cur leader to amplify his message, not change his tune. "Are you sure? That recording may not mean real choice," challenged the history teacher. "Oh, come on, Peebee. We've talked about this a lot. Even Delator makes a big deal about how seconds will get their Deshmi." "And rightly so," Peebee exclaimed passionately. "Since they'll be created without a Deshmi and no internal connection to the Onu, they'll be born free. Unlike us, we had no choice. Created with Deshmi and connected to the Onu, we were born hostages." "I hate it when you use that word," interrupted Mies, who felt nothing like a hostage to the Onu. "I know you do, but this has been a great rallying cry for us, and I'm proud to have brought this perspective to Delator's attention in the first place. My interpretation on this front has brought in many recruits." "Way too many," muttered Mies. "And they all agree with me. While we were originally cursed with our Deshmi, we can now break free and live blessedly as we choose." Even though Peebee was partially responsible for this fake view of freedom and worked very hard to excel within the Cur, he hadn't destroyed his own Deshmi. At least, not yet. "Yeah, so? Don't do that," pleaded Mies. "Do what?" "Break your Deshmi." "What makes you think I haven't already?" asked Peebee, not in a taunting way, but because he was truly torn and confused, wanting to have a healthy Deshmi and Cur freedom all at the same time. "I just know you haven't. I don't know how I know, but I do. And, well, don't break it. PB, surprised by me's ardent appeal, lost his train of thought. Since he didn't say anything at all, Mies went back and repeated his own claim. What I was trying to say was, and you seem to agree with me, is that 14E8-51D clearly says seconds will be born without their internal connection to the Onu, and they'll have to choose to follow the Onu before they're sealed with Deshmi. Yes, so what? Asked PB dismissively. So, how could seconds make any choice if they're not sentient? If you hold on a bit, I'll explain that in a minute. But first, if you're right, and they're going to be sentient, that's really quite funny. Oh yeah? How so? Well, aware and no Deshmi? Then aren't they Kuur members right from the start? Crowed PB, playing Delator's advocate. I don't know about that. Why not? Because I don't like the idea Telios would create beings who were immediately his enemies. That doesn't seem right, or anything like the prince, squirmed Mies. Don't worry, it doesn't really matter. Seconds won't be sentient. You keep saying that, but I just don't see why. What makes you so confident all of a sudden they won't be? Well, as I was telling Delator last week, began PB, again trying to brag about talking with Delator, as if that made him important. This time, Mies didn't react in any way, not even so much as a small physical wave, so PB cleared his throat and moved on. Sometimes 1 plus 1 really does equal 3, and in this case, 1 tree of life plus 1 tree of death means seconds can't be sentient. Say what? I still don't get it, cried Mies, clearly exasperated. Come on, don't you remember 14E8-D5F8L and its description of a special garden? Scolded PB. Some, affirmed Mies sheepishly. Since he perused Desma fast, Mies didn't catch as many details on his first pass through as PB did. Conveniently, PB reached over to the third stack of recordings on his right and picked up the exact scroll in question. 14E8-D5F8L-146321 CBD-2B8K-3D-B1635C C10K, having placed it there earlier today, before he met Mies in the atrium. My, oh my, what do we have here? Taunted the history teacher as he waved the scroll around in the air. 14E8-D5F8L, I presume. Why, yes indeed. It says, in addition to all the lands, seas, and vegetation, there's going to be a garden in Second Realm that puts Putara to shame. And in the heart of this garden, there's going to be... PB paused, testing to see if Mies could remember of his own accord. Duh! 2 special trees, like you just said a moment ago. But, as I recall, they weren't called life and death. That doesn't sound right. Well, let's just look that up. PB pretended to skim to the correct section, brushing the tip of his wing across the scroll like he was reading. But he wasn't, having rehearsed this scene many times before he met with Delator. He stopped moving his wing when he felt his delay had been long enough to seem real. Yep, it says right here, the first tree will be called the Tree of Life, quoted PB. PB then looked up at his student and asked the obvious question. Why do you suppose it's named that? Mies closed his eyes to help him think, and tried to recollect if they'd specifically talked about the name of the tree before. But since he couldn't bring the memory back to life, he opened his eyes and answered. Sorry, I don't recall. Well, when we last talked about this recording, you suggested the Tree of Life symbolized life in general, since it's going to be in the center of this majestic garden. With Peebee's generous hint, the memory of their discussion sprang back into Mee's consciousness. At least, parts of it did. Oh yes, I believe I did. Or at least something like that. Well, back then, I agreed with you, since I hadn't given the recording sufficient thought, or rigorous review. But now, I'm sure we were wrong. Really? Now what do you think it means? Life. Literally, life. Why else would Telios put it there? I don't know, shrugged Mies. Come on, think. If they have other plants and animals for food, why would seconds need to eat from this additional, special tree? I said, I don't know, replied Mies, not in an angry way, but in a manner which made it clear he wasn't following Peebee's point. Because if they don't eat from the tree of life, they'll die, embellished Peebee, flapping his wings dramatically. How can that be? No sentient being can ever die, protested Mies. Exactly. If there's a tree in the garden that second realm inhabitants have to eat from to stay alive, and they don't eat from it, then they're not going to stay alive. In other words, they're going to die. And if they can die, then they're not sentient, rattled Peebee. Mies, unwilling to give up the idea seconds would be sentient, struggled to quickly refute Peebee's argument. In the awkward silence that ensued, Mies could tell Peebee enjoyed watching him struggle. Finally, Mies offered a weak alternative. Maybe it's not really life and death in that regard. Lots of things give life meaning, like joy, happiness, family, and peace. Maybe it just means eating of those to really experience being. That's a stretch, snarled Peebee. Really? I thought it was a great, off-the-cuff comeback, smiled Mies. Librarian, do you believe the Onu? Asked Peebee, attempting to trap his student. Yes, of course I do, professed Mies, rather more forcefully than required. Do they lie? Never. The first tree isn't called the Spice of Life tree. It's called the Tree of Life, and the Onu recording says seconds will have to eat from it to stay alive. More to the point, a few paragraphs later, it says that if they eat from this tree, they'll live forever. If they keep eating, they keep living. Well, okay, if that's what it says, responded Mies. And if they don't eat from it, they must die. I'm not sure about that, dodged the librarian. Mies flung himself back in his chair and scratched his head, like he often did when thinking hard, trying to find something wrong with Peebee's case. As recording after recording raced past his sight and no counter-assertions came to mind, Mies realized he was ill-prepared for today's session. Peebee sensed he could have rested his case there, and Mies would have had to ultimately concede. But he had several more points he really wanted to make, to overly prove he was right. Remember, that was just one of my 1 + 1 = 3. Oh boy, I can't wait for the rest, moaned Mies. I'm sure you can't, but here we go. What's the name of the second tree again? I don't remember, but I'm positive it's not death, like you said a few minutes ago. Well, let's double check on that. Without moving the scroll so Mies could see it, Peebee acted like he was looking at it once again, reading it carefully, word for word. Though again, he really wasn't. Wait a second! You might be right, feigned Peebee, as he acted like he was reading, and rereading something. Well, I'll be. The second one's going to be called, and I quote, the Tree of Knowledge. Peebee stopped as if done, but had only read the first part of the tree's name. He fully expected Mies to take the bait, and wasn't disappointed. That's right, knowledge. I remember now. See, I told you so. It's not called the Tree of Death, like you keep saying, gushed Mies, believing he and seconds were back in the game. Hold on there, librarian. Strange, isn't it? What? A tree of knowledge. How so? I mean, Many things about Second Realm seem strange to me. And to me too. But doesn't this tree seem unfair? Unfair to whom? To us. To you and me? Sure. PB, you've totally lost me. I thought we were talking about Second Realm's Tree of Knowledge. We are. So how's that unfair to you and me? Think about it. We have to hunt for the truth, argue over interpretations, and struggle to figure out what to do. But this recording says seconds will only have to eat from the Tree of Knowledge, and they'll get it. That doesn't even seem close to fair to me, since we've worked so hard to understand, well, everything. PB knew this wasn't precisely what the recording said about the second tree, but this idea of knowledge fairness had struck a chord in him, and he wanted to see if it disturbed Mies in the same way. Mies looked around their messy alcove, which now only the two of them ever used. He loved this space, the effort of digging into the recordings with a friend, and the joy of new discovery. Mies didn't think he'd like it very much if all he had to do was eat from some tree to know everything. No, I guess it doesn't sound exactly fair, but I'd miss all of this, and our time together. Thanks, stammered PB, taken aback by Mies' confession. But unwilling to admit he enjoyed his time with Mies just as much, PB continued. Well, fortunately for both of us, at least for me, there's more to this tree than first meets the eye. It comes with a humongous catch for seconds, beamed the owl. What's that? Turns out it doesn't provide instant access to all knowledge, just a pitiful understanding of good versus Toba. By the way, that's its full name, the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Toba. Shocked, Mies dove through the valley between the stacks of recordings and grabbed the scroll from PB. He started scanning the recording to find the name for himself, but Mies was surprised to find PB had the scroll open to a section which had nothing to do with the trees. The librarian scrolled backwards, forwards, and then back again, but couldn't find the trees. Exasperated, he stopped searching and looked up at PB, who smiled and simply said, Section 42.751. Mies quickly jumped to that section to read the name of the tree for himself. Well, I'll be. That is what it says. Good and Toba. Sad, isn't it? The tree's not all knowledge, just garbage about goodness versus Toba. And who could possibly want to know that? Mies mulled this idea over carefully before responding. Well, I guess it might be handy. I kinda wish I had a tree like that sometimes. Not me. Never. I like being oblivious to my faults, but here's the really weird thing. It gets weirder? Yep. How so? Seconds can't eat from the tree and no good. I thought that's what it says, or at least that's what its name implied. Not quite. Look more carefully. Read further on, the sentence or two just after the name. It says if they eat from this tree, they'll know Toba, not good, and die. Perplexed, Mies picked back up the scroll to read and reread the key paragraphs multiple times. And sure enough, PB was right. That's what it seemed to say. Mies didn't know how he'd missed this before, but as he started to set the recording down, he read the last sentence again and thought he might have spotted a small flaw in PB's argument. Wait a second, PB. I don't really get the death part yet, but hear me out. Sure, go ahead, agreed PB, confident he was right, and there was no way Mies could have found something so quickly to prove he was wrong. If seconds will know Toba, doesn't that make them sentient? PB chuckled, more than ready for that question. He'd given the issue a lot of thought before he'd ventured into Delator's presence last week. No, not at all. It just means they'll understand they shouldn't eat more, similar to how you sense the same thing after you've eaten something that doesn't sit well with you. Mies rubbed his stomach, thinking about the last time he was sick. PB could see he was getting through. I believe the second tree's a type of poison, and we've all seen what happens to animals when they eat something that doesn't agree with them, he elaborated. Then why's it there? My guess is to help train and tame seconds, animals that they are, a form of beast herding, teaching them to stay away from the tree by watching others suffer. Otec loves that sort of thing. Come on, that sounds like Toba to me. No, seriously, if they're only animals, it's not that bad. Just because you can train a beast to come to you when you call it, or teach it to do other tricks, like avoid the fruit from one tree, doesn't mean the animal's conscious like us. Still, I don't like it. It sounds too much like Toba to me. Are you sure the tree's not just in the recording as an allegory to demonstrate choice? Maybe seconds will evolve in their understanding, like we do. So the story means they'll try things. Lots of things. And over time, they'll grow in their perception of what's good and what's not. I don't think so. Look again. Right there. PB took his turn diving through the valley of recordings so he could touch his wingtip to the appropriate phrase. What does it say? Right there. They eat. They... PB paused, knew he had Mies right where he wanted him. They die, read Mies. Is that symbolic? Asked PB as he plopped back down in his chair triumphantly. I don't know. Well, I do. Put that together with the Tree of Life stuff, and poof, you've got it. Seconds can die. They must eat from one tree to live. And if they ever eat from the second tree, they die right away. Period. They're simply beasts. Animals, at best. PB and Mies didn't yet comprehend that true death was separation from the Onu, and final death was being held forever in Toba, a gift of judgment by Otec Plas, for those who chose not to go there. Instead, they both focused on the types of bodies and kalamas they did understand. But how can they die? Won't their kalamas protect them, like us? Asked Mies. That's just it. They won't have kalamas. If they did, those trees wouldn't matter. So they're only going to have regular old animal bodies. Flesh and bones. Not kalamas. Mies was beginning to follow PB's logic, even if he didn't like where it was taking him. Let me get this straight. If they eat from the tree of knowledge and don't have kalamas, they die? Correct. But we all know sentient beings can never die, maintained Mies. That's my point. If seconds can die and they don't have kalamas like us, they're just animals. They can't possibly be sentient beings. All of them? It appears so. Beasts, no better than dogs. Are you parroting Delator? Or do you really believe all of this? I'm not parroting Delator. I totally believe it. If anything, I hope he'll be parroting me soon. I'm the one who told him all about this. When the Kuur get to second realm, and we'll definitely get there, we can treat seconds like we would any other beast. Not if they're beasts like the twins, countered Mies, grasping at a final straw. Fair point, but the twins are the only sentient beasts, with a capital B, in all of First Realm. They're special in many ways. I haven't read anything in Desma that alludes to creatures like them in Second Realm. Quite the contrary. All second inhabitants seem to be weak, frail, and much lower than us. Beasts with a little b. You know, just animals. Just animals, echoed Mies as he tried to get used to the idea. Yes, animals. We can hunt them, herd them, tame them, kill them. It just doesn't matter. Why, we could even use them like the beasts in Cazador's Colosseum. Which, by the way, did you hear? The gladiators got reinstituted this week in Kurland. Delator said it was safe to ignore the king's warning. Mies hadn't heard this, but the thought of the games running again didn't make him feel any better. He crossed his arms and placed them on the table, then buried his head in the crook of his elbow. Not because he was sick, but because he was speechless, defeated by Peebee's claims, and needed time to think about the notion of seconds being animals. This idea had completely obliterated the image he'd created in his mind for Second Realm, and the hopes he had of one day meeting second beings. Peebee was used to seeing Mies take this position when the librarian felt overwhelmed or had lost an argument. The owl had assumed he'd feel triumphant when and if Mies laid his head down like this today. But instead, the history teacher felt sorry for Mies and not the least bit victorious. Peebee decided to give Mies a chance to regroup and waited a long time before he proceeded. Neither Peebee nor Mies knew that during this extended period of silence, the Flaming Swords were fighting outside to help protect their time together and to ensconce the new insights they were both having today. When Peebee and Mies had first entered their alcove earlier today, the Onu suddenly appeared, standing around a nearby table. As Peebee and Mies took their seats, the Onu also sat down. Due to their precise timing, the Onu, seated at the first table around the corner from the alcove, had guaranteed Peebee and Mies had no idea they were nearby on royal guard duty. Since the Onu typically held court elsewhere and seldom met as one in the public library, their presence was an obvious sign something important was going on, which effectively shielded Peebee and Mies from all interruption. On many occasions, Otec Plas had worked behind the scenes to protect Peebee and Mies' relationship, and today he wanted to ensure their pending discussion of hidden Olmecs and vaulted Telios took place. Knowing these upcoming discoveries were immensely important, the king had also planned to immortalize the day by first use. "It's time," he nodded, soon after Mies had nearly admitted defeat by laying his head down on his arms. At the king's command, Telios and Odigo stood up and went their separate ways. Telios left Himkala and advanced to the rear entrance of the public library. Odigo, on the other hand, stepped closer to the alcove and sat down on the floor, just outside the entrance. Still out of sight, he crossed his legs and leaned back against the wall, ready to provide guidance when Mies would need it most. After her meeting with Vanguard last night, Squire had slept fitfully. Nervous, first use would come in front of a sizable crowd on a large battlefield. She was surprised, and somewhat relieved, when she'd learned earlier today that she and Warrior had been placed on guard duty at the rear of the public library. While there'd been many clashes in and around the library, no one had been seriously injured there in a long time, so Squire sensed it was a good place for the premiere of her swords. Despite her heightened anticipation and lack of sleep, Squire wasn't the least bit tired as she reached the end of her watch in the small courtyard at the base of the steps leading up to the rear entrance landing. "Our replacements should be here any moment now," remarked Squire, trying to spark a bit of small talk to help relieve the tension she felt. "Yes, indeed," agreed Warrior. "I'm afraid Vanguard was wrong," observed Squire. "How so?" solicited Warrior, certain their challenge still awaited them. "We're not authorized to use the swords unless Telios tells us to, right?" "Of course not." "But if first use is supposed to be today, where's Telios?" asked Squire, revealing she wasn't concerned about the end of their shift, or the lack of Kuur to fight, but the absence of the prince. "I don't know, but I trust Vanguard," answered Warrior. "Me too." "And Odigo told her it'd be today?" "Yes, Then it's today. Don't worry, he'll be here, assured Warrior, as he fidgeted a little now too, not in a scared way, but in a something must be about to happen sort of way. At that very moment, off to Warrior's right, a large group, way too large, entered the street a few blocks away and started coming towards the library. The mob wasn't exactly lined up in rows, but they were marching in lockstep, like an army with a single purpose. Squire and Warrior were unaware that in keeping with the king's command, Asa the Knight and his shadow company were just behind the pack, around the corner, having followed Toger and his burning party as instructed. While the shadow company remained out of sight, a few of them, including Asa the Knight, peeked around the corner and discreetly watched the battle they weren't allowed to aid. Seeing they were sorely outnumbered, Squire wasn't sure how she and Warrior would fend off the cur without additional help. Her next question was more about Teleos joining them in the fight than it was for the prince giving them the signal to use the flaming swords. What if he doesn't show up? She asked. He will. But what if he doesn't? Simple. We don't use them, but we stand together, like we've done countless times before, answered Warrior. Given Odogo's forecast through Vanguard, Warrior fully expected Teleos to tell them to use the swords today. He just wasn't sure if it would happen during their current encounter or later, somewhere else. Always prepared to defend, Warrior placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, confident he and Squire could hold their ground, and that other guards would soon come to their defense. After using the back of his boot to trip the silent alarm hidden in the first riser of the stairs leading up to the landing, Warrior took a step towards the looming throng. As he did so, the rear door of the library began to crack open behind him. Before Teleos could exit the library, actually, before he'd even opened the door an inch, Squire sprinted past Warrior and turned around to face him, placing her back perilously towards the approaching mob. She was in place before Warrior even realized Teleos was on his way outside. As Squire stood still, partially obscuring Warrior's view, the incoming cur unbuttoned their cloaks, pulled out their hidden swords, and began rushing towards Squire. Unafraid of a fight, and always ready to get his paws dirty, Toger would have normally led his soldiers into battle. But today, he was in the rear, using his inspecting skills to watch over his regiment for cowardice or weakness. The burning party knew what Toger was doing, and that Delator had demanded a strict account of each soldier's failures, so he could respond in kind. This perversely motivated each individual to focus on their own success, not that of the group. Overly zealous, and without Toger in the lead to temper their onslaught, the cur broke ranks and began running towards the library. Immediately after, Squire took her position in front of Warrior. They thought Squire was easy prey, naive, and just plain stupid for having set her back to them. A few even chuckled as she stood foolishly blocking Warrior, keeping him from joining the brawl. 5 of the fastest soldiers pulled ahead of the others, hoping they'd be able to end the fight before Squire bothered to turn around. In their haste, no one in the burning party noticed the library door opening behind Squire and Warrior, and even if they had, they probably would have shown no concern, since they would have seen the enemy as 2 befuddled guards and a single, unknown individual late to the fray. Squire ignored the crescendo of "Foremost!" war cries behind her and kept her eyes fixed solely on Teleos. As the prince walked through the door, he nodded his approval. "Yes, now," he verbally commanded, loud enough for both Squire and Warrior to hear him. Immediately, Squire bowed to Warrior and simultaneously whisper-coached herself. But this time, not out of habit. For in this moment of need, she wasn't bowing for the king, the prince, or for glory. She'd put herself in harm's way for only one cause. And so, before first use, she breathed, "For you, Warrior, for you. Up on the rear library landing behind Warrior, Telios fought back tears as he watched Squire becoming Squire, and knew the king had been right to give her the swords. Warrior extracted the swords from their scabbards on Squire's back. As the swords burst into flame, first use officially began. Squire stood up, spun around, and drew the sword she'd been carrying on her hip. Amazingly, she was ready to fight shoulder to shoulder with Warrior before the first Kuur attacked, and even far enough away from him that the flames didn't reach her. As Squire waited until after Telios fully emerged from the library to begin her race around Warrior for their exchange, this wouldn't have been possible. Everyone in the burning party knew Warrior and had heard rumors of the flaming swords. But other than Irkodi, a cousin of Umkeshi, they all trusted Delator's assertion the tales were contrived, or at best, some sort of practice-field trickery to con the Kuur into being overly cautious. Since the swords had never fired in battle, Toger and his soldiers hadn't expected them to blaze today. Nor did they fear the swords, or Warrior in any way. Irkodi, on the other hand, believed the stories he'd heard from Umkeshi. While he had no desire to return to the Onu, or even to voice his opinion aloud, he simply had no reason to doubt his cousin. When Squire had started to dash around Warrior, Irkodi presumed Warrior was about to extract the swords and bring them to life. Excited by the opportunity to lay claim to glory and become famous for defeating the flaming swords, Irkodi frantically sprinted ahead of the others and became the tip of the Kuur assault. As Squire spun out of the way, Irkodi felt the heat of the blades. He was surprised to see Warrior holding the swords outstretched from his body, each pointing downward at a 45-degree angle, instead of deployed in a meaningful battle position. Since Irkodi failed to comprehend Warrior was doing this as a warning, he continued to close the gap between them. When he got within 5 yards of Warrior, the glow of the flames increased, creating 2 blue-white halos so large they radiated up, over, and around Warrior. Despite the intense heat and visual alarms, Irkodi still thought he could strike before Warrior raised either sword. He was wrong. As he lunged forward, Warrior raised his left sword to deflect Irkodi's attack, and effortlessly swung his right, landing a stunning blow to Irkodi's midsection. While Irkodi was wearing armor under his cloak, his protective shielding was no match for the flaming sword, which sliced through the mail as if it wasn't even there. Irkodi instantly fell to the ground, blood pouring from his column. Thankfully, the flame had seared part of the incision shut, so blood wasn't flowing as freely as one might expect from a gash of this magnitude. However, the flame had also set Irkodi's clothes on fire, and the inferno quickly engulfed him as if someone had doused him with accelerants. Irkodi tried to rip off his cloak, but the pain made it impossible for him to move in the needed manner. Giving up on that tactic, he tried to roll over to extinguish the flames, but it didn't seem to help very much either. While Irkodi lay screaming, Warrior and Squire stood their ground, ready for the next attacker. They'd seen blood, battlefield fires, and injuries before, and Irkodi's wounds really weren't much worse than any of those. And yet, somehow, they were. At least to the Kuur, who were used to long, drawn-out battles, and pain inflicted over many blows. They hadn't expected Warrior, or more appropriately, one of his flaming swords, to inflict such a large amount of damage in a single, gentle swipe. Awestruck, they stopped dead in their tracks, and bunched up in a semicircle just beyond the grasp of the flames devouring Irkodi. While they'd never seen Kuur armor fail so quickly, the burning party was more horrified by how rapidly the inferno had overtaken him, and wanted to run away from the sights and smells of his mangled column. Toger, on the other hand, wondered if his battalion could overwhelm Warrior by charging all at once. As the rebels silently contemplated their options, the flaming swords continued to crackle loudly, warning them to stay back. After what seemed like a long delay, even though it was only a few seconds, a solitary Kuur soldier stepped forward. It was El, a close friend of Cody, who happened to be from the same hometown. Approaching Cody, El dropped his weapon, took off his own cloak, and with much effort used it to snuff out the fire incinerating the fallen assailant. When all the flames were fully extinguished, he picked up his sword and turned his attention to Warrior, who had stepped nearer and was calmly standing only a few feet away. So close, in fact, that El could feel the painful heat emanating from the flaming swords, now that he wasn't focused solely on his friend. El raised his sword, released a chilling scream of revenge, and dove at Warrior. Warrior dispatched El as swiftly and as easily as he had Cody. Moreover, El's wound, and the fire consuming him, seemed eerily identical to those that had just overcome Cody. "Enough," whispered Telios, as he raised his hand and put out the flames on El. As Telios spoke, the burning party lowered their swords down to their sides, as if the metal had suddenly grown too heavy to hold upright. The prince then walked down the library stairs, around Warrior to El. When Telios knelt, Warrior and Squire took several steps backwards to give the ultimate healer room, not that he really needed it. After Telios healed El, he stepped over to Cody and did the same. As the two wounded Kuur stood up, they found themselves surrounding Telios, one in front of him and one behind. The just-healed Kuur deviously grabbed their swords, thinking they had a chance to attack Telios in his vulnerable position. But, as hard as they tried, they couldn't raise their weapons, move, or even speak. "Go tell Delator what you've seen today," commanded Telios. Immediately, the entire burning party was gone, transported back to Hiraburu, just outside Delator's protected garden. Since most of them had never been on Delator's mountain, they were confused by their sudden change of location and altitude and struggled to get their bearings. En masse, they wandered into the garden towards Delator's mansion, where Delator's Imperial guards quickly surrounded the burning party. Delator's guards were extremely well trained and knew no one, not even Toger, was allowed in Delator's private garden without Delator. They nearly decimated the burning party before Toger could execute a weak surrender. Back in Tala, outside the public library, Warrior set the flaming swords gently down on the ground to extinguish them. After Squire sheathed her third sword, she knelt and picked up the blessed swords, which were already cool to the touch. While Squire and Warrior had successfully defended the library, they didn't celebrate. Instead, they both wished they didn't have to draw their weapons against any First Realm inhabitant. Telios could see their mixed emotions about first use, and appreciated their concern and unease. That was full of mercy, the prince commended, trying to help them feel better. "How so?" asked Warrior. "With 2 blows, you stopped 30 invaders who would have fought until none were left standing. As battles go, that was very merciful." Word of first use spread quickly throughout the entire realm, and the legend of the flaming swords grew more truthful. The Kuur now appropriately feared the swords and their fire, though a few irrationally wanted to test their mettle against them. Regardless of their disposition towards the swords, soon everyone agreed they'd only blaze for Warrior. Everyone, that is, except Delator. Delator had no doubt the swords would flame for him, even though he knew the swords hadn't worked for Otec Plas. Since the Kuur leader had long believed he was superior to the king, he was convinced he could control or break any Onu blessing. If he could just obtain the swords, Delator was beyond confident they'd flame for him, and that he could ruthlessly wield them against whomever he wanted. In his lust for the flaming swords, Delator believed the easiest way to take them would be to attack Squire when Warrior wasn't around. While this made Squire the primary objective of many conflicts, the Kuur never successfully engaged Squire without Warrior nearby. But in a fateful twist, Otec Plas eventually granted Delator and the Kuur unfettered access to one of the flaming swords, just outside a garden, far, far away. But this wouldn't happen until after Bolmek arose and another fall took place. Librarian? Asked PB softly, after he felt like enough time had passed. Yes, mumbled Mies, his face still buried in his arms. There's more I want to talk to you about, but it'll be painful for you. Are you ready to continue? While Mies had wandered through a multitude of conversations with PB, he'd never known the owl to acknowledge up front that their path would be fraught with danger. Mies took note of this special warning and gathered himself before he replied. Sure, go ahead. I'm ready, he instructed as he slowly lifted his head up. Okay, to summarize, we're in agreement. Seconds will have normal animal bodies, not columns. No, I didn't actually agree with you there. I can see why you might feel that's the case, but I'd like to think about it more before I decide for myself. Fair enough. For the sake of moving forward, let's go ahead and assume seconds do have columns, but for some strange reason, it appears their columns can die. Okay, approved Mies. PB hooted and sat up even straighter, like he'd won an important contested point. Then I'd have to say all those columns will just be empty shells with no essence or Olmec inside of them, he rang. What? Why do you say that? Exclaimed Mies, completely caught off guard by PB's staggering statement. Because there aren't going to be any Olmecs in Second Realm at all. No way. I don't believe you. You're just making that up. No, I'm not. PB knew he'd have to prove this carefully, so he lifted up the edge of a pile of recordings on his left and slid out the recording on the bottom. 148-B56891-510K-D580I2B8L49. In here, he started as he flipped through the recording, trying to find the right spot. Yes, here it is. It says right here, Telios will hide them in his heart. Curiously, Mies remembered this recording without much prompting, probably because it had struck him as a majestic image of love when he and PB had first argued about it. In the coming days, Mies would study this recording much, much closer, and with the help of Otigo, begin to absorb what it was really saying. But today, he led with his initial understanding and perception. Oh, that, sighed Mies. I thought that was very poetic, like hiding affection for someone in your heart. So, hiding affection for someone? Like seconds in his heart? Sure, nodded Mies. How about for something instead of someone? Like what? Like a pet? Suggested PB. Excuse me? You know, a pet, an animal that we treat fondly, care for, I know what a pet is, interrupted Mies, but what does that have to do with this recording? I think it's trying to tell us the Onu will have a fondness for seconds as pets, just like many inhabitants here have strong feelings for theirs. As outlandish as this sounded, Mies was mindful PB's interpretations often had a modicum of truth in them. Because of that, the librarian wasn't willing to dismiss the idea out of hand, but he did feel uneasy, like he was being cornered. I don't know, he finally replied. So, let's see. It's possible, and totally in line with seconds being animals, that the Onu would love them as pets? And that's all this recording really means? Maybe, hedged Mies, not really satisfied with PB's supposition. Well, that means hidden Olmecs are simply an allusion to Onu affection for their second-realm pets, but more importantly, that hidden Olmecs aren't real Olmecs at all, concluded PB flatly. The history teacher tried hard to exclude all intonation from his hypothesis so it wouldn't sound like a question. He then waited eagerly for Mies to respond, which took quite a long time. Well, I can see how you might take that stance, conceded Mies. PB smiled victoriously, but it was short-lived. But, continued Mies, who was preparing to invoke his favorite recording, Mies often brought this recording up whenever he was stumped, or felt PB's view wasn't right. He did this not because 14E8-4J26, 8K11, FE0L, 6K49, 2B8K, 1DC, I6L, 1C6F always had the answer, for it seldom did, but because centering on it helped him focus. Today, it actually held the answer he sought. But PB, what about 14E8-4J? It says someday Second Realm will be pummeled and pass away, which doesn't sound very exciting to me at all. But after that, seconds who have chosen to connect to the Onu will have rooms in the king's new mansion. Now, why in all of First Realm would the Onu give rooms in their home to animals? For ordinary animals, they probably wouldn't. But for special pets, they would. Come on, you believe the Onu are expanding their new mansion just to have room for pets? Sure, why not? Demanded PB. Because, stalled Mies, who wasn't nearly as good as PB at debating new ideas. It took him a few seconds to strike a parry and complete his response. Because 14E8-4J also says they'll be adopted into the royal family. Big deal. Lots of inhabitants talk about their pets as kin. They even treat them like family members and let them live inside. Is it really a big stretch to suppose the Onu would do likewise with their own special second-realm pets? After a long pause, Mies acquiesced. No, I guess not. And just because some seconds will be lucky enough to be Onu pets, that doesn't make any of them sentient. Think about it. No Olmecs. No essence. No being. They can't possibly be sentient. Librarian, they'll be pets, far below us. After another pause, but much shorter than the last one, Mies seemed to take PB's view to heart. Zombie. You might be right. Zombie, indeed, reiterated PB, happy to have elicited another one of Mies' patented exclamations. But suddenly something, or rather, someone sitting just beyond the door, told Mies this was all wrong. Wait, I don't believe you. Seconds must be sentient, asserted Mies. Oh yeah? Says who? You? These scrolls? Challenged PB. I thought they did. Mies could have said, Odago had just told him so. But sensing this wouldn't help PB today, the librarian kept that to himself. Me too at first, but not any more, flapped the owl. Well, I don't know what to believe. I mean, I believe the Onu, but sometimes Desma is really hard for me to understand, confessed Mies. And today, you've definitely got my head spinning. It seems to me that Telios is just trying to build a private getaway in Second Realm, full of pets and their unearned regard, someplace he can hide after the Onu lose First Realm to us Kuur. PB's overreach about the Kuur conquering First Realm abruptly grounded Mies, giving him renewed confidence. Ah, come on, PB. That'll never happen. The Onu will never give First Realm to the Kuur. After taking this stand, Mies saw a new, Odago-inspired possibility for seconds. What if the recordings that imply second Olmax will be here in First Realm are literally true, not poetic? That sounds crazy. So, imagine it's true. That means seconds will have real Olmax and be sentient. But their Olmax will still be here in First Realm. Couldn't that work? I mean, if their Olmax are tethered in some strange way back to their bodies in Second Realm? Now who's dreaming? I'd say Telios. I mean, he is really creative. True, but that makes Second some pretty bizarre beings, way different from us. Just because they'd be different doesn't mean Telios couldn't do it. But why would he? I don't know. Didn't the recording say their Olmax would be hidden? Yeah, so what? So why do you hide something? Me? Yes, you. Why do you hide things? Well, if I hid anything, and I'm not saying that I do, it'd be to keep it safe, secret, so no one else could take it away from me. Right. So maybe the Onu are similarly planning to hide second Olmax in First Realm to keep them safe, protected. Protected from what? Mies paused, even though he couldn't really fathom the depth of Delator's hatred. The librarian understood better than anyone else, save the king, the prince, and the seer, that Delator's primary target had always been, and would always be, Telios. While many had been caught in the crossfire, Mies recognized that Delator really wanted to destroy the prince, devastating the king so much he'd abdicate the throne to the Kuur leader. Mies also believed Delator had been rallying inhabitants against Second Realm merely to fuel his current rebellion. The librarian was certain Delator didn't care about Second Realm, seconds, or firsts for that matter, and he'd gladly rule any realm he could get his hands on. What Mies said next wasn't meant in jest or cruelty. From Delator and all the Kuur, including you, it seems clear Delator is toba-bent on eradicating seconds. That is, if he could get to Second Realm. It's like all the misery he's inflicted upon Telios and us simply hasn't been enough for him. The truth of Mies' statement stunned PB. Since he didn't know how to reply, PB remained silent, and Mies kept going. And since it appears seconds can die, just like you said, they must not have kalamas. That means their essence would be in danger if their Olmax were inside those fragile, fleshy bodies, reasoned Mies. PB squinted his eyes and concentrated. He didn't want to give away Delator's plan to kill all seconds simply by terminating the Tree of Life, poisoning it, like he'd done to Grandfather Tree. PB tried to shrug off the realization that Delator's plan didn't sound as exciting today as it had when he was in Delator's presence. Right now, here with Mies, the owl wasn't even sure it'd work, nor that he'd really want it to. But at the same time, PB sensed a new opportunity for Kuur advancement and tried to lure Mies into helping him hash out his idea. You know, you've made a fair observation about Delator. Hiding Second Realm Olmecs here, well, that might, that might protect them, he allowed. Yes, I think it would. Where do you suppose they'll be hidden? Appealed PB. Couldn't even hazard a guess. And if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You'd just turn around and tell Delator. Maybe. But if you asked me, I'd say they'll be hidden in the king's new mansion, the royal library, or some other royal structure that suddenly gets built, projected the owl. Mies, while not wanting to help Delator or the Kuur, couldn't keep silent. Those locations seem sensible to me, but regardless, if Delator believes Second Realm Olmecs are here, he'll ruthlessly attack many places in his quest to destroy them, simply to spite Telios. Life, as we know it, will get much worse. Mies' vision made both seekers go silent. Do you think they already exist? PB finally ventured. Seconds? No, they're Olmecs. I mean, 1038-10F4 says seconds exist in Telios' mind before he creates them. Maybe he fashions their essence first, and they already exist. I don't know, answered Mies, who hadn't considered this possibility when he'd previously studied recording 1038-10F4 B49B ECEF 5E-18D2 EDF0 K474 B491. PB, still seeking Kuur glory, and, incongruently, a deshmi that didn't hurt, couched his concerns as questions about seconds. Regardless of when their Olmecs are created, if their Olmecs are kept here, how could seconds living in Second Realm ever effectively choose? They'll be blind without Olmecs to help them see. That's a great question. Maybe the Onu will go live in Second Realm with them. Possibly, but pretend they don't, or that they only go there once in a while. How would seconds see enough to help them choose? Mies worked hard to come up with what he thought was a realistic answer. If Second Realm Olmecs are hidden here in First Realm, maybe these Olmecs will be able to sense the Onu here, and through something like that tethered idea I had before, these special Olmecs will be able to share their awareness of the Onu with seconds over in Second Realm, sort of like our Deshmi, but a super long-distance version. Having not adequately exercised his Deshmi in a long time, PB wasn't sure if one could stretch that far. Well, that makes no sense to me, he said enviously, with a small bite in his voice. Hey, don't take it out on me. I was just guessing. Obviously. But if seconds are so important, and they have to have these special hidden Olmecs to keep them safe, why not give them Kalamas so they can be more like us? PB and Mies didn't understand it was the power of the Onu that really protected them, not their Kalamas. No idea. I'm pretty sure I've never read anything along those lines before. Have you? PB spun his head around to think, then spun it back again. In this setting with Mies, his twisting was more of a habit than show. No, nothing comes to mind, admitted PB. But we weren't looking for it either. Maybe we both missed it, or we just haven't found it yet, suggested Mies. Maybe not, affirmed PB, in a tone that sounded like he was getting pulled into the light of Desma, thinking ever so slightly less like Delator, and a little bit more like Mies. While PB and Mies read more Desma recordings than anyone else, they'd barely scratched the surface of the materials in Himkala, let alone the Desma recordings that weren't yet restored before the Great Divide. Since they only had partial information on any topic they studied, including the idea of seconds having strange Olmecs hidden in First Realm, they didn't yet appreciate the significance or the redeeming quality of this unique way of protecting seconds from things they couldn't see. Nor could they have guessed the bisection of second beings would become one of the greatest examples of the Oni dividing something to save it. Still, the insights they gained today would be gravely misused by Delator. Within a few months, the Kuur leader became obsessed with the idea that second Olmecs, unprotected by Kalamas, were already hidden in First Realm, somewhere near Tala. He sent his legions to find them, which caused a massive escalation in the war. The viciousness of these attacks added to the judgment King Otec Plas would later issue when he released Bolmek, the Great Divide, providing a unique opportunity for the Kuur to experience a small taste of true death, separation from the Onu. Otec Plas hoped this would help them change their minds, forsake Delator and the rebellion, and ultimately return home. As for the location of second hidden Olmecs, it'd be a long time before anyone realized, through intensive exploration of restored Desma, opened Doxin, and special awareness provided by Odigo, that seconds who chose to be connected to the Onu had their Olmecs hidden in Telios himself. The prince was the perfect vault, fully adequate for the task. He wasn't a physical structure the Kuur could breach or drain, and thus, despite their many attacks, before and after the Great Divide, the Kuur never gained direct access to these hidden Olmecs. However, seconds who chose Toba weren't so fortunate. Eventually, Delator was able to use Trezor, another Divide clan member, to imprison and torture the second Olmecs, not safely hidden in Telios.